And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and it looks like we did for a second have eyes on Brianna Grigsby. However, we currently do not. And here we are.
Here we are. Shelby Farrell here with Coros, hanging out in the Aravaipa studio this morning. Day 4 of the Cocodona 250, year 2. I'm excited to see what these runners are up to today.
Yeah. Most definitely. It's been a lot of fun to follow along so far. And thank you, John Moroshik.
I know, and think if the finish looks that great from a YouTube live stream, how does it look to the runners who are really there going through it?
Well, and John is an expert, as he is our, he works in our warehouse. He does a little bit of everything, so I don't know necessarily his official title, but he helps make sure all of this stuff that you see on your screen gets into the right truck, gets out to the aid station or the start line or the finish line, and gets set up properly.
Yeah, I was kind of geeking out over the way he had set up the Coros stuff at Mingus. It looked so good running into that aid station, and that was all
yeah,
John.
I think that might have been Mike, but John did heckle Mike for not having it set up at the expo. But it was pretty windy. The Aravaipa stuff was about to blow away.
It was really windy on Sunday. I think that, I mean, you had dust in your teeth just stepping out of your car. And the runners were really hoping that that wind wouldn't carry over into Monday, and thankfully it didn't. It was dust storm windy. Still waking up this morning.
Let's see. We have some questions in the chat about Coop. Last check-in we had on Coop was that he was sleeping at the Walnut Canyon aid station. That was a long time ago. He may still be there, but we'll see. I know that he was pretty tired, and again, it's a long stretch from here, from Walnut Canyon to the finish, especially having to go up and over Eldon. It was awesome seeing McKnight come in, but I'm here for Annie. I think the whole world is here for Annie, if you ask me. And we are super excited to be able to get eyes on her whenever she gets up and over Eldon, I believe, is the next time we'll see her. We do have we might possibly be able to get her up at the aid station at Eldon, but we're not 100% sure. She has crossed the 89 and is kind of on that side trail that is going to eventually lead you to the Fat Man's Loop, which takes you to the Eldon Lookout Trail.
She's having such a great race. It's been wonderful to watch her just stamina and grit out there.
Yeah, I mean, she's been having just a really great day. Location on the Tiger King, we do have a runner, I believe, leaving Sedona. And Will, can you get me a bib number here?
It's 148.
Bib number 148, waving at the live stream, still in good spirits.
Just coming in.
Oh, just coming in. So not leaving, coming into the aid station here. That is Eric Estabrook from Vista, California. California in the house, the People's Republic of California.
We have It's the menu.
Eggs, bacon, and pancakes at the aid station.
What?
Eggs, bacon, pancakes. All right.
All
Yum.
of that. It sounds delicious.
It's funny because it probably doesn't sound delicious to 75% of the runners who are. Hopefully they have their stomachs figured out at this point, but you just never know with this distance. It's hard to
But,
eat.
yeah, no, that's true. But think of, like, you know, you and I are just sitting here in an air-conditioned studio. Think of how nice bacon, pancakes, and eggs sounds as you watch the sun come up over the beautiful red rocks in Sedona.
Just the smell
Sounds
of
pretty
it.
nice.
If I could just smell that while watching the sun come up
Yeah,
over
it
the
sounds
rocks in
pretty
Sedona,
nice.
I'd be happy. We've had a lot of people in the chat asking about Mike McKnight. Yes, he did finish. He had a really, really strong performance, climbing his way up the leaderboard like the king of 200s that he is.
Yeah, and just for everyone tuning in, anyone who has finished on this bottom ticker will have the little FIN behind their name, so I will try to keep that updated as quickly as possible. It may need to come down to 3 runners here shortly, our top 3. However, we'll cross that bridge when we get there because it is getting a little cluttered there. But yeah, the 2 individuals who have finished, the string bean himself, Joe McConaughey, as we have eyes on Aravaipa's own Morgan Weinberg here. The queen of Aravaipa, Colorado, has made it into the Sedona aid station.
I would be shocked if it was the first time you saw it.
And Will muting there. Oh, and it looks like we lost Will, so we'll go to the static cam here. Oh, and we're just going to miss Morgan, who is off to the left. There, so you can see Jen. And you can see Morgan's crew there. Morgan probably strategically sat just off screen so that we couldn't get her on camera when we went to this aid station shot here. We do have Will in Sedona back up here. Here are some of the views out over the Red Rocks, and we have the great Jubilee Page in the chat cheering for Morgan. And I just have to say skirt, skirt for Morgan. It's an inside joke that Jubilee will get, and I hope that she loves it. But it's awesome to see Morgan out there just absolutely crushing.
Yeah, yeah. Wonder is Jube still at Mingus Mountain Camp? I think that was her home for.
No, that
a little
closed
bit. Okay, right.
yesterday. I'm not sure where Jube's is.
Yeah.
I'm guessing she is probably up in Flag, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, she was holding down the fort at Mingus. Last I saw her, I had just come in from pacing string bean into there. I was on like next level high adrenaline rush because it was just so fun watching that guy do his thing through the night. And yeah, hi Jubes.
Tired Matt out here with the skirt skirt. Jubilee once showed me a TikTok video of a guy doing his version on the guitar of the song Fast Car.
Okay.
And his friend in the background is basically being his hype man. So as he's singing, he just goes, skirt, skirt. And it is the funniest video I've probably ever seen. And so thanks to Jubilee for bettering my life by showing me that video.
Oh, I hear that Jubes is on at the finish on the PA system. That sounds
Oh,
like a
that's
good
right.
place for
Because
her.
she called in Michael McKnight.
Yeah.
I was a lot more tired a few hours ago, a couple hours ago when
I'm
McKnight
gonna tag along
finished.
with you for a second.
Yeah, sounds
Hey,
good.
who do we have here?
143.
Bib
Hey.
143, Jason Vanderhovel.
Sound right? To the right.
Hello, Jason. Looks like he might have some ramen in his cup. Who knows, actually? They had a whole feast cooking at that aid station.
Looks like he is a fellow Midwesterner. Looks like a Michigander.
Ooh.
I mean, it's up to you, really. How you feeling?
I got hit by a bus, but probably about the same as everybody else.
Ouch.
I'd like to file a lodge a formal complaint against Garmin for not saving this activity.
Yep, probably should have had a Coros. Just saying.
Whatever. Let's start another one.
Next time, next time.
I love it. Awesome. Well, keep up the good work, Jason. You're absolutely crushing it. Looks like we might be getting a drone shot from Sedona here momentarily.
Awesome.
Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
So just rolling off of that Garmin complaint, Coros is the official watch of Aravaipa Running. I am Shelby Farrell, their partnerships manager, hanging out in the studio this morning.
And the Aravaipa racing team.
Oh, I'm not on the Aravaipa racing
No,
team.
Coros.
Oh, yeah.
The official sponsor
Gotcha.
of the racing
Yes,
team as well.
yes. All of the members on the Aravaipa racing team are rocking Coros, as well as your top two, the Joe, Mike, Annie, all in Coros. Eric Sensman's wearing a Coros. So it's the Vertex 2 is a watch that'll get you through the entire race. If you took the GPX file straight from the Cocodona website, it even gave you some waypoints in there. So I was able, while pacing, to look down on my wrist and see exactly how far away I was from each aid station, with even the name of the aid station that I was headed to. So really cool tool to keep you on track in a race like this, especially. Mike McKnight finished with 31% battery life left, something like that, and that was using navigation the entire time. So the watch has 140 hours in standard GPS mode, which gets cut a little if you're using a map for that entire span too, which I was when I was out there pacing. And just, yeah, go Coros.
Huge shout out to Coros.
Sorry for any of you who have had watch issues during this race. I know that can be frustrating. The photographers are also wearing Coros as well, which has been cool to see. Scott, I know, had posted something in his story about how many miles he got just chasing people around on course. Jamil Curry's doing the same thing, just clocking his whole day and seeing what that adds up to. Fitness tracking is fun. New tagline. Just kidding.
I love it.
You can use the code Cocodona at checkout to get a free accessory with purchase. That does not include a pod or gift card, although the pod is a cool thing if you like to really dig into your performance metrics. It'll give you left-right balance, and just, yeah, it's cool knowing what our bodies are doing when you're pushing them to these limits. And Coros is the tool that will help you discover that.
Let's go ahead, take it back to finish cam, and we'll need to see if we can get the settings cleaned up there. And in the meantime, let's go to downtown Flagstaff, where we await the great Annie Hughes, who should be starting her voyage up Mount Eldon in the coming moments. Let's see when. So it looks like her tracker last updated 13 minutes ago here.
I'm curious how many times this link has been refreshed. I know that while I was out there, I was refreshing the leaderboard.
8 gazillion. Yeah, and so
many
Annie is
times.
on the Fat Man's Loop Trail. Beautiful trail. She can take that, hang a right onto the Eldon Lookout Trail, and her maiden voyage to the near top. You don't go to the actual proper summit. You kind of skirt the mountain and stay on a saddle or over to a saddle. So her maiden voyage up Eldon will begin shortly. And we do have a beautiful, beautiful view of Sedona on the beautiful red rocks here.
Now's a nice time to run through there because it's not as hot.
It's not hot, and it's the sun is up enough to where you can see.
Any runners who timed Sedona for sunrise, you're doing it right.
Or sunset, as
Oh,
Joe
yes.
as Joe did.
That would be an interesting way to approach running this race. You know, times you want to be at certain iconic spots on course and adjusting your pace accordingly to make that happen.
Yep, I agree.
Fun challenge for anyone listening.
Well, I mean, Joe, I think, timed his perfectly.
Yes.
We did get
Yeah.
the leaderboard changed.
You got sunset on Eldon and sunrise in Sedona. What a great way to spend your time.
Yeah, amazing views here. And so this shot is on the new section, just north of the Sedona aid station, prior to the crossing of Oak Creek, but not too much before.
Gorgeous.
Looks like we might have a runner down there. No, that is maybe just something on the power line. Hikers is what I'm being told by the great Troy Wicks. be darned. We have, I believe, a check-in from the Tiger King himself, Jeff Garmier. Jeff, how are you doing, buddy?
Come back here, boys. Oh, I'm great. I got in about 10 minutes of sleep.
And it looks like we are losing Jeff here.
Got
The service
Bryce
down in the
here
Walnut Canyon
pacing
area
me
is
for
going to be
this.
tough.
I want him
Sounds like Bryce is
to
helping
make
you
the
make the pace comfortable
pace
based on
comfortable.
that.
And we do have runners here. Sorry, Jeff, you're cutting up there. We'll have to check in with you a little bit later.
I like that you put your Tiger shirt on. Go get it, buddy.
He means business, and I do need to
Crushing
switch
it.
to Will in Sedona, as I believe that's Morgan Weinberg heading out.
Oh, she looks good. She just put a
She
fresh
got a
braid
fresh
in.
braid in. That's
Yeah.
that's how you know you got a good crew. When you got the fresh braid in the hair.
She's ready for business today. Let's go. Skirt, skirt.
Bib number 17. Morgan Weinberg the connection was a little bad there, but I think she gave us maybe a little finger guns action there. So shout out to Morgan, and we're gonna send it back to Troy here, who has some runners on the drone. It's nice to see the fastest known Tiger himself, Jeff Garmier, checking in with us there for a minute. I appreciate people hopping in during that Walnut Canyon section because it is a beautiful trip down there. But the connectivity is not great in some of those canyon areas. You can get it a little bit at the aid station, but outside of that, you know, you're coming through some of these canyons. You're climbing up the canyon wall to kind of the rim there. It's just tough. But huge shout out to both Jeff and Kevin who have checked in from that area. We've at least gotten to see them.
Yeah.
Briefly, which is nice.
Can't wait to see how Jeff Garmier's tattoos held up. So he got a sleeve of Coros tattoos at Bib Pickup. Temporary tattoos, that is. So I have a feeling he'll have some interesting tan lines when he's done.
Yeah, my guess is he is branded now.
He's got to be
For the
branded
time
for a
being.
little bit.
Here we go as we see runners coming through, closing in on the Oak Creek crossing. Anyone gonna wave to the live stream for us? Nope, no one wants to say hi, Mom. Oh, there we go. Hey, hey. Love to see it.
It's pretty great being out there and hearing a drone above you. It's just a sign that someone's watching.
Definitely.
Not alone.
Oh, we saw some of these runners earlier. I can't get a bib, but I do recognize some of them from maybe an earlier aid station. Looks like they might be waiting on their cohort who had stopped to use the restroom. And
that's the one time you don't want to hear a drone above you, actually.
Yeah.
Well, luckily, they have an outhouse there.
We have bib 191 Larry Phoenix, bib 206 Niloy Sen. That's two of the runners there. Appreciate Troy for getting those bib numbers for me. And I wonder if Troy can pan up slightly just to give us a little bit of a view while we wait here of these beautiful red rocks. Oh my, there we go. I love that. And while we soak in the view, I'm going to go and top off my coffee real quick.
I was just texting with Jeff Garmier, the Tiger King. The quote he was trying to relay to us was, I told Bryce, his pacer, to make the pace uncomfortable so I could leave it all out here. Woohoo! I got chills, Jeff. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? There's still, time to close gaps.
This could be interesting because Jeff is a few miles behind Kevin Goldberg, 2.8 miles based on the pings, which they could have pinged at separate times, and that distance could be a little off, although it looks like Kevin's has pinged more recently. So we'll say 3 miles between those two. And they're, crowd favorites whenever we pull them on. And they both have live stream links. So could we see them both on the live stream at the same time? And then Jeff is only about a mile and a half-ish ahead of Mark Vogel.
I mean, Jeff's 11 miles from Matt Smith right now, who is hanging in third place for men.
Yeah, I mean, that gap in, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, only being 12 and a half miles, third through seventh. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And anything can happen at this point. Who knows if Matt Smith took a nap, how he's been sleeping. I haven't been keeping track. So, I don't know. It's going to get tight in the next 5-6 hours. There's time to do work, is what we're trying to say. Time to do work.
Oh, and the other bib that we were seeing over there was bib 196, Ramil Balagat of the Philippines. So those were the three individuals that we saw standing on the drone there, or standing, waiting on their friend on the drone camera. Man, this area is just absolutely beautiful.
Aw, Annie's aunt is in the chat. Annie is my only niece. She's a little mountain goat. These last miles are
Intense.
So intense.
Yep. And it looks like they are about to drop down and head towards the Oak Creek, where they're going to have a nice, cool, refreshing creek crossing. And in turn, an update on Annie. She is she's onto the Eldon Lookout Trail, I believe. So she is journeying forward up Mount Eldon. Look at this. That looks pretty sweet, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit nicer than the Jeep roads you all took out of Sedona last year.
Oh, we did do something different there too.
Yeah.
So many little changes this year. It's
Well, with the reroute especially.
wow, yeah, that is nice. Look at those stairs. It's one of those
Look at that.
trails
You go
when you're out there and you're like, gosh, kudos to the people doing trail maintenance to make these trails
under
so,
the bridge
yeah,
here.
so enjoyable to run on.
And we do have an update a little bit further ahead on the course. We've got the Kelly Cam out here in Kelly Canyon. Looks like we've got Cole Crosby here getting tended to. My
Cool.
buddy, my good friend
On
Cole.
audio.
Hey, I've got you unmuted. Cole, how are you doing, buddy?
Matt, how's it going, bud?
Good. I told Kelly to make sure that she told you hi when you woke up from me, so I'm glad to see you out there, man, continuing to journey forward. I hope you're still having as much fun as you can and are just starting to soak in the beauty of the greater Flagstaff area at this point.
I'm excited
Yeah,
to see his
this has
feet
been-
right now.
Yeah, my feet have taken an absolute beating. That's probably been the biggest revelation and kind of game plan or audible that's come forth for me. So, in terms of more placing time goals, have kind of gone out the window. But I think now that we kind of got the feet situation addressed, now today's the day to have fun and finish this thing out. So watch out, people. I'm coming for you.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Well, thanks so much, Cole. I hope you continue again enjoying this adventure. And I'm sure we'll see you a little bit later on as you make your way into Heritage Square in Flagstaff here.
Sounds good.
Thanks so much, Cole, and thank you so much, Kelly. Cole, one of the most incredible human beings I've had the chance to meet. Just always a super positive and nice guy. Had a chance to work kind of with him when I was still living in Atlanta, working in the run specialty space. He was a rep for some companies out there that serviced the Atlanta area. So huge shout out to Cole Crosby. He is at Kelly Canyon. Just woke up from a little bit of a nap there. And a Beast Coaster. A lot of love for the Beast Coast in the chat.
Walnut Canyon?
He's at Kelly Canyon.
Oh, Kelly Canyon.
Yep.
Canyon to it.
Mile 205.
Oh, 205. Yeah,
It's part of the section you wouldn't have run last year.
Got it. I saw Cole at the top of Mingus. He's also a Coros wearer, friend
Yep.
of the brand. And he's in good hands with that. What's the medic team? MedStar?
MedStar, yeah. A lot of great folks over at MedStar. We had the magician that we had on stream in Sedona yesterday, who basically taped Jose Sosa's leg back onto his body.
So. I hope we get a check-in from him.
And he was helping so many people as they came into Sedona with their feet. So
Yeah. I had never experienced any sort of blister foot issues until running Cocodona last year, where I was very much in Cole's shoes, pun intended, maybe, I don't know. Finding myself chilling in those aid station tents and letting them do their magic. And it was really worth taking the time. I tried to not retape my feet going into from Fort Tuttle to Walnut Canyon, and I ended up like whimper crying my whole way through that beautiful section because I should have just taken the time to retape. So thank you, MedStar team, for keeping our runners moving forward.
And our good friend Rob Ricardo is in the chat while he's at work. I think it's almost time for some Cocodonuts. I think so too, Rob. I think that you should ask for a sick day tomorrow. Maybe call in sick and come, hop on the mic here because you're greatly missed.
Might as well
It is
call in sick
6:15.
right now.
Well, Rob could drop the Cocodonuts off on his way to work.
Whoa.
I'm just saying, it is
God.
only 6:15. Holy smokes!
I know, right?
Holy cow!
It was so funny as as String Bean was leaving Fort Tothill, Aide came around and they were just doing that classic check-in to make sure that he was okay, and they asked him what day it was.
Oh my
and
gosh, I
none of us
didn't
knew
even
what
know.
day it was. We're like,
Joe got it right though. That's all that matters. And this right here is bib 219, James O'Brien. Oh my goodness, let's go. The Western Springs, Illinois native. One of maybe the few towns in Illinois that I have never heard of, but I am going to look it up so that I can give everyone a little bit of. Oh, it's up in the Chicago suburbs. Yeah, up in the Chicago suburbs, west of the city, near Downers Grove, in between Downers Grove and LaGrange. Huge shout out. Huge shout out to James there. Illinois and crushing Cocodona. I'll tell you what, don't have a whole lot of this up in the Chicagoland area.
yeah, and someone in the chat just said the final climb that Annie is crushing is brutal. And yeah, I was trying to explain it to Joe after pacing him to Walnut Creek that it's kind of a whole little baby adventure at the end of a big adventure. It's just this like epic climb up to Eldon, and it has that kind of benchmark feeling of it's its own new little challenge that you get to face.
Well, it's like, yeah, yes, for sure, but it's also like a thing, right? In the sense that like if you just came in on vacation to Flagstaff, like when you're
Yeah.
in the city, you see Mount Eldon, and it's like a thing. It's a thing that you do. You go up Mount Eldon, and so we couldn't take runners to Flagstaff and not get them up Mount Eldon.
Right, right. And Joe said, yeah, I think that it would be boring if it just finished on some like rolling hills where you had to gut it out and try to just go as fast as possible in this basic finish. Why have a basic finish? This is a Cocodona 250. We're not basic here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we wouldn't be able to get up into like the Humphreys area, obviously, which would be infinitely more brutal than climbing Mount Eldon. The other option is Mount Eldon to really give you that Flagstaff experience. And it sounds like Troy texted me and said, I quote, I really want to fly under the bridge. So I'm not sure if Troy is going to fly under the bridge. It appears so. If we do have a drone crash here, it will be the death of this drone, I imagine. But Troy does not crash drones. And so, he's staying way clear. But this section,
whoa.
this is absolutely incredible.
Troy. Oh my
And so when you're
goodness.
driving down to Sedona from Flagstaff, there's two ways you can go. The more scenic way and probably the more common way, depending on where you're going, is down the 89A, which actually takes you out by Fort Tothill, and then you kind of keep going. You come down the Coconino Plateau right by this area.
Okay,
So
so
the road.
I drove from Sedona to Fort Tothill. I was on 89A.
Yep. Yeah, you would have drove across this bridge.
It was, yeah, I was
It's
anxious
a-
to get to Fort Tothill. I didn't want to miss the runner coming in.
Yeah. Yep, you would have drove across that bridge there, I believe. It's super scenic.
Super scenic.
Just a really beautiful area.
Wow. Thank you for that shot, Troy. That was special.
I think there is a major golf tournament in Western Springs. There is a major golf tournament up near Chicago, but I'm not a big golf person, so I don't remember exactly what tournament and if it's in Western Springs. But shout out to Illinois and shout out to James O'Brien. And we are going to have a battery swap here. So we are going to send it over to, let's see, let's go to Will. in Sedona, and we'll just kind of hang out here.
And all of this talk about Eldon, I think that might be my next stop.
Yeah,
I
are you coordinating some more pacer duties?
I haven't
Or
quite
are
done
you,
that.
regardless, you're going to be there?
I'm almost thinking I should just go climb Eldon and be at the top. That was so special for me getting to the top. Rob Ricardo was there, Peter Mortimer. Like I think I
Oh,
need
I
to be at
forgot
the top
because
of
that was
Eldon.
after we had finished the stream last year
Yeah,
because we
I
stopped
just missed it.
probably, well, we stopped after I think the first runners came in,
Right.
and then we came back on to catch Maggie at the finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that. Rob and I were both up there. I did not go up Eldon. We got bib 215, Steven Kuntz. He is, I believe, maybe just leaving or just coming in to aid. It looks like he's about to head out. Let's see if we can unmute. And if Will can unmute on his end whenever he gets a chance. Yeah,
Sorry,
looks
it's
like,
muted. Go ahead. What's that?
looks like
I
Steven's
said, if you
heading out.
accidentally grabbed a pair of lucky poles this morning from the church shelter, thinking they're yours, just bring them back or get them to an aid station. Hopefully, what's the next one?
Muns?
You got Schnebley. Munz will be the next
Schnibley.
Cruel Bull
Schnebley,
aid
yeah.
station, though.
Let's get back to Snibbly.
Was there a little
Cool.
pole swap that happened? It sounds
Sure.
like.
This way.
Yep.
Right.
Summer.
Yeah,
Awesome.
yeah, that's red.
Well, thanks, Will. We're going to relay that information. It looks like we have footage of Jody Seminel here. And so if anyone's tuning in, if you took some lucky poles that you thought were yours from the Sedona aid station, try and leave them for Mr. Steven Kuntz up at Schnebley if you can. I think he would like his poles back. And poles are tricky because they're sized, right? So if you grab like a pole that looks like yours, but it's maybe the wrong length, it can be a little problematic.
Yeah. Oh, it's a
And let's
bummer.
see if we can get some footage of Miss Jody Seminel here.
She's moving really nicely.
She is running really strong.
She's
And
such a
she-
talented runner. She was out there last year. She crushed it. What do you know her place from Cocodona last year?
She was, I believe, 9th or 10th,
Yeah.
maybe. I thought she was in the top 10.
I think I yo-yoed with her for a little bit.
She was 9th.
And she ended up victorious ahead of me.
And it looks like, I'm trying to see what section this is. Since our tracker, looks like maybe she's just left. Yeah, I think she's just left Munz 2 and is making her way towards Kelly Canyon aid station. Yeah, that's what it looks like here. So she is out of Munz 2. You head down this road a little bit through Munz Park. And she is still moving and looking really, really strong.
Looking really strong. I love her hat. It's going to be clutch when the sun starts beaming down on her later in the afternoon.
This is Jody Simonell, who again is just leaving Munns 2 on her way to Kelly Canyon. And to recap, we've got our women's race leader Annie Hughes making her way up Mount Eldon. She's in 3rd place overall. Lauren Jones is in 2nd place overall. She is in the section between Fort Tuthill and Walnut Canyon. Then our 3rd lady is Miss Sarah Ostaszewski, and she is heading into Kelly Canyon. She's followed by Stephanie Simpson in 4th, Carrie Henderson in 5th. They are also in the section between Munns Park 2 and Kelly Canyon. We've got Rhoda Smoker, and then Jody Simonell, who are also in that stretch between Munns 2 and Kelly Canyon. And just a reminder, if you are enjoying the event and the live coverage, and you are interested, you can register for the event when registration opens, which we will have more information on that coming. If you aren't interested in running but are interested in supporting the event, you can come on out. You can volunteer at aid stations. You can volunteer as a filmer so that we can continue to expand our coverage. Yeah, so if you are interested in being a part of this epic adventure that is the Cocodona 250, you can. There are a few ways that you can help for the 2023 edition. And Annie is still climbing up the Eldon Lookout Trail. She's got a couple miles to the aid station still. And then once she hits the aid station, she will have about 8 more miles down to the finish.
And what an exciting 8 miles that will be.
Yeah, how is the descent down Eldon on Eldon Lookout Road?
I remember I loved it.
You would have been in the dark for you, yeah?
Yeah.
Because you
But
hit
I
sunset at
I
the...
think there were some birch trees out there that were like glowing, if I recall correctly, in the lingering bits of sunshine. But then hitting that road, I love running fast downhill, and it was cool to find, a 9-minute mile pace or something for like a little bit going down that hill. It's crazy what your body can do when you're pushing it to these levels.
Yeah. And here again are some of the incredible views of these stunning red rock formations here in Sedona.
Absolutely stunning.
So we are awaiting more runners here. And how sweet would this section have been for you to get to experience, Shelby?
Looks like it's been pretty sweet. Have to come back and do some Sedona trail running.
Well, there's always Cocodona 2023.
It's pretty tempting after being out there all this week and reliving some of those moments.
Does reliving those moments bring you like excitement, or are you like, oh man, that was a really rough stretch? Or are you reliving like both the good and bad moments?
It's both. Yeah, I think, out on the trail from Fort Tuthill to Walnut Creek, you go by the Flagstaff airport, and I very vividly remember sitting on a stump with my pacer watching some planes leave. They were like these cool little private jets, and that section was really hard for me because, like I was saying when Cole was on, I had neglected retaping my feet, and you just need to take care of your feet. Take care of yourself, and you can be successful in these races. It's a good takeaway. But yeah, so to go through there with, you know, first place finisher, moving much differently than I was last year, was felt like a little taste of Cocodona redemption. Mostly positive feelings though, when I'm from being out there pacing people. Just beautiful trails and great. You know, you're running from aid station to aid station with these incredible Aravaipa volunteers ready to take care of you, whip up some bacon and eggs. At least in Sedona currently, that's what's going on. Such a fabulous experience.
And looks like we have some more runners coming in here to the Oak Creek area here in Sedona. And again, we will try and get a bib number on these runners as soon as we can. We got Michael in the chat, and Michael's bringing the all caps back. He was in the chat a little bit earlier without the all caps, but he's got the energy back. Michael might have had some coffee, something. Sarah in the chat also bringing the big energy. Harry Boardman in the chat missed the Smith Coop pass. How did that go down? Well, Coop has been sleeping, according to our race command, in the Munns Park aid station for a long time now.
Yeah.
For a long time. And so that happened.
Hopefully he's waking up feeling like a new person.
Well, and ready to take on these last. I don't remember. He was in the Walnut Canyon aid station. I may have just said Munns Park. The Walnut Canyon aid station.
How many
So
aid
that's about
stations
20
are there
miles.
total?
That is a great question. I can look.
That's why it's so hard to remember which one's which.
20.
20. Man. can't imagine the work to go and set each one of those up, and
Takes a
kudos
small village.
Aravaipa Running for making it happen and giving these runners optimal support out there. I was talking to a few athletes in Prescott. I was at sort of a dive bar getting a burger the night before the race, and there were 3 athletes there, and at least 2 of them were running it with no crew.
And it does look like Coop has awakened. He is arisen. He is at mile 230.7. So he is now 4.5 over, a little over 4.5 miles, almost 5 miles behind Matt Smith after that big sleep. But he is charging on, and he is making his way to go under the I-40 before he hits kind of the Cinder Hills, and he'll be making his way to Mount Eldon as well. Maria wants a last runner update here. Looks like our last runner, Miss January Cummings from Round Rock, Texas. There are a couple, Jason Mosel, who he may be the last runner now. I'm not 100% sure. His is still pinging at Deer Pass. So I'm not sure if that's a tracker issue. Yeah, that was 13. Yeah, okay. So I'm not sure what happened there. But, yeah, our last runner, Miss January Cummings. She's just behind Elizabeth Russ and Richard Murphy. And they are right around the 133.5-mile mark. And they need to be out of Sedona by, 12:15. And we did have some bibs come in on a few of those runners we were just seeing on the drone. We had bib 208, Mr. Joel Gatt. We had bib 153, Michelle Taylor. Bib 117, which that can't be right. So we'll get an update on that. Bib 189, Colleen Vidrio. Vidrio, maybe. What happened to Shanoa? She timed out at Jerome last night. Oh, that was bib 217 that we just saw. Saul Vidrio. That makes a lot of sense. Saul and Colleen Vidrio. As we take a look at the beautiful red rocks. Will the Jam Cam be at Eldon to film Annie? I am currently trying to get in contact with Jamil, who was up at 2 this morning, to continue to help bring this coverage that we've continued on through the evening. I am trying to get a location of his next spot. So as soon as I have that, I will let you know. Where's Cole Crosby? He was at Kelly Canyon. We got to check in with Cole a little bit earlier when he woke up from a nap. So huge shout out to Cole and Dan. We had pretty good coverage last night up on Eldon, but there are some sections that are pretty bad. And then coming down Eldon Lookout Road is pretty spotty. The single track over to Buff Park is pretty spotty as well. But yeah, we are trying to get a location. Sounds like Julian can film at Eldon. Hey Julian, did Jamil get in contact with you and send a link over? If not, let me know and I can create one here and send you one over. But I think he was going to send one up to the aid station yesterday. And so, since I'm not getting a response from Jamil on where he is, I believe we can call this segment of the live stream the Jam Jam Nappy Hour, as I think Jamil might be getting what could possibly be his first winks of shut-eye of the week as he was driving down to Phoenix during the night early on in the week to try and fix the live stream, as it feels like. Oh, awesome, Julian. Yeah, as soon as Annie gets close, if you or a volunteer can hop on, that would be wonderful. I will try my best to make sure everything is already set up on our end, as I need to continue kind of building some stuff on the back end here. And so to everyone who was asking if we will see Annie at Eldon, you're dang right we will, courtesy of Julian Galuzzi. I apologize, Julian. Julian filmed Mike for a while. So I think that we should all give Julian a big round of applause in the chat here. I know that there's a lot of big Goldberg energy people. If they're still in the chat, they can give Julian some love and make him feel good. And while we wait, let's send it to Will in Sedona. And we're just going to take a look in on the aid station here. Okay, and I do have... We've got some runners heading out now. Yeah, let's get some love for Julian in the chat. Again, I appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in here as we are continuing our coverage of the Cocodona 250 here. And I am just trying to get a few things set up on the back end here to make sure that when Annie hits the Eldonade, that we have not an issue in the world. So, yeah, just bear with me a minute. So I just want to test something real quick, and I promise you I know that this is going to probably send me to, actually I need to do one more thing here. Amazing coverage. Hey, thank you so much, my fellow first name brother. But I just get to sit in the studio here. It's the amazing volunteers who are out, giving us their time during a work week to bring you these shots. So it's a huge shout out to all of them. I just sit in an air conditioned studio and get to watch along. And so I am going to test a couple buttons here. So if the screen goes black for just a second. Okay, so that button works, and that button works. Oh, let's go. Let's go. And now I need to go back to Sedona. We are just... I do need to fix this button. But I'm learning on the fly over here, people, on how to make sure I don't break anything. It's great. Let's go ahead actually and send it over to Kelly Canyon here. It looks like there's not a whole lot going on there right now. Oh, I can't have the hashtag did Matt break it in the chat. Because did I actually break it? I don't know. When you say that, I don't know if I actually broke it or not. Who is commentating with me? The great Shelby Farrell will be back on the mic here in just a second. She is
Working on a reel, and the beat just like aligned with something, and I
the
got
beat-
really excited.
when the beat hits.
Yeah,
When
the
the
beat
beat
hit.
hits,
I gotta download it and send it to Coros really quick. It's some behind the scenes footage of our winner running his way to Walnut Creek yesterday in those Ponderosa pines. It's like, yeah.
And yeah, we do have a question in the chat, and we'll send it to Will, who I know can hear us. Who is the runner in the PJs, Will?
171.
Thank you so much, Will. Will is one of our amazing volunteers, and that is David Duran. He is making his way home to Flagstaff. Huge shout out to him. Did he run last year?
Did you run last year?
I swept 3 sections and worked an 8 station, and I got hooked, and now I'm suckered into
Yeah,
it.
maybe that's what I recognize it from.
I want to
Huge
know
shout
the
out.
story about his dinosaur. Does it have a name? Does it talk to him while he's running? Like, tell me about the dinosaur.
Late enough in the race, it probably does. At some point, right? Can we get any backstory on the dinosaur, Will?
What's behind the dinosaur?
Well, that's my pacer.
Yes.
What? Okay, so at some point I'm going to lose track of other human beings, and I need to have conversations with somebody besides myself because I'm not so intelligible over 150 miles into a race.
That's fair.
Next question.
I
Does the
love
dinosaur
it.
have a name?
Does it have a name?
That's Junior. I'm D-Rex. That's Junior.
That's where I know
That's
him
the flying
from.
D-Rex.
D-Rex. Amazing. And David trains a lot on Mount Eldon, so he's making his way to very familiar territory as he continues to
Sweet.
venture forward
I'm
here.
hoping to get up there. This is like sitting here is making me antsy to go climb Eldon and hunt down Junior the dinosaur, who looks like he has an air freshener hanging off of him. That's a very clever way to stay fresh while trail running. Just wear an air freshener on your head. Genius. Genius.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Will, for giving us an update on that. As he's now dancing on he's using his poles as a pogo stick as he waits. And
This is without caffeine.
A couple more out. I don't know who just left.
Looks like we got a couple runners leaving there.
I'm good. Okay, cool.
We got Kelly from Girls on the Run in the chat. And our incredible live stream audience raised over
To the right.
$1,600 for Girls on the Run Northern Arizona yesterday, but with direct donations. So huge shout out to our live chat audience. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and put that link back in. If that link is still live, Kelly, which I assume it is, I'm going to go ahead and put it back in the comments here, if that's okay with you. If not, just let me know, and I will remove it. But
Left.
we got a lot of live stream ahead, so why not have that donation link ready for anyone who wants to support Girls on the Run Northern Arizona and all that they're doing. It's something that means a lot to me, as I have a daughter who turns 3 years old
at the light.
in just 1 week from today. So everything they do means a lot to me. So I am, that link is still live. I was awaiting the confirmation there. So that link is pinned above. If you want to support this live stream, there's a number of ways you can do so. You can buy some merch over at shop.mountainoutpost.com. We've got all your favorite brands from Cocodona to Javelina to Aravaipa Running to Run Steep Get High. You can give a super chat donation in the chat, or, and maybe most importantly, you can support us by supporting Girls on the Run Northern Arizona by heading over to that donation link. And I don't have Kelly in studio today to give us all the wonderful information, but so I'll have to do my best this week on all the wonderful things that Girls on the Run does. But they are amazing at empowering women and helping build healthy relationships with physical activity at a young age. So huge shout out to Kelly. Those were Lisa Kravitz with her pacer leaving Sedona. Amazing.
Morning. $112 coming
Bib
through.
112 coming into the aid station. And that is
Leaving.
he's leaving the aid station, and that is the
This
Florida
rugby?
cowboy, the Australian C. Sawyer himself.
I broke the course last night. Was delirious. I was drunk. Had no idea where I was. Had no idea what I was doing. Broke the course, so I've got to head back 6 miles, rejoin the course, and then come back through this aid station and continue on. But we're gonna make that
Well,
happen.
good
That
luck.
happened.
I didn't
Good luck, C.
Awesome.
We appreciate you, and my wife would not let me live it down if I didn't give you a good Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. My wife, a Brisbane gal,
Oi,
so
oi,
you got
oi.
this. Let's go, C.
Thanks, guys.
Good luck. We got 2 more.
Awesome. Well, that's heartbreaking to hear that C has to go back a few miles, rejoin the course, and come back in here.
65, 14.
Bib 14 is the great Lee Connor, and then you said we had 65.
65.
That is
Yeah.
Carmel Olrudge, also an Ohio native. So we got 2 Ohioans moving forward together. And we are going to send it back to the Oak Creek area with our eyes in the sky. Rick Williamson asking why C needs to go backwards. He got off course. So he's got to go back, rejoin the course where he got off at, and come back into the aid station. And he sounded very positive and in good spirits.
He did.
So huge shout out to C.
I wonder how that realization came to be that he was off.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So last year we had, I think, an instance where someone came into the aid station from the wrong direction due to like some course marking issues. I don't think that we've had that issue this year. And so it could have just been, there's a lot of trails out in that Sedona area coming into the airport loop. And so he may have just missed a turn. Yeah, so Trails Von Mutter came in early on Shelby Drive. Very fitting.
Wait, I got a road out there?
You have a drive.
Drive.
Before the airport loop, yeah.
Oh.
So we have an overhead shot here. Looks like we have some runners down there. And we are past the Sedona aid station here. Runners are Julian. Julian, the king of the Eldon aid station currently. The guy who is going to save the live stream by providing us coverage of Annie as she gets up there. Has given Drew a hard time. It was Drew who came in the wrong way, and Drew is meant to actually be on the live stream in 1 minute. He is here at headquarters as of last night, and so we will see if Drew makes it up here. But the great Drew Fraze did come in the wrong way last year.
I'm loving this drone footage. It just really gives you a perspective of the trails these runners are experiencing. People always ask, like, why do you want to run 250 miles? Because you get to be out in this. Look at it. Drew's in the house.
Drew, how do you pronounce your last name? Phrase. Yeah, that's how to say it. Let's go. And so we do have the great Drew Phrase in the chat, or in the studio. And
Just got a really
Shelby
exciting
has
text
one last
message. I
update.
have one last update. I wasn't told to keep it secret, so Jeff Garmier sent me a text. I'm manifesting beating Coop in a sprint to the finish. Let's go.
Jeff is out there just living his best life right now, and it is amazing. I imagine that Bryce is having the time of his life out there with Jeff. And so we are in the Sedona area, and I'm joined by Drew Phrase here, as you can see. He's
How's it
this
going?
guy. That's Drew.
Good
As
morning,
our drone
Cocodona
goes bye-bye right now, we'll send it to the Sedona aid station for the time being. And there's Drew. How are you doing,
Cocodona
Drew?
fans. I'm doing great. How are you?
I am wonderful. Last year's 9th place male,
That is correct.
I believe. A Cocodona finisher on the OG course.
Cocodona finisher on the OG inaugural year course.
Yep, and so he is going to be joining for a little while. And Drew, I assume once we get the feedback up, have you run some of the trails that the new course goes through here in Sedona as they leave the aid station at St. John Vianney and they head more towards Oak Creek, cross Oak Creek, and then climb up Kasner Canyon?
I have, yeah. And I was when I was tuning into the live stream the other day, I heard Peter Mortimer talking about that section a little bit while String Bean was going through. Beautiful section. I'm not sure what the weather is in Sedona. Judging by the aid station feed, it looks like a toasty morning there in Sedona. Hopefully these runners coming through are enjoying the nice reprieve from some of the hotter temps there in the Verde Valley. Looks like a beautiful morning in Sedona from the, I believe the St. John aid station is what we're looking at right now. Yeah, these runners are going to be coming through, and they're going to be, after this aid station, hopefully getting refreshed and tackling the next section of this course that's going to be kind of rolling and rocky before they cross Oak Creek and start going up the Kasner Canyon Trail, doing a steep climb before they kind of pitch into the high pines for the rest of their journey to Heritage Square and Flagstaff. So beautiful section of trail that these runners are going to have ahead of them as they leave St. John Aid.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm reading the live chat and trying to think at the same time, which is dangerous at this point in my maiden voyage, which is the Cocodona 250 live stream. We did get some footage yesterday from Joe's crew as he was going up that Kasner Canyon climb, and it was really beautiful. He was there at sunset, so he's looking back into Sedona, I think overlooking kind of the Hangover Trail there as the sun falls kind of behind the red rocks. And it was pretty amazing. And we do have Trails Von Mutter in the chat saying, you have an excellent radio voice, Drew.
Thank you, Trails Von Mutter. I appreciate you. Also in the live chat, are you allowed to use a donkey as a pacer? That's a different style of racing. We do see some donkey racing. That is the thing. If you guys have time, you're trying to avoid work this morning, you can look up burro races. This is a real thing. I think we have that in Leadville.
They have that down here in
Bisbee maybe?
Superior.
Superior.
Where Copper Corridor is.
So not yet on the Cocodona 250 course. Maybe one of these years we can throw in a burro event.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it'll be like the inverse of how Western States was founded, where they had, a horse race that led to the foot race. Maybe we will have the foot race that leads to the burro race here at the Cocodona 250. Can we turn? Yeah, I can turn Drew's mic up. That's not a problem at all. And hopefully we will get that drone shot back up, as the only other camera feed we currently have is from Heritage Square, and our camera needs adjusted a little bit as it is a bit washed out as it's.
All right, so maybe this morning, do you want to, should we do some Cocodona updates on, just to bring everybody into the mix if you're just tuning in, trying to avoid some work today. For anybody that's just getting into the mix, it's been an eventful night in the Cocodona course. We had Joe McNaughty, a.k.a. String Bean, finish first place, followed by Mike McKnight in second. I believe around 4 a.m. roughly, he came into Flagstaff at Heritage Square. So I believe, have we had Annie Hughes finish yet? So we are awaiting our third overall finisher. Looks like it's going to be Annie Hughes from Leadville, Colorado. And what a journey. That is so exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing Annie roll in through Buffalo Park and into Heritage Square in Flagstaff. That is going to be a heck of a celebration. I hope you guys can join us for that.
Yeah, and we should be getting a camera feed up at the Eldon aid station in a while. We gave Julian a lot of love for volunteering. He's the aid station captain up there, said he would get a feed. So we gave him a lot of love in the chat, and so hopefully he comes through, as I'm sure he will.
Yeah, that'll be exciting. Always rough weather up there, and that section of Eldon. I can't imagine it not being windy and crazy up there.
Yeah, and so it was interesting. Jamil was able to get up and follow Joe McConaughey up the Eldon Lookout Trail for part of the way. And some of the views that he was able to get on his way down to find Joe were incredible. And then we had some drone shots from the saddle up there because it wasn't too windy up there yesterday.
Nice.
Which is pretty good. You don't get that too often. Was able to get some awesome drone shots around sunset from the saddle up there just off the lookout trail and down from the summit.
Yeah, the views up there from Eldon certainly are amazing. Glad it wasn't too windy for at least a little bit up there. It can be kind of rough in that saddle where they set that aid station up.
The live chat here is moving super fast.
Yeah, what do we got? What are we talking about?
We do have our drone back up here.
Oh, look at that beautiful shot of, let's see, I think that's Steamboat Rock, even though it looks like a submarine. Submarine Rock is on the other part of Sedona. Look at that beautiful shot. Look at that beautiful morning in the Pinyon Juniper Forest there in Sedona with those red rocks. Yeah, Capitol Butte behind there. What an epic view.
Yeah, most definitely. And an update on the temperature. My iPhone says that it is 54 degrees in Sedona currently. It says the high is 84.
All right. Yeah, that is the range.
Thankfully, the cutoff at Sedona itself, the aid station, is 12:15 today, so folks will have to have made it through that long stretch on the lime kiln trail through Deer Pass and into the aid station. But it's still going to get pretty toasty through this section for anyone who's coming in towards Oak Creek in like the early afternoon if they have just left, maybe just before the cutoff. It's going to be pretty hot. They'll be enjoying that nice, refreshing creek crossing there before they start heading up Kasner Canyon.
Yeah, and these runners, they all started with a goal of getting to Heritage Square in Flagstaff for completing this Cocodona 250. For these folks chasing the cutoff here in Sedona, they just got to make it through one more afternoon, one more day of this hot Verde Valley weather before they get the reprieve of the cool pines, moving up into higher elevation. Sedona elevation, they're going to top out around maybe 4,200, 4,300 feet before they leave the pinyons and junipers behind for those ponderosa pines up in Mons Park. So looks like a beautiful morning for anybody chasing cutoffs and moving through Sedona at this time.
Yeah, and I think that's probably one of the nice things about this year's course. Like in its original plan, this section was part of the original plan, regardless of the fires, was Last year, when you left Sedona, you had a long stretch on like a Jeep or ATV road that, temps were really warm. It was pretty brutal from almost everyone I've heard. And then you had a gnarly climb up Kasner Mountain. Um, Whereas this year, we're kind of getting you more into the vegetation and up into the pond or the Coconino Plateau and the Ponderosa Pines a little bit sooner.
And we're netting a little bit of single track with this new route. This new route is using, after you cross Oak Creek, getting that nice reprieve in the water, hopefully cooling down before you start. Just a really steep, really rocky climb up the Kasner Canyon Trail towards the Schnebly Hill Vista, past one of the most celebrated trails in Sedona, which is Hangover Trail. So these runners are going to be treated to some just jaw-dropping views, which the drone is capturing right now, looking over towards this mitten formation and Hangover Rock, which would be on the right hand of your screen. Just absolutely beautiful stuff, leaving some of the tourists, noise, and traffic behind in this section of trail, and definitely finding a nice, quiet, beautiful section.
Yeah, it's really interesting because the trailhead the trail that you take to get to the Hangover Trail, I think the most common is probably the Munns Wagon Trail. You're kind of right along this Jeep road, so you get up into the Hangover section where it's just hikers and runners and some mountain bikers even, and then you come back down and you've got pink Jeep tours and everyone right there, and so it's an interesting dynamic that you can get really really remote to where you may only see a handful of people on this Hangover Loop section, but then the trail that kind of connects you from a lot of the parking lots. You'll see a few more people, but then you'll see the Jeeps giving the tour of the beautiful Red Rock country here in Sedona.
Absolutely, yeah, it's pretty amazing. You can go from really dusty, kind of pink Jeep traffic to these really beautiful sections of Red Rock, and we're looking we're kind of taking the perspective that these runners are going to have as they ascend the Kasner Canyon Trail. If they look to the right, they're going to have this exact view that we're looking at right now, which is towards the Hangover Trail, that kind of mitten-shaped rock, kind of brings to mind Monument Valley. And man, what a beautiful view this drone is getting of that early morning light before those red rocks become kind of washed out in the heat of the day. That is just some iconic Arizona trail running right there.
And we do have a new parody account in the chat. Drew's radio voice is commenting in the chat. So I love it. We've had a number of these. We had Michael Versteeg's sandals early on. We had Coop's van.
I love that.
And we've got Drew's radio voice. I think we had Joe's arm sleeves. We've had a lot, and they've all been really funny, and they seem to get funnier the later we get into the stream.
That's awesome.
I'm not sure if the jokes are hitting harder or if we're getting more tired here in the studio, but
it could be
all that matters is the laughs are flowing.
Let's take a look at this drone here. I want to say that maybe we're looking at that line down there is the Kasner Canyon Trail. If you can look in the top third of your screen, that should be the Kasner Canyon Trail going up from Oak Creek towards the Schnebly Hill Vista. I think that's what we're getting there. Kind of hard to tell, but it looks like that's what we're getting. Anybody looking at Instagram, you might be seeing sections of kind of buffed out, beautiful looking trail, maybe where a photographer had access to the course, maybe where there was vehicle access and it looks like nice, smooth, runnable stuff. Kasner Canyon Trail is not that. Okay, so we're actually looking at State Route 89A in Midgley Bridge.
Yep, so he's flying from Midgley.
Got it. And if you can look down into that canyon there and kind of see those cottonwood trees and Oak Creek, our runners are going to cross that, take a nice dip before ascending the Kasner Canyon Trail. And that's one of these trails where we're gaining about 1,000 feet in maybe 2.5 miles. Pretty steep, tough grade, even on fresh legs. Hopefully these runners can appreciate using a different set of muscles when you're pounding that kind of flat, rocky trail just over and over and over for days, like these runners have, a nice steep grade like that can actually give you a chance to use your trekking poles if you brought them and use some different muscles, and it can be an amazing break. Things like Eldon Mountain that look superficially really intimidating can actually feel smoother than trying to find the motivation to jog even flat, nice gravel roads. So hopefully these runners are able to enjoy that, knowing they don't have to force themselves to run or jog. They can just hike that steep, rocky climb out of the Verde Valley.
How do you think this climb out compares to the climb up Kasner Mountain that you would have gotten last year with the 852 switchbacks that you experienced on that climb?
Yeah, that's right. That's a great question because both of those are different routes leaving the Verde Valley for the, I don't know if that's the Colorado Plateau, but the higher pines up there. Certainly the old course is much more exposed. It is a double track road with lots of switchbacks and it never ends. This Kasner climb out is broken up. It's a lot shorter. It's a lot more technical. Not quite as, maybe they're comparably steep, but it's a lot shorter too. I love them both so much. I think this new course captures more of a trail racing vibe than the old course. However, that old view was so iconic where you're able to look back on the whole Verde Valley on one side, and then you're able to look into the Sycamore Canyon wilderness on the other. You're on this kind of precipice where you can look in both directions, which is jaw-dropping views. And I remember being there for sunset last year, and it was that'll stick with me forever. Fortunately, somebody was able to capture that kind of moment and experience in the Cocodona inaugural year film. If somebody is just tuning into the live stream and they've never seen the Cocodona inaugural year YouTube video, if you're getting hyped on Cocodona and you want to watch that, that is an amazing piece done by Dylan Harris, I believe. And it's a great thing put together from last year's race. If you're getting hyped on the action and you want to dig in a little bit more, maybe you need something to get stoked on before your run today, check that out. It's inaugural year, and that is on YouTube.
Yep, over on the Aravaipa Running YouTube channel. An incredible film. And I think in that film we do get, I think we do have that clip of you as you're getting maybe a little bit closer to the top of that Kasner climb, kind of looking back and just filled with joy as you soak in that moment.
Yeah, that was golden hour on day 3, I believe, or maybe day 2. Day 3, I can't remember. Days 2 and 3, they get murky out there. I was able to talk a little bit to Dom Grossman, if we have any Dom Grossman fans in the house.
Well, we have, sorry to cut you off, we've elected or appointed Dom Grossman as the president of Mustache Land.
Oh, yeah.
Here. People were trying to nominate Eric for the best mustache in the race. They wanted him to feel better after his city council bid fell short. But I don't think you can deny Dom Grossman's mustache.
And I think we're going to have to settle it out here in the Cocodona 250 course. I say whoever gets to Heritage Square first, they can be the mayor of Mustache Town, as it were. Mustache King Dom Grossman in the chat.
Do we have another parody account? Or are we just getting... We don't have the parody account. We've got someone calling him that. Love it.
That should be one in there. Yeah, here we go. Got some Dom Grossman love in the chat. Anyway, I stopped down at Munns Park yesterday on the way down here to Aravaipa HQ in Phoenix, and was able to run a couple miles on the course, just do a little shakeout and chat with some runners. I was able to catch up with Sarah O as she was on her way through, and spend a little bit of time chatting with Dom Grossman, who I gotta say yesterday was just an incredible spirits for somebody alone at that point in the race. He was just lucid and knew his why, and was very much in the zone. I had a great time chatting with Dom yesterday. Hopefully we can see him come through the finish today. But I want to share a little bit he had to say with me when we were spending some time out around Munns Park yesterday. Dom is wearing bib number 13, and he mentioned having getting a little bit sick before Cocodona and having some other factors kind of affecting his race prep, and thinking that maybe he had an unlucky bib 13. And then one of his two daughters, he has a 1 and 3-year-old, looked at his bib and decided it was a lucky bib for Dom. And I know Dom is thinking a lot about his 1 and 3-year-old daughters and looking at that bib 13 and deciding maybe it is in fact a lucky bib as he is making his way to Heritage Square. So great guy with a great attitude. Any Dom fans out there should know he was in great spirits yesterday, and looking forward to seeing him finish in Heritage Square. All right, we got some Cocodonans here on the drone, looks like.
Yep, kind of moving towards the bottom right of the screen there. And again, they are going to continue their way towards Oak Creek, where they will get, maybe not at this time of day, it might not be a super refreshing creek crossing, but a little bit later in the day, I think folks are going to be really enjoying that creek crossing. We got to check in with Brianna Grigsby from that creek crossing yesterday just briefly. And I think that she actually may have taken a little bit of a nap in the shade next to the creek there, as she was tired. Her electrolytes had gotten off a little bit, but she got them back and was moving well when we chatted with her earlier today. And let's actually go ahead and take a look at where runners are heading to. The finish line there in Heritage Square. It's becoming almost an iconic spot. Every time I walk by Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff, I just envision all of the memories that we got to witness last year from this location. And moments after the last finisher gets through, this will all be broken down, and there will be concerts and picnics in the square there, and people just having a good time. So huge shout out to the city of Flagstaff for letting us continue to host our finish location in quite literally the heart of downtown Flagstaff, just blocks away from Dark Sky Brewing, where all runners can got a coupon for $5 off. They can go over and try their Ride Open Spaces beer, which does have the Cocodona branding on the can as well this year. So huge shout out to the folks over there for helping make that happen.
And just looking at that picture from Heritage Square, you're good. I can almost smell the Diablo burgers.
And so, yeah, on the left side there, you can see the orange canopies that are folded up. That is the outdoor seating area for one of the better burger joints in Flagstaff.
Better Burger joints
maybe
in
period.
Flagstaff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. One of the first burgers I ever had in Flagstaff back when I used to come visit in college to train. Incredible. I think you get the little Diablo insignia on either the burger or the bun. I can't remember.
Yeah, they do an English muffin bun there,
Yep.
which maybe doesn't sound like what you want on your burger, but give it a shot. And looks like we got some Cocodonans going under Midgley Bridge, and they're just right on the precipice of dropping into Oak Creek. Hopefully they don't slip on those algae-covered rocks, because by golly, that is a slippery creek bed.
Well, it's fairly wide as well. It's not like a stream crossing or anything like that. It's maybe How do you think that creek crossing compares to like when you cross the Verde River near Dead Horse, in between Jerome and Dead Horse Ranch?
Yeah, it's a great question. Those are both lovely reprieves for people to take a soak in down there in the Verde Valley. Verde River is a bigger river. Not that it should give any of these runners any trouble with its volume, as it is also pretty wide. I'd say they're pretty comparable. Oak Creek, a little more of a creek, a little bit less volume, but much more slippery on those rocks. Seems to have a little bit more of an algae problem covering all those rocks there, and hopefully these runners have some trekking poles.
Yeah, this is bib 194, Clifford Matthews, and bib 100, Eduardo Sanchez.
They're making their way there through this beautiful morning in Sedona, through the yuccas and agaves and prickly pear and alligator junipers, and even they'll pass through a little grove of Arizona cypress, which is a beautiful tree that you don't see in very many places in Arizona. But this trail is going to go through a couple nice little groves of Arizona cypress. And if these runners are lucid enough to look up, they'll get a real treat of these beautiful smooth-barked Arizona cypress trees.
And it looks like we're going to get an Annie Cam coming up from our good friends up at the Eldon Aid Station. And is McKnight finished? Yeah, so we have the bottom tracker, or the bottom kind of bar here that has our race leaders. Joe and Michael McKnight have both finished. So anyone who has the little FIN behind their name on our bottom bar here will be finished. And as that becomes too cluttered, I will cut it down to less participants.
So I'll go ahead and read this off for anybody that might be balancing some work this morning with the live stream. Maybe they have it on in the background. Our finished completed Cocodonans for this year would be String Bean, Joe McNaughty. In first, Michael McKnight finished last night in second. Our current third place is Annie Hughes, who is the first female and third overall. And for fourth place right now, we have Matt Smith, and in fifth place we currently have Jason Coop. And Annie Hughes, Matt Smith, and Jason Coop are currently on trail, awaiting their finish in Heritage Square in Flagstaff. Annie Hughes, last we checked in, was somewhere on Mount Eldon in Flagstaff, making her way hopefully down Eldon and on her way to Buffalo Park, which is really the home stretch heading into Heritage Square.
And it looks like we have that feed. And here we are up on Mount Eldon. Another place that you were no stranger to, I imagine, Drew?
Oh, not at all. And it looks like this says Cameron Eldon. Hopefully that's our...
that is our aid station. I just need to change the name here.
I don't know if that's our buddy Cameron Harder.
That's the same link. He'll be up. He was meant to be up there, but was unable to later today. He'll be volunteering elsewhere. This, I believe, might be Nick Paniche.
Nick Paniche, our boy. Thanks,
Yeah.
Nick.
Yeah, I believe that's him. So we sent Cameron Harder's link up to Julian.
Awesome.
To see if Julian could have some folks hop on.
You know, I took a sneak peek on Instagram earlier, and I saw Nick, who is volunteering at this aid station, did an overnight rack of ribs. He did an overnight rib roast. So hopefully some of those folks camped out there on Eldon waiting for runners to come through, or the runners themselves have a real treat for them.
And did Nick pace Pete last year?
You know, I can't remember at the top of my head, but it wouldn't surprise me. Those guys run together all the time. It's hard to imagine.
I feel
Pete
like
doing
Nick
something that
may
big
have
without
been the gentleman who paced Pete and had like a 6-pack of Old Style during one section of the run as he was keeping Pete going.
I'd say all this tracks pretty well with what I know about these gentlemen and what I know about the Eldon aid station.
Yeah, and I believe Pete will be up there a little bit later.
Chris Garcia, I love your comment there. Making my way downtown, walking fast. Like that. Good one. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chris. Cameraman had too much coffee. Yeah. Might be a windy one up there. It looks like we're looking at Eldon Lookout Road. Let's see. Do we know when Joe took the lead? What mile? I'd say pretty much
It was pretty
the
early.
whole race.
It was between Skull Valley and
Oh, and there's Annie.
Prescott. So to whoever was in the chat asking when Joe took the lead, it sounds an awful lot like somewhere in the first 100 miles, and he definitely led that thing as a front runner for nearly the entire race. And it looks like we do have Annie there. We're looking at the side of Mount Eldon Lookout
there we
Road.
go.
It looks like we're right above Sunset Trail. Annie moving steadily through.
Still moving with a purpose, which I think is the most important thing when you get to this point after you've just climbed up the Eldon Lookout Trail.
Highest point on the entire Cocodona 250 route at over 9,000 feet elevation. They're working for it. And they're making their way slowly up Sunset Trail, just a little more single track before they're going to have a long and very painful descent down Mount Eldon, down the Eldon Lookout Road. This is going to be about 4 miles on just absolutely blown out quads. This descent is going to be incredibly painful for these runners who have spent everything they have getting to this point in the race. Making that descent on just shredded leg muscles can be it can feel almost unbearable. It can be so hard. You would think the downhill is going to be easy coasting into Buffalo Park, but I think a lot of these runners and Annie right now are about to learn just how hard that can be, moving down on legs that have been exerting themselves for 4 days at this point. But Annie looks like she's moving real smooth going up Sunset right now. Abe Ott said elevation, she could do this in her sleep. That's right, Annie is from Leadville, Colorado. Calls that home. So I think Leadville around 10,000 feet. Anybody in the chat want to correct me? Base elevation. John says, sounds like fun, sign me up.
Annie's bucket hat.
Annie's bucket hat, there we go.
Scared of heights. That's funny. So they should be hitting the aid station here not too long. The aid station this year is a little bit further down from where it was last year. I believe most tents that were up there may have gotten injured during the during the creation of this event last year.
This all tracks well.
So they moved them down a little bit to tuck them in a little bit more vegetation as well, reprieve for the runners.
And we've got a beautiful view of the Kachina Peaks back there. These are going to be the highest peaks in Arizona. Humphreys there. Let's see, somewhere between 12 and 13,000 feet, I believe. I should know this. I live in Flagstaff, but forgive me. And these runners are getting a beautiful view there from Hart Trail over to the Kachina Peaks. Still a little bit of snow left on Humphreys, Agassiz, Doyle, Fremont Peaks.
And for the time being here, until he catches up, we will send it down to Heritage Square until we get that cleaned up. Yeah, she's won Leadville and Moab. Someone asked if it was her first female win. She was also third in Ultra Runner of the Year voting as well, as we got that cleaned up. Getting some nice footage up here.
That's so exciting for Annie, topping out the highest point on this course, just over 9,000 feet, coming up over Mount Eldon. And again, she's going to have a long but gentle descent back into Flagstaff, and then wind her way to Buffalo Park, the famed Buffalo Park in Flagstaff, through a series of still kind of rocky and rolly single track trails before tackling that last little road section right into Heritage Square.
Which is where you are currently looking. How does, when you're, 140 some miles into a race, how does that descent down Eldon Lookout Road feel coming off of Mount Eldon there?
Yeah, so as we were saying a little bit earlier, talking about Annie's journey, these runners that have been summoning everything they have from their legs and quads really don't have much left at this point to get down that descent. And I recall last year thinking that was going to be cake, thinking it was going to be smooth sailing, because normally when you're on fresh legs, the descent, you can kind of let gravity do the work. After being on your feet for 4 days and having very little left, especially in the way of your quads, it's almost more of a struggle going down than on flat, or certainly more of a struggle going down than up, unless you've really been diligent about doing your downhill intervals and repeats and have been really used to overloading your quads, maybe training in places like Grand Canyon and really putting in that work. However, that work went a little bit over my head last year on this course, and I recall that being one of the more challenging and surprisingly challenging parts of this course, which is twice as deceptive because you feel like you've just summited Eldon, like it's going to be like all pie coasting downtown from there, and boy, are you in for a surprise. You have a bike pacer? Oh, I don't remember that.
Here we see Annie and her pacer. And is this view, when you look out to the right here, is that looking kind of like northeastward away from the city there?
Yeah, so we're
Yeah.
looking northeast, towards almost Cameron. And they are going down the Sunset Trail right now. A little more single track before they dip back onto Eldon Lookout Road, which is a gravel Forest Service road. And this
that'll
section
take them down where they connect to some single track, some nice single track, a little rolling, a little technical in spots that will take you back into Buff Park.
And this section of Sunset Trail, when I was running it the other day, actually still did have a couple small patches of snow. Nothing crazy, but just showing you the diversity of terrain that these runners are experiencing on their journey from Prescott, Skull Valley, through Prescott Valley, Jerome, Sedona, Munns Park, up to Flagstaff. There was still snow on this trail in patches and shady patches just a couple days ago. So.
And this is where Annie's journey will come to a conclusion here in Heritage Square. And this is a beautiful shot as when they make a right off of Birch, they turn down this little kind of path or alleyway here. And that's kind of the first time that you get a visual of the finish line there. And so it's a short stretch, but it's a really cool moment. And this camera angle really kind of gives you a good look at what runners are going to be experiencing on the opposite end. So it looks like we might have Annie back here in just a minute. Once you start coming down that side of Eldon, connectivity can be spotty, a little bit spotty, but
Here we
try
are
and get
back
as
on
much
Sunset
visuals as we
Trail.
can, yeah.
And this is a beautiful trail that they get to enjoy here. Some of these runners coming in later are going to probably really enjoy this coverage after being going up the exposed Eldon Lookout Trail on the opposite side of Eldon, making their ascent. They get a little bit of moment here in the denser pines that haven't burned in recent years. So they also go through a couple burns where there's just kind of like dead standing snags on Eldon. But this is a beautiful section of Eldon with a nice healthy grove of trees and some good rocky rolling single track trails. Just some iconic Flagstaff running here, going up Eldon and across Eldon before heading through Buffalo Park. Let's see, someone in the chat, we're looking for footage at Walnut Aid Station. I'm not sure we have Walnut.
We do not have footage at Walnut. We're going to try to have some a little bit later this afternoon, potentially. The aid station itself may have some footage, but that kind of general area, once you start to get off the Flagstaff Loop Trail and onto the Arizona Trail heading towards Skunk Canyon, Walnut Canyon, that area, internet connect or cellular coverage can be a little bit limited and spotty in that area. And so we've seen that a few times as Matt Goldberg and Jeff Garmier both tried to check in with us from kind of that same stretch of trail. I was out there just a week or so ago running up to Fisher Point, and yeah, cell coverage out there can be spotty at best. There's some spots where you get good coverage, but for the most part, it's pretty rough out there. But we are going to try to get some coverage out near the Walnut Canyon aid station a little bit later this afternoon, and we'll kind of see what we have there. And it looks like maybe Jamil has picked up Annie, so we got the old jam cam back on as they're coming down Eldon Lookout Road. Yeah,
and she is having no trouble heading down that gravel road. Look at her running super strong. I gotta tell you, that is so impressive watching her tackle this almost 70 hours on this course. She's got to be at least 240 miles in, and she is cruising down to this gravel road, and it is so hard. I cannot impress upon everybody in the live stream how hard it is to move like that, going downhill after 70 hours. That is truly some epic running and performance right there. Shout out to Annie, crushing it right now.
And it looks like yeah, she is absolutely crushing it. And I wonder if Jamil is going to try and take her all the way to the finish from here. Really rack up the miles.
And we're getting a beautiful view looking down Eldon Lookout Road right now. Let's see, I think we might have missed the little section where they go through an aspen grove. But they're going to be going in and out of some recent burns. So alternately mixing it up through Ponderosa and other pine and sections of burn. I think they've come out of the last section of aspens up there. No, they'll have actually at least one more section of aspen groves they're passing through as they make their way down to the social trails, kind of funneling them into Buffalo Park.
Yeah, I think that's Jamil's Jeep following behind, so there will be no dust storm coming. I believe that's Jamil's mobile aid station in case he starts to bonk as Annie is crushing this descent here.
They are just beginning this descent.
Yeah, Jamil is confirming.
This is kind of a long descent. Annie looks to be about on the first mile of roughly 4-mile descent before they turn up the Lookout Road and head on to some single track again. And here we can kind of see a view of the Kachina Peaks above Eldon Lookout Road. And looking across that, we're seeing some recent burns that happened from the museum fire in Flagstaff. Look at that beautiful Kachina Peaks kind of silhouette up there. As we move through this burn down Eldon Lookout Road. And just some beautiful, breathtaking views. I hope Annie is enjoying this, being able to see this in the light of day as she makes her way down to Flagstaff.
When you raced last year, Drew, what time did you come through? Like this area, was it night or were you during the daylight as well?
So I was coming through this section in the evening. I got up to the last aid station on Eldon and kind of the last light, and a couple of my friends.
He's not coming. It's my ride.
A couple of my friends met me up there, and we took a picture.
No, you'll
feeling
get back on
like
trail.
the
But
end
it'll
was
be
near,
a
and then of
race
course
on
it's
the
about
road.
an hour till, roughly, depending on what kind of splits you're making, getting down to Heritage Square. So, but it was a great moment. Looking back at that picture now, lots of good memories. Hopefully everybody takes a moment to snag a good picture up there on Eldon, because it is truly a high point of the race in more ways than one.
And it looks like we do have Jeff Garmier on cam real quick, so let's just go ahead and send it over here.
There's
And
our boy. The
looks
Tiger
like
King.
that is the Tiger King himself, his crew in full cat attire, and that is the Walnut Canyon aid station, I believe. So you can see from the aid station connectivity a little spotty. Looks like Jeff getting his shoes, maybe a shoe and or maybe a sock change, maybe getting some work done on his feet. We've seen a lot of runners with beat up feet here, but we did want to show the people the big cat, the Tiger King himself, Jeff Garmier, as he continues to tell us that he's charging. He says he wants a sprint finish with Coop, and that is what he's trying to manifest right now. And yeah, it's fun to see Jeff saying that. And so we are going to send it back to Annie here, our women's race leader, as she is bombing down the Eldon Lookout Trail here, having herself a great run.
If we have any questions about Walnut Canyon Aid Station, feel free to send them in the chat, and I'll do my best to fill you guys in. Big Tiger energy. Looks like we got an excellent mix of Annie and Jeff fans in the chat. And it is exciting watching both of them as they come into the last parts of their race, especially Annie just absolutely crushing this descent down Eldon Lookout Road. And again, it's a long descent, and she is handling it well.
Her pacer also handling it well. Huge shout out to her pacer, who's there to continue lifting the spirits up. You know, I think at this point it's as Whit Weisbrim told us yesterday, his goal during this last stretch was just to keep Joe in as good of a mental headspace as he could, and things like that. And so her pacer, you know, doing her part as well to do all she can to help get Annie to the finish line.
And this pacer's going to have her work cut out for her a little bit once they reach the bottom of this descent and have to make their way through some kind of rolling single track, still at 7,000 feet. After doing the climb up Eldon, doing the descent up Eldon, feeling like you're almost there, hitting even 2 or 3 miles of rolling rocky single track can feel pretty rough when you're just envisioning Buffalo Park and pavement to get back to Heritage Square at your finish. So that pacer's going to have her work cut out for her in about 20 minutes here, I would guess.
Looks like we've got yet another parody account in the chat. Jam's Jeep is in the chat. Does Master think he can outrun me? Whoever this is absolutely brilliant, and I love it. That we've had Jam's Jeep and Coops Fan, Versteeg sandals. We've had it all. Annie's bucket hat. It's amazing. That section from Eldon Lookout Road back to Buffalo Park, some of it was impacted by fires in the past, but you do get into some pretty dense vegetation in sections and just some really beautiful rolling single track through there. Can be a little bit technical in areas, I think, especially when you're 245, 248 miles into a race and you've just gone up and over Mount Eldon. So, how did you feel about that section of single track? I'm sure you've also run that section plenty of times, connecting some of the routes over there.
Yeah, so the section we're talking about is the bottom of Eldon Lookout Road that joins Eldon Lookout Road to kind of Buffalo Park there. And these racers are going to utilize that, getting from Eldon Lookout Road through Buffalo Park. There's kind of a pretty big maze of trails there. So we're looking at Rocky Ridge Trail, also the Arizona Trail, part of the route all the way from Utah to Mexico, is using this same path. And I remember last year thinking it was pretty defeating. I run this section of trail in Flagstaff a couple times a week, and even on good days, yeah, it really brings it to you there. At the base of Eldon, you're a little bit higher than town, so you're working around maybe 7,300 feet, and it's got some rocky stretches. That can definitely feel rockier, 70 miles into your Cocodona experience, and especially after that smooth Eldon Lookout Road coming down, about 3 or 4 miles of descent. That single track can hit you like a wall of bricks, but it's just one last little thorn in your side before you make your way through Buffalo Park, and it truly is all downhill from Buffalo Park. So our runners can look forward to that. Let's see.
And we are checking in on Jeff Garmier here as he's leaving the Walnut Canyon aid station. We had our jam cam. I think Jamil lost service there, lost cell reception to stream the video. So he, depending on if he gets service again, he may be trying to loop back around to meet Annie down at Buffalo Park, where he'll definitely have better connection.
And Jeff Garmier, it looks like we have Jeff in, 7th we want to say?
Yep.
We got Jason Coop in 5th, Kevin Goldberg in 6th, Jeff Garmier. I'll go ahead and give a rundown for anybody that might be at work, unable to look at the minutia of the leaderboard. Again, last night we had Joe McNulty finish in 1st place. Mike McKnight finished in 2nd. Annie Hughes currently bombing down Eldon, looking super strong. She is our 3rd overall, who looks like she will be the 3rd finisher of this year's Cocodona. In 4th place, also still on course, we have Matt Smith, followed by Jason Coop, Kevin Goldberg, Jeff Garmier, who we have on the screen right now, making his way out of Walnut Canyon. Behind Jeff Garmier, we have Mark Vogel, Lauren Jones, Josh Locke, Fan Yang, Tyler Welch, and Adrian Bargan. So that's a look at your leaderboard of your completed finishers. Let's see, on the live chat, let's see, any idea why tracking doesn't show McKnight's finish time? Couldn't tell you. I know he came in last night between 3 and 4 a.m. Let's see. Maxwell on the chat. McKnight finished at 3:30 this morning. Thank you. Got some Jeff fans enjoying Jeff coming out of Walnut Canyon aid station. Jeff looks like he's on a mission. I imagine he is on a mission to get up and down Eldon. I think Jeff's got his eye on the prize with only one aid station to go after leaving Walnut Canyon. I think he knows what the rest of his day is looking like.
And he's sending the great Shelby Farrell text messages at points saying that he's manifesting greatness essentially right now. After he hit some low patches leaving Sedona. He actually took a nap in Sedona for about an hour and 15 minutes this year. And as we wait on that camera feed maybe to clean up, we'll send it back to the Oak Creek area. And so this section, he did say he enjoyed the creek crossing, and then on the climb out, he puked quite a bit and was having some stomach issues. But he's regrouped. He's rebounded, and the Tiger is now on the prowl.
And another great shot, drone footage of this section of Oak Creek Canyon. The runners, I believe, let's see, what is the cutoff we're working with? Maybe was it noon?
Sedona will be the next cutoff that we have, and that is at 12:15. So just after noon today will be the cutoff there, and then the following cutoff after that, as I try to search for.
Let's see, I think that would be somewhere
It would
perhaps
be
around
Munns
Munns Park.
Munns Park 1 is definitely the cutoff. I'm just trying to look at the time. It looks like that is at 1 a.m. Tonight, Friday morning.
Yeah. So this drone footage we're looking at right now, again, this is in Sedona, Red Rock Country there in the Verde Valley. And again, this is the kind of last low-lying area before runners who are working towards their 12:15 cutoff in Sedona. It's the last time they will be kind of in the more exposed hot part of this course. Again, as they make their way down here into Oak Creek Canyon, they'll cross Oak Creek, hopefully be able to cool down a little bit before they climb out of the Kasner Canyon Trail and make their way into the higher, cooler pines above, where they cross the interstate, beneath the interstate, making their way to Munns Park, doing a 15.5 mile out and back, and continuing on their journey towards Fort Tuthill and Flagstaff.
Looks like we do have some runners there, but we also have some folks over at the Sedona aid station. A great aid station, except maybe when it's 900 degrees like it was last year, and the pavement was like melting drop bags. But you've got some really nice views from that area, as well as you do with most places in Sedona. And so you've got runners coming in there, and again, they've got a little over 4 hours before they have to be out of that aid station. And we do have some runners on the camera now back at Oak Creek Canyon area.
Yeah, here we are around.
At the Midgley Bridge, I believe is where we're flying from.
Yeah, that looks like it. Midgley around Jim Thompson Trail there. And here we go. We're looking up at the highest point in Sedona, which is Mount Wilson, that kind of volcanic basalt cap up there. Getting a good view of Mount Wilson, which our runners do not have to go up, but they'll be able to take a little look at it on their left as they make their way through Sedona and Jim Thompson Trail on their way to Oak Creek. And we're looking at this nice grove of pinyon and juniper forest that should give them a little bit of reprieve from the sun as it comes up later, as these runners try and make it through Sedona before the 12:15 cutoff. So yeah, about 4 hours and 15 minutes for our runners to make their way through.
We do have some
Sedona.
runners coming in and out of the aid station again here.
186.
Bib 186 here. That is Daro Ferrara of Richland, Washington. So shout out.
Daro?
Shout out to him as he's making his way into the Sedona aid station here.
Let's see, it looks like in the chat too, we have curious about the lack of a tracker update for Rhoda Smoker in the last 48 minutes.
Yeah, and we're going to send it back to our drone shot here. Let me actually check in on that.
So we're talking about Rhoda Smoker.
Bib number 7. And so that is in between, so that's mile 195 is in between Munns Park 2 and Kelly Canyon. So I will check in with our race command and see if we're able to get any update.
So we have Adam Run in the chat saying finished his first ultra back in March. 50K is inspired. Maybe in 2024 I'll have to add 100K to the calendar for December. Do it, Run. Do a run, Adam, run. I know we've definitely got some good races out here in Arizona, in Aravaipa country in the winter if you're looking.
And we've got Florida Trail Runners podcast with an update on the Florida runners. And C. Sawyer, this was actually interesting. We saw him at Sedona earlier, and he let us know that he had actually gotten off course and taken the wrong route into Sedona. And so he had to go back about 5 or 6 miles, get back on trail, and bring it in. And so he's only 3 miles from the Sedona aid station now. So it seems like he's going to be ahead of the cutoff still, which is great. He seemed like he was in positive spirits. I'm pulling for C. Sawyer because he's originally from Australia. My wife is from Australia. But he was in good spirits. But he had to go back out on trail and kind of work his way back on the proper course.
Woof.
Probably not a fun thing to do, to be adding miles onto a 250-mile journey. But I'm glad that he is, based on that information, seemingly going to be ahead of the cutoff, which is definitely good.
Yeah, I recall doing the same thing last year, leaving the aid station, and somebody was fortunate enough to come let my pacer and I know that we were creating our own Cocodona alternate route, leaving, let's see, what's at the base of Mingus Mountain? I forget that aid station. It doesn't matter. But leaving Prescott Valley, we created our own alternate course, went off course, and somebody was kind enough to track us down and let us know. I recall also going down Eldon last year. You leave the road onto single track, and the runner behind me missed that turn. Somebody had to go get them as well. Yeah, it can be tricky out there when the amount of decision fatigue. We're talking a lot about the mental exhaustion, or a lot about the physical exhaustion of these runners, what they're doing to their bodies over, at this point, 70 hours. But the decision fatigue, the mental fatigue, from getting little or no sleep over 3, 4, 5 days, it really does a number on you. Just little things like, I know Dom Grossman in his Instagram videos earlier was having trouble remembering where he was or who he was. And indeed, sometimes if you wake up from a nap on this course, it's kind of hard to remember what is going on.
Yeah, and it sounds like C had a bit of a rough night last night, had to get taken care of by the good team over at MedStar. He was seeing wolves out on the trail that did not exist.
Yeah, definitely coyotes out there, though, so there might be something to that one.
And let's actually send it to the Sedona aid station here real quick. Will, who do we have here?
What's your name?
Mike.
Mike.
Yes, sir.
Is this the same mullet guy we saw yesterday, or is this a new mullet?
I don't know. Was I on camera?
No, I think this is a new mullet.
Oh.
New
So
mullet
we
Mike.
may have a new contender for best mullet out on course. It's looking good.
Sometimes on course.
Is that a sleeveless camo?
Tie-dye a little bit.
Oh, tie-dye. Okay. Awesome.
You're pacing, right?
Yeah.
Who are you waiting on?
C. Sawyer.
Oh, the great
Okay, we were just talking
Australian
about-
himself,
Good thing.
C. Sawyer.
Say that again.
The great Australian himself.
The great Australian himself. Yeah. We're both coming from Florida.
Yep, for sure. Awesome. Well, it looks like he is out close to the airport loop trail there, or coming up onto the airport there. So he should be there in just a few miles. So huge shout out to you, and thanks for giving us some entertainment. And it looks like we do have the Jam Cam back up here.
That's it.
And he is
That's the bottom of Eldon.
Yep, he is awaiting Annie, it looks like.
Yeah, so it looks like Jamil is
Yeah, and so
at
this
the
is
left turn off of Eldon Lookout Road where they get onto the social trails. Here we're looking at an area impacted by the flooding after the museum fire that washed these trails out quite a bit. So as they come up Eldon Lookout Road And it looks like Jamil is getting us a great shot of some of the burn from the museum fire. Looks like he's right next to the junction of Brookbank Trail, another great Flagstaff trail impacted by the not only the burns, but also just the massive flooding of this scorched area. And it's gonna, runners, after they access these social trails on their way to Buffalo Park, are gonna cross over just an incredibly washed out, just scoured almost clean area right beneath Buffalo Park, where this floodwater ripped off Eldon and actually into the Sunnyside neighborhood in Flagstaff. And Jamil's giving us a good shot of some of this burn from the museum fire. It's amazing that these trails, you can still navigate them. A lot of people in Flagstaff, mountain bikers specifically, have put in a lot of work to get these trails back to a usable state. And it's really fortunate that we're able to use them again this year after just the massive flooding from the museum fire that impacted this area. And I'm guessing we're waiting on Annie Hughes to make her way down. Again, last time we checked in with Annie, she was cruising at the top of Eldon. It's a very long, winding descent as you make your way down from Eldon down to the social trails that kind of funnel you into Buffalo Park. Hopefully Annie's running just as strong here at the bottom of this descent as she was at the top, because she was certainly looking like it wasn't giving her any trouble. Running very, very strong on this descent. Again, 70 hours and let's say 245 miles into this 250-mile race. That's a good shot of this grade that Annie's going to be coming down. And again, this is the last time she's going to see a nice wide forest road like this before she hops on some kind of rocky rolling single track for maybe 2 or 3 miles on the way to Buffalo Park.
A lot of really incredible trails out kind of in this area that you can access from a quick drive from Flagstaff. You can access this point, obviously, from Buffalo Park, but also from the Schultz Creek area, which is really cool that you've got so many trails that, connect to one another and allow you to, stay a little bit lower or get up a little bit higher there.
Yeah, this area of Flagstaff that we're looking at right now, this is the Dry Lakes Hills kind of area, kind of where the base of Eldon meets a whole trail system that's very close to town and accessible from either runners in town that live downtown like me, or people that have just parked at Buffalo Park, where these runners are going to pass through in a bit. But a very iconic area for training in Flagstaff. You can definitely see amazing mountain trail and ultra runners, and even some really strong road runners in this section of Flagstaff on the regular, which is a really amazing thing for fans of the sport. You're getting a really cool view right now of a very iconic section of Flagstaff running. So pretty neat stuff.
Looks like we do have an update from the great TJ Gardner in the chat on Fan Yang. He did have to pull out. He was having some knee issues. Had to call medical to come and get him. In good spirits, but pretty bummed.
And I know somebody was asking earlier in their chat about the amount of DNFs so far in this race. Do we have any way of checking up on DNFs, or do we have to wait for that later from our leaderboard? I'm not sure if that's a thing we can give an accurate description of at the moment.
Yep, I just have to count them.
Somebody way earlier in the chat, perhaps 45 minutes or an hour ago, was asking about the amount of DNFs or did not finish participants so far in the race, looking for people that have dropped out for some reason or another. I think we had maybe 240-ish starters this year. Does that sound right to you? So 240 people lining up with dreams of completing this course and finishing in Heritage Square.
Looks like we're right around 40, plus or minus.
So we're thinking that out of those roughly 240 people that lined up ready to tackle the Cocodona route from this year Prescott through northern Arizona to Heritage Square, 40 were not able to finish or had to drop out for some reason or another. Let's see. Eric Bruce, 30-60 DNFs so far. Thanks for that round number.
36.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, awesome. And again, we are back at our drone shot here around Oak Creek Canyon. As we in the studio will also keep our eyes on the jam cam. It looks like he is waving, which means he may have them. So we're going to switch it back to there. Yep.
And there we go on the jam cam. This is the bottom of Eldon Lookout Road. This is the last bit of road descent they have coming down Mount Eldon, highest point of the course. And this is going to funnel them onto their social trails, some single track that leads them to beautiful Buffalo Park on their way to Heritage Square. This next section is probably the last bit of running you really just got to get yourself through, rolling rocky single track before everything finally smooths out and you get a little reprieve all the way into Heritage Square.
No issue with the turn as well.
We'd love to see it. We'd love to see that.
It's always good. This area can be a little tricky to navigate. I assume that the flagging and pin flags are going to help. But with all of this, flooding and things like that from the museum fire scar, at times, at least for me, it can be a little hard to navigate. But it looks like they aren't going to have an issue.
Yeah, and we're seeing they're going through this creek bed right now that if you look at that ashy color in that creek bed, again, this is this whole area was impacted by the flooding from the museum fire and the burn scar. Right now, I mean, you can see on your left, this is just all ashy, gray, kind of scoured, clean drainages, and it deposited a whole mess of debris, not just big rocks, but also that footbed there is loose, almost sandy gravel, stuff that was carried down the mountain in the floods, and they get to leave that behind a little bit right now as they make their way over some fallen trees, going through the pines, pine cones, and rock-studded single track that is leading them to Buffalo Park. And look at those rocks. Yeah, they're not on the gravel road anymore. Take a good look at that stuff they're going through right now. They're going to be doing this for 2 or 3 miles, picking their way through, trying not to trip over any of these. Doesn't look like Annie has poles, so if she catches her foot on one of those, hopefully she's coherent enough not to take a tumble. I know I've taken some tumbles even on fresh lakes in this section, making our way through Flagstaff here.
And this section of trail is really, really cool because you're kind of tucked in a little bit of a pine forest, but you have these openings where if Annie is looking up to her left, you've got these beautiful rock formations as you start to look up to Mount Eldon here, as you can kind of see here. It's just like a really cool, interesting part of the course here. And Jamil with the great handiwork. We love it. Oh, and he does. I have him muted on my end, so we can listen in here.
And we're making our way. This is another kind of wash that was, this wasn't here 2 years ago. It was created by the flooding that we saw in this area below Buffalo, or above Buffalo rather. And they had to bring in a lot of heavy machinery, bulldozers, just to remove the debris from this section. So in some places we get these incredibly high kind of walls of rocks and debris, stuff that had to be moved out of the way for the Eldon Lookout Road and access to single track as they tried to clean up impact from the fire. And man, Annie is looking so smooth making her way through the single track. This is just some absolutely impressive and amazing running. It's a world-class effort picking her way through this single track. For any Annie Hughes fans, you're really getting a treat right now seeing this footage of her coming through off of Eldon Lookout Road, making her way to Buffalo Park, and just moving so strong over this rocky and loose section of single track. Again, this is some incredibly impressive running. And it's amazing we get a window into this stage of Annie's race. Looks like we might be losing a little bit of a satellite signal there as they are at the base of Eldon, kind of stuck in those pines. Hopefully we can get a check-in again as Annie makes her way through Buffalo Park. Let's see, and somebody in the chat wants to know, is this a marked course? Seems so. It is, in fact, a marked course. Hopefully these runners have listened to the race
Pull it
director's
over
advice.
back into Oak Creek here, and we'll see if that feed cleans up a bit. Reception through this area can definitely be hit or miss, as I have tried to take a number of work calls out on this trail at times. Sometimes it doesn't go your way. But as soon as we get maybe a better feed, we'll continue to send it back to the jam cam here.
Oh yeah, there's picking their way through. All right, so somebody in the chat wants to know. Oh no, you know exactly where Goldberg is. All right, and we're looking again at third overall and first female Annie Hughes from Leadville, Colorado, picking her way through this final bit of single track, looking Eldon Lookout Road to Buffalo Park. Again, just moving incredibly strong. Annie is really putting on a world-class effort out here at the Cocodona 250, and it is such a treat seeing her tackle this section of trail so strong. We're seeing a little bit of the rolling ups and downs that these runners are going to encounter as they make their way from Eldon Lookout Road to Buffalo. It's not all downhill from the top of Eldon. Runners will have a little bit of uphill to contend with. Again, we're in Flagstaff, we're above town, so perhaps around 7,600 feet. So they're going to be working for it a little bit. And if you can tell from your screen, this is not a nicely groomed California carpet type single track. This is a very rocky, rolling piece of single track. So hopefully all our runners coming through are able to utilize some good footwork and navigating all the turns and rocks on this single track.
And I do want to send it over to Oak Creek here for just a second, as we just had bib 231 coming through here on screen. That is Jason Baum, the Prescott Valley native. So he is running basically from his house up to Flagstaff. So huge shout out to Jason there, as we were able to catch him. And it looks like maybe our jam cam is it's going to be pretty choppy through here, but still nice. But we'll see if that cleans up as we go back to Oak Creek here in bib 231, Jason Baum.
231. And you said Jason was from Prescott Valley?
Yep. Yeah.
What a journey that's got to be with the reroute. Jason truly going roughly from his house, away from his house, back to his house, and then up to Flagstaff to finish.
Yeah, and it was interesting. Last year on the kind of the original course, we had an Aravaipa employee who was running, who lived on the course right by the Granite Dells there just outside Prescott as you're leaving Whiskey Row. And so he was basically running kind of past his house, not directly past his house, but like maybe a block from his house. And I think he may have even like taken a nap in his home or showered, but then still had the fortitude to get back out on course. That would be really challenging.
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine that's kind of almost the same feeling as when you're doing one of these like 24-hour looped courses, something like at Aravaipa we have Fat Ox, Hotfoot Hamster, and across the years where you're running past your car over and over and over for 24 hours and you just want to pull over and take a nap right there or call it a day. And you have to find the fortitude to keep pushing, just like these runners who are 70 miles into their Cocodona experience. And it looks like we're taking another look at State Route 89A and the, let's see, can't remember the name of that trail.
We have Annie here, and yeah, you're seeing some of these big rocks that you have to tend with in this section of trail.
Yeah, there's a couple big drops down there for sure. Stuff that looks like Annie's choosing the taking the smart route by just slowing down for a moment to step down those. There's a couple big drops.
Yeah, and Matt in the chat, Walnut Aid Station footage. We checked in with Jeff Garmier from there earlier, and the connectivity was not great, is probably a good way to put it. But we will have some footage from the aid station a little bit later this afternoon. And so we'll see if bandwidth improves in the area. But connectivity in that area is a little bit tough. And so we'll definitely do what we can to get as much of an update from that aid station as possible.
We got some Coop comments in the chat. Said let's not lose energy for Coop. Big Coop energy. Coop's fan, where you at? Still got a lot of enthusiasm for Coop, who was putting on an amazing first half of this race. I was very excited seeing Jason Coop actually absolutely crush it out here. Hopefully Coop can rally some energy and finish this thing strong. No doubt feeling the fatigue and exhaustion from putting on just an absolutely incredible first part of his Cocodona 250.
And no one has told me to update my leaderboard yet, but it does look like Matt Smith has passed Coop. Do I have that in here? Oh, I do have that. That's why. I did it ages ago. That's the point that we're at in this live stream.
So again, just a quick rundown for anybody wondering where we're at. We're following Annie Hughes, who is the women's F1, the women's race leader, and third overall. She is making her way on some single track trail towards Buffalo Park. She's probably about 246 miles, I want to say, into her race here. So her experience is coming to a head here as she tackles this last bit of single track on her way to Buffalo Park, where it's all smooth sailing into Heritage Square, the finish in downtown Flagstaff. And Annie is moving incredibly well. Looks like she is able to run all of this single track, not hiking anything that I can see. And I cannot impress upon our live stream audience just how impressive and amazing that is. Annie just crushing it out here.
We've got Aaron in the chat. Wants to see a Garmier coupe photo finish. The only way there will be a photo finish is if they both sprint at the same speed at the end, because Jeff Garmier has said he is manifesting out-kicking Jason Coupe.
And importantly, we have Kevin Goldberg from Colorado between Jeff and Coupe.
Yep.
So they're not really.
No, Kevin Goldberg is closer to walking down Jason Coupe, I guess, than Jeff Garmier is right now. And we have to give, Goldberg some love, as he has the biggest fan base in the chat room, who always chats in all caps. So I don't know if they're just excited or mad at me. But I think that at this point in the live stream that we've fostered our relationship to understand each other a little bit better.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody in the live stream following this coverage, tuning in to try and check on their runners. No doubt, if you're friends of these runners, they're thinking about you in their multi-day experience, thinking about their why, thinking about all the people that have supported them and are watching them, looking at the leaderboard. No doubt they know you're out there watching, sending them good vibes, and hopefully that is giving them some strength as they try and find the fortitude to run more sections than walk.
The chat is letting me know that they're just excited, not mad. And we'll see if we can get the jam cam back now. And here we go. Shout out, it seems like Annie has some fans from Indianapolis, Indiana. I lived in Indy for about 4 months doing an internship one summer. So huge shout out to the good folks at Indy. Incredible Midwestern metropolitan town where you can drive to the restaurants and bars and park in front of them downtown, which is pretty amazing.
Let's see. Got some moms watching their sons and daughters out here racing. Shout out to all the moms out here watching the live stream and no doubt keeping their eyes glued to the leaderboard.
And we do have some info. Annie's pacer is Gwen Rudy, 4th at the Javelina 100K, 1st at the Silverton Ultra Dirty 100 mile, and 1st at the female at the Zion Ultra. She's also a Leadville, Colorado resident.
That's got to feel nice being from Leadville, taking a step down in elevation to Flagstaff. No doubt
I think
treating
it was
them.
confirmed earlier that it's like 10,300 feet maybe.
That sounds right. For your base elevation, of course, lots of good stuff as you make your way out of Leadville.
And we do have, if we can get a bib here, it looks like 234 over here in the Sedona aid station. Bart Mangino, a Prescott Valley resident as well. Then we do have some folks here on the drone. We've got bib 129, who is Stephen Turner of Rye, New Hampshire.
And looks like we may have somebody coming in or out of the aid station as well.
Yeah, that is Mr. I believe Mangino, who's just leaving here.
Again, the next cutoff we're looking at in the Cocodona 250 is going to be the Sedona aid station. Right now we've got 8:29 a.m. local time. And these racers are going to be chasing the cutoff for this aid station, which is 12:15. So they've got about just under 4 hours to make their way through this section of the Cocodona 250 course if they want to be able to continue on their journey. Of course, runners who don't make it on time will be asked not to continue.
Looks like that footage is going to be maybe cutting out for a little while. If it cleans up, we will bring it back. Until then, we are back in beautiful Red Rock country with our eyes in the sky, just outside of Sedona. They have at the aid station some magic crystals, I believe, which seems very on brand.
That seems very on brand for Sedona, I gotta say. And we can see kind of from the drone footage of Sedona here, you can see that sun intensifying, kind of washing out those beautiful red rocks as the sun comes up, getting less of that nice sunrise glow. And these runners are going to start to feel the heat a little bit as they battle these cutoffs. Around noon, I think we determined that the high in Sedona today is going to be around 84 degrees. So as these runners make their way through this section of Red Rock Country, hopefully they can enjoy the nice dip in Oak Creek that they're going to be able to take as they cross on their way to the Kasner Canyon climb.
Temperature in Sedona right now about 64 degrees.
Ooh, and that's
So-
got to feel lovely this morning.
Yep, it's I think the last time we checked, probably about an hour and a half ago, somewhere around there, it was down at 54. So climbing steadily. You are pretty exposed, maybe not as exposed on this year's section leaving Sedona as you were on last year's section, but still pretty exposed out here. So it's gonna feel quite toasty. But I bet that creek is gonna feel pretty nice.
Yeah, that sounds accurate. And I gotta say, we're spending a lot of time talking about the heat out here, but at night it can feel so cold as your body is struggling to regulate temperature. In Arizona, of course, we have a massive drop between our daytime temperatures and our nighttime lows. Something as big as 30 degrees is pretty common. And as these runners are making their way through just diverse elevations, they're encountering all kinds of temperatures. And I know even last night in Munns Park, as I was leaving, it can start to feel pretty chilly when the sun goes down, and then all through the night. Hopefully these runners are staying nice and warm out there as they make their way through the night sections of this course. Staying warm and being cold probably don't get enough airtime, and we're talking about multi-day effort like this.
We are gonna see if we. Nope, that footage has not come back, but we will get better connectivity and coverage of Annie as we get closer to Buffalo Park, maybe more in the park proper. We had some pretty good footage of our second place finisher Michael McKnight finishing this morning.
Those some Cocodonans we have on the drone there in Red Rock Country. Looks like it. We got a set, a racer and a pacer. Picking their way through the manzanita and junipers and pinyon pines there. Looks like a beautiful morning in Sedona, especially for these runners that have come through a long night traversing the kind of open, sandy abyss between Dead Horse Ranch State Park in Cottonwood and Sedona. These runners overnight would have been doing a subtle but steady climb from Cottonwood, which is lower in elevation, to Sedona. So having to work a little bit harder as they made their way through the dark of the night into Sedona.
May have our jam cam back up as we are following Annie Hughes. She makes her way inching closer to Buffalo Park and inching closer to the finish line at Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff.
And that looks to me an awful lot like where It almost looks like we're back on the Arizona Trail, so maybe we've left Rocky Ridge behind. Maybe it's a different social trail. I'm not quite recalling at the moment, as I don't run all of
Yeah.
these trails all the time.
I believe this is Lower Oldham, which I believe is the Arizona Trail in this section.
Yeah, you guys in the live stream are going to have to forgive me. I don't recall the exact route that Cocodona is using, social trail wise, as they get over to Buffalo. But you can see another area that's been subject to a prescribed burn. We see a lot of trees that have been clipped down, thinned out here, and a lot of mullein. And this trail has gotten a little more use. There's a little bit of, it's still studded with rocks, but you're getting moving away from Eldon a little bit, getting a little more runnable trail for a short bit until you make your way. Oh, there's a good step down. Making our way over to Buffalo Park. And it looks like a beautiful morning in Flagstaff to be finishing the Cocodona 250. And again, Annie is moving over these rocks and ups and downs and windy turns just phenomenally. Hopefully she's enjoying this last section of Forest Single Track before coming into Buffalo Park, which can be almost overwhelming. Buffalo Park in Flagstaff, very popular park. A lot of runners, kind of fitness enthusiasts doing laps there. I saw Alpine Tuliamuk there last week running Buffalo Park. Alpine Tuliamuk won the Women's Olympic Trials. One of the many famous runners in Flagstaff, Arizona, along with Molly Seidel, who came in second at the Women's Olympic Trials. Just some of the friendly faces you might see doing your laps in Buffalo Park. We'll see if Jamil spots any other famous runners as these Cocodonans make their way through Buffalo on their way to their finish.
How many miles has Jam Jam logged this event? I believe as of following in Michael McKnight this morning that he said he was at over 50 miles. I believe we had set the over-under at 75. I think he's going to be over. This is also this is a pretty long stretch that he's been running with Annie here. A few miles at least. And then he had some at the top of Eldon. And so my guess is he's going to be over 75 miles. He said in 2017, filming Western, he ran 75 miles. Filming a 100-miler.
Oof.
Looks like that feed is frozen up.
And thank you, Jamil, for bringing this amazing coverage of Annie making her way down Eldon, from the top of Eldon through the single track on her way to Buffalo. It is so cool getting a look at this part of her race, this part of her finish, seeing her move so strong. That's pretty amazing that we get to see these runners at this stage of their journey, and indeed all these runners at all these stages of their journey. Pretty cool stuff. Hopefully you guys in the live stream are appreciating this as much as we are.
Yeah, I mean, and a huge shout out to all our volunteer filmers who are helping bring this coverage to life. Shad, who helped do some follow cam earlier. He helped follow in Michael McKnight from the hospital. He was there at the finish as we got Joe McConaughey last night. He said that he has rested up and has volunteered to go back up to the hospital and help follow in once again. So huge shout out to him and all our other volunteer filmers here who are helping bring this to life as we check back in on the jam cam.
And I think that's a nice seg into something that's really unique about this event. I feel like Cocodona 250 captures, I mean, this is only the second year of the event, but it's already created such an amazing community of people that love this race. I know I'm certainly a person that loves this race and was so excited yesterday to go out and see runners at Munn Park, and so excited to come down and offer a commentary on this race. If you get out to these aid stations, if you're able to get out and watch a runner finish at Heritage Square, or maybe you're pacing or crewing somebody, or maybe even just from your home phone or laptop, you can get a sense of the energy of this event. And I think it's Aravaipa has pretty amazing energy at a lot of their races. Certainly Javelina and Black Canyon come to mind, but I think Cocodona puts a nice kind of a twist on that energy and really takes it to a whole level. And I feel like anybody that has experience with this race, it becomes its own family and community, and is really special. So it's amazing being here for another year, watching these racers have this experience moving across to Arizona, and this foot race hopefully is something that they're able to look back on and cherish for a long time. We see Annie Hughes making her way now. We are just below Buffalo Park, a couple 100 yards away from Buffalo. This is going to be Annie's last section of single track that she's tackling before making her way onto the nice kind of a groomed footpath of Buffalo Park. Looks like they're about to cross a pretty good kind of scoured clean area that was impacted by the flooding they're going to cross in a second. There's some logging crews out here the other day cleaning this area up, thinning the trees a little more. And you should be able to get a good look right now. They're passing a hard hat area sign. You can hear the heavy equipment there. Looks like they're able to pass through no problem, but again, just getting a look at that massive flooding as they're making their way through.
And I believe they'll now start to kind of wind their way up, up to Buffalo Park here.
Correct, and we are on the Arizona Trail proper. We're going to do a short climb. It's going to be pretty rocky, a couple big rocks in there. Maybe 200 or 300 yards left of just really rocky trail with a slight grade. And then it is smooth sailing through Buffalo Park, through the pavement, the streets and sidewalks of downtown Flagstaff, making our way up over Hospital Hill and finishing again in beautiful Heritage Square in Flagstaff. So we're starting to see some of that rocky single track come back into the frame.
People are saying you're on point with your commentary, Drew.
I appreciate you guys.
Looks like our feed cut out. And again, we are now back at Oak Creek Canyon area as that feed cuts out. Let's send it to Sedona.
The St. John aid station. Again, our local time in Sedona is going to be 8:43 a.m. Runners that are out there on course need to come into this aid station by 12:15 if they want to continue their race up to Flagstaff. So they've got about, let's say, 3.5 hours to make it into Flagstaff if they would like their Cocodona journey to continue. So
and we do have the jam cam back up. It may be spotty through here, but yeah, a little deceptive climb in this section. It's like an interesting grade, I feel like, here, where you feel like it's super runnable and you can crush it, but it's taken a little bit out of you still, and at this point in the race, it's even harder than that for sure.
Yeah, and I doubt Annie knows just how close she is to Buffalo, just how little climbing she has left. Even if she did know, I don't think that would. It looks like she's hiking very strong up this last
and you
little.
should, if she's looking kind of back to her left here, you've got views of the Dry Lakes in the center, Dry Lake Hills in the center of the screen, and then you'll have Mount Eldon kind of off to her left, the right of our screen. which is always just like a super cool section of trail here.
Yeah, and Jamil's framing this really beautifully. Great job, Jamil. Jamil's giving us a really great view of just how rocky this last little section is. If Annie can just make it through this last couple, maybe 150 yards, she'll be in Buffalo Park, and my goodness, it is smooth sailing from there.
Oh, and actually I am going to go to Will in Sedona here, as we have C. Sawyer coming back into the Sedona aid station. This is the gentleman from Florida, originally from Australia, who had gotten off track, came into Sedona without having run the proper course, had to go back out. Now he has made it back in with, I mean, plenty of time. It was never in jeopardy there. So shout out to C. Sawyer. He's been wearing that cowboy hat for quite a while. It looks great and is moving really strong. I think up near the airport he was moving at 3.5, 4 miles an hour there. And we are going to send it back to the jam cam now, as Annie is starting to kind of make the final climb. So in this clearing here, the trail is going to kind of veer to the right, and that's when you're really going to start to have that final push into kind of the proper part of Buffalo Park. So you're still kind of outside the park boundary right now. You'll kind of cross through a little gate, and you'll be on the Arizona Trail, and you'll start to see the Buffalo Park trails there as well. And that's where signal should probably improve quite a bit once we get more into Buffalo Park proper.
And just look at how good Annie is moving. She is still fighting this just tiny last little bit of incline, and she's going to have to pick her way through some pretty rocky stuff, rockier than you even see on camera right now. She's making her way into this last bit of rocky trail. You can see beautiful Mount Eldon behind her as we come into the very outskirts of Buffalo Park. Annie just absolutely crushed this climb, or descent rather, coming down off Mount Eldon, running super strong on that just absolutely exhausting downhill. On such tired legs, 70 hours and 48 minutes into her Cocodona journey here. And just look how smooth she's carrying herself into the outskirts of Buffalo Park.
And the trail becomes pretty much groomed the rest of the way once she gets through this this gate up here. She'll kind of have a little rocky section right after it, and then she gets onto kind of like a little bit of a gravel path until she gets into Buffalo Park there.
And we can see Jamil is able to frame this for us, just how rocky some of this stuff is. Oh, it looks like she has left it behind now.
Yep.
And here we go. There's that gate we're talking about. And we are
There'll be
making
like
our way.
Yeah, I think maybe it's a muddy section, not super rocky necessarily, right when you get through the gate here. But yeah, it definitely cleans up quite a bit, and it's going to be smooth sailing terrain-wise from here on out, as Annie Hughes, your women's leader, third place overall currently, is coming into Buffalo Park proper. And she is absolutely crushing it. As you said, she crushed that descent down from Eldon, but then she really cruised through that single track as well, which I could see, depending how you're feeling, could give you some problems because it is pretty rocky and technical in stretches.
Yeah. Yeah, Annie really did handle that single track just so gracefully, so strong. And she's not going to have to worry about those rocks giving her any more problems as we make our way into this nice groomed Buffalo Park here. Looks like a beautiful morning in Buffalo Park. If Annie turned around, she would have one last view of the Kachina Peaks and Eldon behind her. Before we're going to kind of lose those views for Hospital Hill in downtown Flagstaff.
And it sounds like the great Don Greenwalt is out cheering, so we may get a little Don Greenwalt sighting while we're out there.
Heck yeah.
Last year's second place female, last night's commentator extraordinaire here on the live stream.
Yeah, shout out to Don. Absolutely crushed it last year. That was another treat to watch. Dawn just absolutely handle the Cocodona course. Somebody said earlier we need Annie on a Wheaties box, and I gotta say, judging from the running I've seen Annie do in just the last 2 hours, I agree with you. I think we should give Annie her own line of breakfast cereal.
I agree. And
Yeah.
yep, there is the trail that runs from left to right is
Angel Wing.
the Angel Wing there in Buffalo Park. And you're coming right down the center, a stretch that seems like it is never going to end. But nice and flat and pretty well groomed. And she is appears to just be cruising right now.
Yeah. It's a really cruisable straightaway, especially after picking your way through that kind of rockier single track around the base of Eldon there. This section's got to feel really nice. Just an extremely subtle downhill. Looks flat. And here we go. Jamil's framing this up really nicely. We get a view of the Kachina Peaks. And is that Dawn in the mix?
That is Dawn.
Heck yeah. No doubt offering encouraging words. Annie's got to feel so amazing knowing the hardest part of her journey is over. And it really is a 1.5 mile cruise into downtown Flagstaff from here.
One of these years, we're going to have this section of Buff Park just lined with people cheering. I don't know how long it's going to take us to get there, but it's a super awesome spot to just be.
Yeah.
But it's a great spot that's super accessible to cheer on runners as well. So incredible views in the background. Again, you'll have Eldon and TV Hill, I believe, on the right side of the screen, just out of frame. And then you've got the Dry Lake Hills and the Kachina Peaks over on the left side of the screen there.
And running fans would know this is a great place to get some good miles in, whether it's just chill miles or a workout, maybe while you're waiting for your favorite Cocodona runner to come in. So amazing that Cocodona is able to go through this just iconic area in Flagstaff for running. Only a short distance away from their finish in Heritage Square. Certainly runners from Flagstaff know and love this area, and I can say from experience just how amazing it feels to be running through Buffalo Park after 3 days and change just trying to get to Flagstaff. It is an incredible feeling.
And we don't currently have sound on the jam cam, unfortunately.
Looks like we got a shot lined up in our future from Hospital Hill.
Yep, we've got our good friend Shad right up there where runners will turn on to Beaver Street. They'll make that left-hand turn onto Beaver right there, and Shad will be there to give us some additional footage. And we will have audio on Shad's feed, which is great. And it looks like we are going to have some camera feeds down at Heritage Square as well. So we're gonna get some footage of Annie as they run past the buffalo and wave goodbye.
And
My
I love that
daughter's
Dawn
favorite
came
thing
out.
to do as we leave Buffalo Park is say goodbye to the buffalo.
There it is, Buffalo Park. Leaving Buffalo Park. Wow, what a feeling that's got to be. Annie Hughes, women's leader, 3rd overall. She's going to make the overall podium now, almost 71 miles into her journey. Cruising out of Buffalo Park. Let's see, looks like we're going to go down the McPherson Trail, get another nice little downhill. And Jamil's passing a sign with the grade right now. There's a 4% grade heading downhill. This is going to be the last section of gravel or dirt that Annie is running before she leaves that behind for the pavement of Flagstaff. Ooh, and that downhill grade's got to feel good.
Yeah, after kind of that rolling section, you get into the flat. The downhill probably feels nice, and again, like you said, your kind of last stretch of soft surface before you hit the sidewalks and roads that are going to take you into downtown Flagstaff.
And even that 4% grade, unlike the kind of steeper sections on Eldon Lookout Road, I feel like this section always feels kind of good.
Jamil,
Oh, 7:54 pace? Is that
for
what
the
we're
last
trying to
three
say?
and a half miles.
Whew.
Is that current pace or is that average? I wonder.
It depends how
Probably,
he has his
yeah.
Coros set up right there. But yeah, that is 7:54. Let's see, 71 hours into your race. That is some just true strength and amazing running. Annie Hughes, just absolute legend at Cocodona 250 this year. Really showing us what she can do on this course. It's amazing to be able to watch her finish this strong. Rob McDermott said that she just dropped on Greenwald. Looks like it. All right, and so Annie has left Buffalo Park now. She is on part of the Flagstaff Urban Trail System. This is the McPherson Trail, enjoying a nice little downhill and then kind of a flat section here as we make our way to Hospital Hill, which is the last tiny section on the way to downtown Flagstaff. And then as Annie makes her way here through the last bit of pines, through this Flagstaff Urban Trail, she's going to meet the pavement right below Hospital Hill, do a short 2-block climb up to Hospital Hill, and then cruise down Beaver Street. And then she's going to be moving down Beaver Street for perhaps a half or maybe closer to 3/4 of a mile or a full mile before making her last 2 turns to the finish line in Heritage Square.
Huge shout out to Tabasco Road in the chat. Thank you for that super chat donation. Go Annie. Thanks for the coverage. I think we're all #1 Annie fans right now as she is having herself an incredible run. She might be trying to drop Jamil. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm glad that Jamil tied his shoes tight and is able to hang on here for our live stream viewers.
That great Solomon Quickley system.
Yep, yeah. Pull him up tight. Might have done a little bit of hamstring stretches knowing what he was getting into and got ready to go.
And somebody in the chat was mentioning Annie Hughes' turnover right now, and you're right on point with that. Noticing just how smooth she is turning those legs over, that cadence, just looking at her arm carriage right now with that pack swinging, she is moving so strong from her arm and shoulder carriage up top just to her turnover, the way she's able to turn those legs over and keep that cadence moving along, going through this flat section just beneath Hospital Hill. Again, that is some amazing running. I wonder how many bucket hats we're going to see sold after this event is over.
A lot.
A lot of Hoka bucket hats.
Hopefully a lot.
I know. I kind of want one. Just watching this.
Oh,
There's
they
Dawn
haven't
again.
dropped Dawn. Dawn is right there.
Dawn
is apparently going to be traffic control here.
Awesome, and they're going to make their way just up. Let's see. Looks like we got maybe the street cleaned up a little bit. I know that recently there was a bunch of cinders still from all of our winter snow, but looks like a little smoother there on the sidewalk. And so we're making our way up to Hospital Hill. Looks like Annie and her pacer are joined by Dawn Greenwald, last year's second place female finisher in the Cocodona 250. Dawn, I believe, is a Flagstaff local. Does
Yep.
that strike you as correct?
Yep. She actually works at, I believe Dawn works at Flagstaff Medical
Oh, there we go.
there. So she's right at work.
And we see our sign there. It says historic downtown, the sign pointing to downtown Flagstaff. We're going to go up. We're going to pass this, make our way through this traffic light. And then we'll make a big left at the next light. So about a block and a half onto Beaver Street, descend Hospital Hill, and make our way into downtown Flagstaff, where the finish line and Heritage Square is awaiting Annie Hughes from Leadville, Colorado, our third overall finisher of the Cocodona 250 and our first female finisher, bib number 6. And now we can see kind of those cinders. 904, 902.
Yes, that's got to be current pace.
Yeah,
And they're
that
going up.
is-
This hill is a little deceptive as well on the road here. It's not long. It's not super steep, but I can imagine that, it doesn't feel super great. But you're probably just hyped up on adrenaline at this point, excited to be close to home.
Yeah, whether 902 is their current pace or just their average over the last couple miles since Jim Hill has been following them, that is, I can tell you just from running this loop that they're on, just multiple times a week, that is very strong running. That is one of the stronger 904s, 902s you can run. And we're making our way to Beaver Street.
I know people want some audio in the chat. I don't have any on Jamil's feed, but I believe we will be able to get Shad's audio here.
There we go.
So let me just switch feeds here.
And so Annie Hughes is making her way right now down Hospital Hill, down Beaver Street. There's really only 2 turns left for Annie to make. She's going to make a left and a right as she comes down Beaver Street, and that is going to bring us to Heritage Square, her finish for the Cocodona 250. I'm going to say we're probably, let's say a mile, maybe a mile and change away from Annie Hughes' finish here. That has got to feel good on this beautiful morning, 9:02 a.m. in Flagstaff, Arizona, making your way down the last hill of the Cocodona 250, knowing you're third overall. Got some spectators, some hospital workers looking on here as Annie makes her way down Beaver Street. And I wonder right now if Annie's reflecting on her journey, knowing it's about to end, how amazing she must feel about her performance here as it comes to a close.
Yeah, how do you feel at this point in this race? Because I imagine that it's probably pretty similar for most people who are, finishing this massive adventure, and maybe even more amplified for the performance that Annie has put on today, or over the past few days, rather.
Yeah, I think all of these finishers, whether they're Annie, finishing first female, third overall, or any finisher at this point in the race, has got to be feeling such a mix of emotions. Got to be feeling so proud, so happy, truly getting an amazing runner's high, feeling the rush of their imminent accomplishment kind of washing over them as they make their way down Beaver Street. I remember watching Andre Ironman Lee last year making his way through this section. I think, even for the last person coming through after days, you're just feeling that energy of, everybody started this race with a vision of finishing in Flagstaff. And for these runners who have now, Annie's been out here 71 hours. She's in the last final minutes of her effort. No doubt that is in her mind as she's making her way down Beaver Street. And what a celebration this is going to be in Heritage Square. Annie Hughes, Leadville, Colorado, mere minutes away from her finish at Heritage Square. Third overall, first female, just about 71 hours in. Just an outstanding world-class effort we've seen from Annie in this race. Still running strong, heading down Beaver Street, only 2 turns away from her finish. I don't know about you guys, but I've got my eyes glued to this feed just watching her cruise in. I cannot wait to see her across that finish line in Heritage Square. Hopefully Annie's able to enjoy just the downhill of this sidewalk too. Kind of a nice smooth shoot into downtown. And there we can see
Dawn Greenwald out ahead, stopping traffic for the Cocodona legend herself, making sure Annie makes it home safely to the finish line in Heritage Square.
We got some hoots and hollers out there. And we can see now, looking down Beaver Street, we're getting a look at, let's see, not quite City Hall, but I think the courthouse there. And that is downtown Flagstaff. Annie Hughes only 2 turns away from her finish at the Cocodona 250. And it's all coming together for her. Just a couple moments, perhaps 2 minutes at most away from her finish at Heritage Square. Oh, what a feeling that's got to be. And she's worked hard for it. Coming in, she'll make her last left turn here in 1 block off of Beaver Street. Annie Hughes 3 blocks away from the finish of her Cocodona 250. 71 hours and 8 minutes. And wow, what an incredible effort. Here we go. Turning left. Only 1 turn left separating Annie Hughes from the end of her Cocodona. And what an incredible performance that has been. She can probably hear the cowbells from the finish line any moment now as she makes her last right turn, maybe 20 yards away from the finish right now.
Yeah, and she's just about a half a block away. She's going to pass a little parking entrance here on her right just shortly. Just past that, she is going to turn down the alley.
There it is.
And here she is, the great Annie Hughes, your Cocodona 250 champion on the ladies' side, 3rd overall, rounding out the overall podium. And there you have it. What an incredible run by the great Annie Hughes, the Leadville, Colorado native. Amazing.
Absolutely outstanding work by Annie Hughes. And there you have it. There's your women's champion, 3rd overall in a time of 71 hours, 10 minutes, and about 30 seconds thereabouts. Holy cow. What an amazing performance. What a treat to watch her just absolutely crush it from the top of Eldon down through the finish, and by all means on the whole course. But I gotta say, that was an incredible performance by Annie. And now she just gets to take it all in and relax and give those legs a rest. Somebody get that lady a chair. Let's see.
It looks like might have a feed here. And there we go. We have the jam cam. And we're going to have to see if we can get Jamil to refresh his feed or have Shad head over there to get closer. So we're not getting any video from Jamil. Let's go ahead. And there we see in our shot the great Lindsay McDonald, Aravaipa Racing Team's own. We've got Austin Corbett with the beautiful hair coming out the...
And what a cool vibe that's got to be for everybody watching the finish come in.
And again, we are trying to get Jamil to refresh his camera feed, or if we can have Shad keep his eyes on Annie for the time being, that would be a big help. Oh, we do have Shad on.
She's got to take her finisher photo there. I
love it. And the finisher plaque or trophy courtesy of the fine folks at Aravaipa Artworks. The great Howie Stern snapping the photo there.
She's still not sitting down, still standing up, Annie Hughes.
Well, we saw that with Joe McConaughey when he finished last night as well. He stood around for quite a while. They got him a chair. He sat down for about 5 seconds, and then was up again.
Seize up.
And he was like, oh, I'm going to actually walk around. Michael McKnight, because he finished at, between 2 and 3 a.m. this morning, he actually went straight to the little sleep tent and sat down on a cot right in front of the heater. It looked really cold when those guys came in. I think it was about 34 degrees in Flagstaff at the time.
And that's in town. No doubt he would have been gotten a little chill on him coming up and over Eldon. But, man, what a scene that's got to be at Heritage Square right now with Annie Hughes from Leadville, Colorado. 3rd overall, first place female, lining up.
Cam back up. Let me... We do have Jamil's shot here now.
And it looks like she's posting up with her crew and friends.
Oh my
Again,
gosh.
Everybody that supported her. Just get that finish line photo from Howie. Oh, what a feeling that's got to be.
huge shout out to Annie's crew and Pacers, all the folks who helped, get her from Prescott all the way out here to downtown Flagstaff. Again, including our very own second from the left with the gray beanie, Lindsay McDonald, Aravaipa Racing Team's own, the Kansas City, Missouri native originally. So shout out to the Midwest.
And I know Lindsay paced Annie going through Sedona, or going through Verde Valley rather, from Cottonwood to Sedona. Able to join Annie on part of just this phenomenal effort on the Cocodona 250 course. Wow, we're going to be talking about this one for some time to come. Congratulations to Annie. Holy cow. Oh, it's a beautiful thing to watch.
Yeah, really incredible.
Liquid death for you.
Oh, thank you.
And the Liquid Death
See you guys.
handed out. You can see the stack of Liquid Death over there. Shout out to them keeping our runners hydrated after the race with a can of sparkling water, or I believe they even have some mountain water up there, which is actually quite refreshing. It looks like she may be off.
Yeah, hopefully to maybe get cleaned up a bit,
Or
take a rest.
Yeah, and get some sleep. I know that Annie did not sleep a ton, which is part of how she stayed ahead there. So we are going to keep it on our finish booth for right now, and we should be getting our drone back out in the Oak Creek area here shortly so we can check in on the happenings there.
Let's see, how can we update Annie Hughes, women's leader, to
Yep.
a fin at some point?
I can do that right now. Thank you.
So-
My esteemed colleague, Drew Fraze here.
So just to bring anybody into the mix who might be just waking up or checking into the live stream, we just saw Annie Hughes from Leadville, Colorado, bib number 6, come in, and she was our 3rd overall finisher, first female, rounding out our top 3 overall podium. So that would have been Joe McNaughty, a.k.a. String Bean, in first place, who finished yesterday. Mike McKnight came in last night between 3 and 4 a.m. for second place. And just now, moments ago, we watched Annie Hughes come in for our 3rd overall first female. Now, coming in next, we're going to be looking at Matt Smith, currently in 4th place, followed by Jason Koop, Kevin Goldberg, Jeff Garmier, Mike Vogel, Lauren Jones, Josh Locke, Tyler Welk, and Adrian Bagran, Cole Crosby, Sarah O, and Dom Grossman, kind of rounding out our people that are making their way towards Heritage Square that we have a shot of right now.
Yeah, and so all of those runners should be past the Kelly Canyon aid station and on their way towards Fort Tudhill.
Good stuff.
And then you have Ben Dolam. I want to give him a shout out. Another candidate for mustache of the race. He is the closest athlete to Kelly Canyon.
All right. So, thinking about the folks next up in the queue here, it looks like we have Matt Smith. The last thing I'm seeing on the leaderboard has him around mile 240.
So probably right at the base of Eldon, or right on the Eldon Lookout Trail, maybe at the bottom.
I would guess he's either on the bottom or making his way up towards the top of Eldon Lookout. He's probably going to be somewhere on Eldon. Behind him there would be Jason Koop, mile 235, so about 5.5 miles back.
So there we can see Matt Smith. It looks like he's halfway up the Eldon Lookout Trail there.
It looks exactly like he is halfway up, fighting through that technical trail, getting to the high point of the course. Matt Smith again. We're talking about bib number 53 here on Mount Eldon. He would be coming in for our rounding out our men's podium.
We do have, it looks like a runner leaving the Sedona aid station there, bib 173 maybe. And then we have another runner coming in here. That looks like bib
88.
88.
88.
And what?
Sorry, the gimbal's going wonky.
Yeah, so 88 is Danny Westergaard. Who was leaving? Was that bib 173?
Yeah, Natalie.
Natalie Bickers from Palmer, Alaska. Shout out to Natalie and shout out to everyone from Alaska. And it looks like we have our drone in the sky over at Oak Creek area. So let's go ahead and head back that way as the drone drops out. So we will come back.
And again, just to bring everybody into the fold here, although we're talking about our finishers in Flagstaff and at Heritage Square, on the other end of the course, it is 9:21 a.m. in Sedona. So folks that are in this section of the course are going to need to make it through the Sedona aid station in the next under 3 hours to avoid an aid station cutoff there in Sedona.
They're saying Smith is at the top here and that we need to refresh our tracker.
Wow.
Yeah, and it looks like, yeah, he is on that saddle there, yeah?
Let's see what
on
we
the
got.
lookout trail.
Yeah,
Yep.
He's past it. It looks like he's just beyond TV Hill. So he should be starting his descent in the next, I'd say 30 seconds. That long descent down Eldon Lookout Road. Again, we're talking about bib number 53. That's Matt Smith from California, who is currently queued up to be our third place male finisher, rounding out the men's podium. That would put him at 4th overall behind Andy Hughes, who of course just finished.
Here we see C. Sawyer heading out. C, if you Will, if you can ask C how he's feeling after he had to head back out and has made it back through Sedona now.
You hear that?
Yeah, I mean, the fatigue is real, but I guess that's pretty normal at this point.
Yeah, well, just so you know, we got a lot of people in the chat pulling for you, man, and we're excited to see you back out there and continuing to push forward.
Thanks. Thank you to everybody. I appreciate that.
Chin up.
And there you have it, C. Sawyer through the Sedona aid station and back out there. The Florida resident, originally from Australia, rocking the fashionable cowboy hat, looking good, being very honest about how he's feeling, and very honest with himself, which I think is pretty good. You know, the fatigue is real, but that's kind of what he expected coming in, you know, and so he seems very mentally prepared to embrace that moment and continue pushing forward.
I'd love to see it. Love to see him pushing and taking a look at where he's at, where he's got to go. That's beautiful. That is the journey of Cocodona 250 right there. All right. And it looks like we've got some folks still working their way through Sedona here, moving through this last bit of coverage they're going to get, these kind of low junipers and ponderosas. Looks like they're still getting a little bit of shade before making their way up through that Casner Canyon climb. I see everybody pushing for Goldberg in the chat. Let's see, Kevin Goldberg from Colorado is going to be, let's see, it looks like he would be 3rd, 4th, 5th male if he can hold on to his position ahead of Jeff Garmier. Kevin Goldberg is between Jason Koop and Jeff Garmier at the moment. All of them behind Matt Smith, making their way towards the Mount Eldon climb.
We'll see if we can get bibs on these runners when they pass our drone pilot here so that we can identify them. And let's see what the temperature here in Sedona is. Up to 70 already, so it's probably starting to feel pretty warm. As we lose that feed, we will send it back to the view of the iconic finish line archway here.
And we've got Sawyer's sandals in the chat.
Oh, whoever this person is has so much time on their hands, and I absolutely love it. I'm assuming that it's one person because I don't ever really see them interacting together in the chat. But it is amazing. Looks like maybe our drone is back up here.
All right, so hopefully friends, family, and admirers, perhaps fans of C. Sawyer, enjoyed that little glimpse into where he is at in his journey. Tell me again what happened to C. Sawyer on his race out there that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, so he had gotten off course when he came into Sedona, so he had to go back out and get on course. But apparently during the night, he was not doing super well, had to get some help from medical possibly, and it may have been something similar to just like, hey, hydrate and rest. But he was seeing wolves out there, and there are in fact not wolves out there, and there were no coyotes or anything that would maybe even be mistaken for a wolf. So he was having a little bit of a hallucination out there, got some help from medical, but during that time he did come in to Sedona off like the improper route. So he had to go back out about 5 miles in between the airport loop and Deer Pass.
And that is a toughie.
And that is a toughie. Thankfully, I think he got back out there early this morning, so he wasn't having to go back out there in the afternoon heat and experience that again. But then we just saw him push on through again, well ahead of the cutoffs. A little bit of fatigue, but as he said, it's to be expected.
And somebody in the chat wants to say, too, somebody go get bib number 19. Anthony Tadajewski, Denim Cowboy, looks like he's taking a wrong turn halfway between Schnebly and Munns Park. Oh, no. See if we can check up on that. We're looking for bib 19.
Yeah, so he would
Thanks for the shout-out. Everybody in the live feed, keeping an eye on the trackers, letting us know what's going on here. Let's see, what do we got?
Where was he?
Sheena. Looking between Schnebly and Munns. Let's see if we can check in on that. I've seen some interesting stuff. I see what you're talking about. It looks like there's a couple people that would maybe superficially appear off course, but it could
also just be the trackers there.
So good eye there. Probably okay, though. By all means, I know we've got some excellent race direction staff out there who are able to catch and look at these things too. I've definitely seen people take wrong turns. Been a person that's taken a wrong turn out here. The struggle is real. This course is marked pretty well, but sometimes when you're just that tired, perhaps without a pacer, you may miss something or misinterpret something that is very obvious that you're too tired to really comprehend in a meaningful way. And that is where it can be really, really, really helpful to have the GPS track on your phone so you can pull it up and take a gander, kind of self-correct if necessary.
Looks like we do have maybe a feed down in Sedona now. Here we go.
There's no runners coming in or out right now.
Okay. No runners coming in or out right now. So right now we're just kind of looking at what's going on in and around the aid station. And it looks like our drone is back up. So we will send it over that way.
And again, this Sedona aid station is important because we're talking about runners on the back of the course right now that are trying to get through the Sedona aid station in the next 2 hours and 45 minutes to avoid the aid station cutoff as they're making their way out of the Verde Valley through Red Rock Country.
And that right there is Mr. Jeffrey Foote, bib 101, the Chandler, Arizona native.
And it looks like Jeff Foote is in the Midgley Bridge parking lot, so he should be making his way beneath State Route 89A.
And we're about to have a check-in with the people's champion himself, the bucket wearing, glasses wearing,
Jeff Goldberg.
Kevin Goldberg is
Kevin
going to be
Goldberg.
joining us.
Jeff
The red pack wearing. Kevin, how are you doing, man?
Oh man, I hate running.
You're hitting that point in the race, but you still look like you're
I mean,
moving
I
strong.
guess so, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm feeling really strong, but I'm ready to not feel strong anymore.
Have you considered hiking lately?
I've considered dropping, but I guess I won't.
Yeah, don't drop.
And so it looks like Kevin has crossed the 89A, is about to head over to the Fat Man's Loop Trail, and then we'll head up Eldon Lookout here shortly.
Oh.
We haven't updated, so he may be there already.
Kevin, how are
Yeah,
you
I'm on
feeling
the
about
Eldon
this Eldon
climb.
climb?
Yes.
I'm feeling like I'm gonna catch Coop.
Heck yeah.
I love it. I love it. So
Whether or
we've
not I
got-
can keep him behind me is another story, but I'll at least get to say hi.
We'd love that. It looks like you're really close to him. If you can move strong up this long, rocky Eldon Lookout climb, I think you can manage it.
I got to pace this badass up here last year, so
Nice. So you know exactly what you're in for, huh?
yeah. Although I felt a little fresher last time I was in these parts, so.
Hey, I heard a hot tip that you guys have some smoked and grilled ribs up at the Eldon aid station right at the top there in the saddle. So you got that look.
Oh, nothing better than
some
rib meat after roasting yourself in the sun. That sounds good.
Hey man, if it's a thing you're into, it could be in your future.
That might. Who knows?
All right.
Anyway, time to put the trekking poles down and get to work.
Hey, thanks so much, man. Have a good one. Thanks for checking in here.
Thank you guys. Love you.
Look forward to seeing you at the finish.
You want to say hi to your mom?
Hey, Mom.
Have
Bye,
a
guys.
good one.
Thanks, Kevin.
And this is where Kevin is on his way to. I love that he is starting to kind of grind up towards Eldon and is just checking in on the live chat or on the live stream here. And it looks like we do have Troy back in the air, and we may have just caught a glimpse of the runner as we switched over. We may have just missed him, but it looks like Mr. Carol Balloon, the California native from Lafayette, California. And Carol, I believe, was a finisher last year. Yep, he was the fourth from the last finisher, and I remember being out there, and I believe Carol was the it is Carol because he's done some of our virtual races here. That he was one of the first people I was able to pick up on our Instagram Live as runners were coming through. It looks like maybe this feed has dropped off a bit, so let's go to.
Do we have a way to share the?
Yep.
This guy. Take a look in the other direction.
See, I just need to fix this real quick, and then we will be all set.
Looks like everybody in the chat really got a kick out of seeing Kevin Goldberg.
He's got a massive fan club in the chat here.
Hope you guys enjoyed that check-in from Kevin. It looks like he's in very positive spirits, and he knows exactly where he's at, exactly what the rest of his race is looking like.
And there we go.
And we're taking a look at the Flagstaff area, kind of around. We got the finish down the bottom with that kind of bouncing number 6 bib. That would have been
Annie Hughes.
The finish down there. We're taking a look at the Mount Eldon area. You see bib number 53. That is going to be Matt Smith making his way down that Eldon Lookout Road. Bib number 15 here is going to be Jason Coop, who is making his way up that Eldon ascent. You can see Eldon Mountain in the middle of your screen and that kind of switchbacky thing going on to where it says Eldon Mountain. So Jason Koop should be starting that ascent momentarily. And then behind that, you see Kevin Goldberg, who we just caught a live update from, who's made his way across State Route 89A and is now just taking some kind of single track approaches towards the base of that Eldon climb. He mentioned wanting to catch Jason Koop. Looks like that could be in his future if he moves strong and maybe if Jason's kind of slowing down a bit. Not sure what's up with Koop. Hopefully we get a good update from Eldon and see how this kind of a race for the third place and beyond men's positions kind of shake out over the next couple hours here. So pretty exciting stuff, seeing where everybody's at, making their way to the finish. Of course, another one of the people's favorites, the Tiger King himself, Jeff Garmier. His bib, number 21, is also in the shot. Looks like he has left, Walnut Canyon Aid and is making his way towards the base of Eldon, couple miles out from beginning that climb and eventual descent to Heritage Square in Flagstaff at the finish. Let's see. In the chat it says men and women's winners. Are there also age group winners? To the best of my knowledge, we do not honor specific age groups like you might in a bigger field, like in a kind of city road race. So I don't know if the folks at Aravaipa Artwork have made anything specific for finishers of notable age out there. I'm not sure what the spread of ages we're looking at for the field is. That is an interesting question and an idea, though. Let's see. It looks like we got a update on the snack options at Eldon. It says, at Eldon we have smoked ribs, chicken, and sausage. Wow, that sounds like some real Pete's Meats up there. Pete Mortimer, famous.
Is he up there? I don't think he's up there yet because he's pacing Josh Locken, right?
Yeah, he's not up there, but it sounds like the Pete's Meats vibes are strong at Eldon Aid. We love that. I know last year somebody had some takeout food from a Cajun restaurant in Flagstaff that they kicked down to me, and holy cow, that was one of the highlights of my race. Getting a good snack or something at Eldon sure is a treat. Let's see. Goldberg's rib meat is a new one in the chat. Let's see, it sounds like in addition to their smoked meats option, we got some pancakes for runners at the Eldon Aid in the near future. Love that. Let's see, are there cash prices for the top 3 or 5 or whomever? I don't believe that there's a cash prize for any of the finishers unless their specific race sponsors are kicking them down something. So let's see, that would probably depend on the sponsors of these runners. Oh, we got a fan of Pete's Meats in the chat. Somebody knows what we're talking about. Pete Mortimer, last year's second place Cocodona finisher, famously providing barbecue at many an aid station and Aravaipa race. And it sounds like they're keeping that tradition alive at the Eldon aid station right now.
Yeah, Pete is known to always bring in the barbecue.
And the beverages.
And the beverages.
Good man. We love you, Pete. And Pete loves the Cocodona too. I know he's jumping in to do some more pacing. Saw him at Munns Park aid station yesterday and know he was down doing the live feed as well. So clearly somebody who's been impacted by the community and the spirit of Cocodona 250, and glad to see he is giving some of that energy back and hopping back in for this year, contributing where he can. I'd love to see that. And on our live stream drone right now, we're taking a look at the highest point in Sedona. That is Mount Wilson, which, as runners make their way out of Sedona and towards the high pines of Munns Park, they would see this on their left as they cross beneath Midgley Bridge, cross Oak Creek, and climb out of Schnebley Hill, out of the Sedona area. Earlier we established the high in Sedona today is looking to be around 84 degrees. At last check, I think it was in the mid-70s, so definitely heating up a little bit out there. And it looks like the shade is starting to disappear out in this section of, or this part of Arizona. This is a pinyon juniper forest, so not really the tall shade-providing pines that we think about in Prescott or maybe Munns Park or Flagstaff. These are smaller, shorter trees, don't quite offer as much coverage. You can see a little bit of shade in there from these alligator junipers, Utah junipers, maybe a little bit of Arizona cypress and like a dwarf pinyon pine in there, just offering a little bit of reprieve for these runners from the heat and the sun. And I wonder if we can take a look at what the rest of the women's podium is looking like potentially. Of course, we had Annie Hughes finish third overall, first female. And looking down the list here, looks like we've got Lauren Jones from Georgia, I believe.
Yep, from the great city of Atlanta.
Currently second female. Followed by Sarah O from Flagstaff, Arizona, a veteran of this course. This is her second year doing Cocodona. Currently third female. So that's a little look at the rest of your women's podium. Behind Sarah, by only about 8 miles right now, we have Stephanie Simpson from Quebec, I believe. Or is it Montreal? I apologize to our Canadian live stream fans out there.
Yep, she's from Montreal, Quebec.
All right, Stephanie Simpson from Montreal, Quebec there, currently in fourth female, followed by Rhoda Smoker. And let's see, where was Rhoda from?
She was from Pennsylvania. Yeah, Elverson, Pennsylvania.
And Carrie Henderson, also of Flagstaff.
Originally from the great state of Illinois, I'm told.
Ah, no kidding. And Carrie is at mile 201, so still about 49 miles left in her journey. Just 1 mile behind Rhoda, who is at mile 202. Stephanie Simpson is at mile 203, so all these ladies are within 2 miles of each other. Just ahead of them at mile 211, and this is just last that our tracker refresh. These may not be entirely accurate, but should be a good ballpark, is Sarah O. Lauren Jones at mile 229. And of course, Annie Hughes has finished. Pretty exciting stuff out there in the women's field. Let's see what's going on in Heritage Square.
They're just talking with their camera feed on. We shouldn't have our next finisher is probably, well, it should be Michael Smith, or Matt Smith rather. He's probably about 90 minutes away, give or take, probably from the top of Eldon down. Actually can look at what some of our folks have been splitting from that section.
All right, we got some Rhoda fans in the house.
Yeah, so it looks like Joe split 90 minutes from the top. Annie split 90 minutes from the top. I don't if we have Michael McKnight's finish time because he's not showing up on track leaders yet. But I'm guessing it'll be around 90 minutes probably.
Yeah, depending, let's see, on how they're moving out there, with or without a pacer, how that last section of single track is treating them. Hopefully that last turn off of Eldon Lookout Road doesn't give them any problems.
Yep.
But if that is the case, we would expect to see bib number 53, Matt Smith from California, rounding out the men's podium in about 90 minutes.
So Susie is pacing Matt Smith. She's the race director of Kodiak Ultras. I thought someone said Matt Smith was the race director. So Chad will have to give us some clarity here, but shout out to Susie here, who's about to be pacing Matt Smith.
Nice. Well, it sounds like, obviously Matt cruising into third place male here on the men's podium. Somebody that's moving good. Sounds like he's got a great pacer with him. We look forward to seeing how the end of his journey shakes out coming into Flagstaff as he moves down Eldon Lookout Road. Again, that kind of long, wide downhill off of Mount Eldon. Chance to try and recoup some easier downhill miles if your legs can handle that kind of loading on the quads. Absolutely not a guarantee for these runners, but if you got the leg strength, it's got to feel good. See somebody in the chat saying Goldberg closing on Coop. And between Goldberg and Coop, if we're looking at the live tracker, there's about a mile between them. As they're going up, let's see, I would imagine that Coop would be slowing down, making that steep ascent up Eldon, and Goldberg would be covering those approach trails more quickly. Kind of a difference in terrain there. Let's see. So we got some clarity about Matt and Susie. It says Matt founded Kodiak and Susie's running it now.
Okay, cool.
Very interesting.
Oh, I just got a text from my wife that someone at her work brought in some ingredients to make queso, and it's Cinco de Mayo. So happy Cinco de Mayo, Drew. Thank you for celebrating the holiday with me.
Cheers. Happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone. Yesterday we had May the 4th be with you.
Yep.
And now we have Cinco de Mayo. Gotta love Cocodona week. Somebody's asking me to refresh. Good call.
Can always rely on the chat to have your back here, you know.
Appreciate y'all out there being a part of this live stream experience with us from wherever you're joining us. Just a suggestion, could you guys share stories and videos from runners' Instagrams? Might be cool to see if feeds are being fussy too. That's an excellent suggestion, Jody Davis. I'm not sure if that is.
We can, if you just give me 1 second here. I'm trying to make sure that we have everything we need to be able to pull up feeds.
But thanks for that suggestion, Jody, and thanks for everybody in the chat giving us suggestions and ideas for how to keep this live stream engaging and interesting for you guys. And by all means, if there is any runners you are following and you think we could provide some updates on their journey, by all means, let us know in the chat. We are reading the chat.
Yeah, and so we can bring in some of those stories, I think, here. Let me... So we're taking a look at Oak Creek Canyon, that incredible bridge. And let's bring up the iPad. So here is what we can do. We won't be able to bring in any sort of video because we won't have audio running through the iPad that we use here. But we do have Mel runs long. She said she had the opportunity to pace her friend Lisa Kravitz for 31 miles. She started with her at Whiskey Row. So there you see Lisa.
It looks like this picture is from Mingus Mountain.
Yep.
Definitely a smile on Lisa's face there. I'd love to see that. It looks like a beautiful moment as the sun is setting there on Mingus.
Yeah, a nice view. Is that coming up or starting the descent down?
Ooh, that's an excellent question. I know we're on Mingus here, but I'm trying to tell if
Looks like
that
that
in the
might be
background,
overlooking the Verde Valley.
Yeah, that kind of looks like the Bradshaws and the open Prescott Valley there.
Prescott
in the
Valley,
distance. That would make sense to me.
And so we are on the tagged list here. We've got the beams rolling in. Who do we have here? Elise Thiel.
Let's see. Looks like some more pacer vibes. Love to see friends, family, and even strangers coming out to pace folks in need. Definitely, when you've got all these days and days of traveling on your hands, that can help the miles go by easier when you've exhausted your headphone choices, podcasts. Motivating music is no longer motivating. It can be such a treat just having a friend or family there with you to chat the miles away or observe interesting things together. Shout out to all the pacers and crew out there supporting their friends, family, athletes. An event like this, having a good crew and pacers can make a whole lot of difference in just your energy out there on the trail as you try and carry yourself through it.
And we do, I think, have a runner that just passed by on the drone. So we're going to go back here. We will, however, definitely be sharing some more of those stories throughout. Now that we have, we've got the setup kind of dialed in here now, Drew.
Sure do.
Nope. Looks like we may still be. Yep, here comes a runner.
All right. So again, to kind of bring everybody up to speed, yesterday we've now seen our first three finishers. Our top two men and first female, Annie Hughes, have finished the Cocodona 250. We are eagerly awaiting the rest of the last position for the men's podium. That's going to be a third place male. Looks like that could be Matt Smith, who is making his way down Eldon Lookout Road with a pacer at the moment. Behind them, we're keeping an eye on Jason Koop and Kevin Goldberg, who are potentially duking it out for another spot there. Behind them is Jeff Garmier, and also keeping an eye on the rest of the women's field for women's second and third place. And we're also keeping an eye right now on Sedona, where runners coming through are trying to make it through Sedona before the aid station cutoff in about 2 hours and 15 minutes. So these are the folks that have been duking it out in the back of the pack and are trying to keep moving in a way that can help them finish before the cutoff times. And these runners, if they're coming through this part of Oak Creek Canyon right now, they've probably been in Sedona for the better part of the morning and would have gone through the Verde Valley, which can be this really exposed running. They would have gone through that in the dark of the night last night. And runners in this section, again, are, this area is around Midgley Bridge. So these runners are going to be imminently crossing Oak Creek that runs through Oak Creek Canyon. Perhaps taking a moment to cool off, having an opportunity to cool off and relax in Oak Creek. I think we lost our drone there, unfortunately. And then this is going to be their last bit of kind of hotter, more exposed running until these runners kind of climb out of Oak Creek Canyon, up Kasner Canyon Trail, above Schnebly Hill, and into Munns Park, which is a higher elevation, kind of a different vegetation zone, kind of a different biome, higher elevation with bigger pines.
Got the drone back up here.
There we go, Midgley Bridge.
We're going to see if we can get some bibs from on these runners here.
Get right in here. Cocodonuts.
We do have, yeah, we'll bring it. We do have some Cocodonuts here. Drew, with a great fueling strategy. And those runners, one of those runners was bib 70. So we'll need to look that runner up real quick. That was Irene Custers. So we just saw her come through. And keep losing that feed, but then we are getting word in the field that some of these camera feeds at Sedona are starting to struggle because the phones are overheating now. So we may be on this static cam off and on here. We are also working on eventually moving that static cam in Sedona, where the cutoff will be occurring soon, moving that up course to Fort Tuthill, where we'll be seeing runners coming in for quite a while now.
And I gotta say, Fort Tuthill, such a treat. After you left the Verde Valley behind, getting up to the High Pines, Munns Park, feeling like, you know, you're on this journey to try and get to Flagstaff. And finally, after 200 plus miles, you feel like, hey, I'm in Fort Tuthill. I'm just about in Flagstaff. And then what happens? You've got another 40 plus miles of winding your way through Flagstaff just to get to the base of Eldon and try and finish. What a wild ride that is. But I know for these runners just trying to make their way to Flagstaff, that is going to be a huge relief when they get to Tuthill. Great aid station there. Excellent place to pound an entire piece of Cletta pizza.
And plenty of lube if you need it, courtesy of our friends at Squirrel's Nut Butters.
Absolutely. Which hopefully that is not a problem that these runners are having to troubleshoot at this point in the race, because you know, God knows if you get behind on that, that is a massive struggle to try and correct. But no doubt anybody doing this race has had plenty of stuff that they've had to troubleshoot and will continue to as they make their way to Flagstaff. This race really is just about finding the will to keep going, troubleshooting, fighting through that fatigue, and that constant battle between am I hiking or running?
Yeah. And I think we saw even Joe Stringbean McConaughey.
Open-ended question for the chat. How would you guys feel about a film made not about the race leaders of Cocodona, but about the people that are marching to chase and battle cutoffs? Kind of a look at um, the end of the pack in an event like this. I know a lot of folks are inspired by the finishers. I certainly am too, but I gotta say it's incredible just thinking about the persistence and fortitude of the people that are towards the end of this race, that are out there not just for 3 days, but for 5 days and change. That's an extra 48 hours out there, struggling through the same heat, trying to stay hydrated, trying to keep their calories up, trying to keep moving. Extra 2 days, extra 2 nights, fighting that sleep deprivation. I think there's a lot of interesting stories in the back of the pack, and hopefully we can have a window into some of these people's journeys as we're taking a look at the Sedona aid station, some of that drone footage as well. Folks battling it, just trying to keep the Cocodona dream alive. Okay. So let's see if we can take a gander at everybody making their way towards Sedona. Let's see. Airport Saddle. You think this is the aid station here in Sedona?
Yep.
Okay. So it appears that perhaps we have a good mix of folks that are posted up at the Sedona aid station right now. Hopefully getting refueled, rehydrated, doing whatever they need to do for the next part of their journey. And trying to take a look and see who we have next on their way to Sedona aid station. Looks like we have Scott Myers is on his way from Oshkosh, Wisconsin. So he should check the box of making it to that Sedona aid station before the cutoff just fine. Behind Scott we have Natalie Bickers from Palmer, Alaska. Looks like she's not too far away from the Sedona aid station. Also Nathaniel Lee from Monument, Colorado. Looks like he's in a good spot to make it to that Sedona aid station in the very near future. Also Darrow Ferrara from Richland, Washington. Looks like he's making excellent progress through Sedona over to the aid station. So as these folks are battling to make it in through Sedona before the cutoff, it looks like those folks are just about there and can anticipate coming into that aid station in the very near future. Let's see, and checking back in on our next potential finisher, Matt Smith. Looks like the folks in the chat are happy to let us know he's about 5 miles out.
Yep, he's coming down Eldon Lookout Road. It looks like we've got a battle between Goldberg and Coop as they make their way up the top as well. Up to the top of Mount Eldon. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we can see that.
I'll pull it up on the iPad here.
And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about
Bib 130 is Kevin Goldberg. Bib 15, Jason Coop. And then a little less than 3 miles behind them is the Tiger King himself, Mr. Jeff Garmier.
But at this point, it looks like Kevin Goldberg has, in fact, passed Jason Coop.
And again, unless there's any sort of like pinging delay on one versus the other.
Which is entirely possible.
And then, yeah, it looks like
Matt Smith making his way down Eldon Lookout Road. And he's going to be, we can kind of see this junction of trails here.
Yep.
Let's see, they're going to pass Brookbank and Rocky Ridge Trail and make that left turn onto Rocky Ridge and Oldham, which is going to bring them off that double track descent from Mount Eldon onto the last stretch of kind of rocky, winding single track. And then Matt will make his way as he kind of picks through that, in through Buffalo Park and into the finish at Heritage Square, where he can anticipate being crowned third male, rounding out the men's podium at Cocodona 250. Look forward to seeing Matt's finish in the near future. I would say he's got to be at least 30 minutes out still. So look forward to checking in on the end of Matt's journey into third place there, and then also keeping an eye on the battle for fourth place between Kevin Goldberg and Jason Coop. Looks like it's heating up. Hopefully we can get some updates from the Eldon Aid Station up atop Mount Eldon. Let's see.
Looks like, again, back in Sedona here, we do have a nice little overhead view.
Again, we checked in earlier, kind of wondering what the temperatures we might be looking at down here in the last hot section of course in Sedona. And we're able to ascertain that should be about 84 degrees for the high today. So these runners, as you're making their way through Sedona, will have to contend with just a little more toasty temperatures, making their way through Sedona, battling cutoffs through this lad's aid station. So hopefully everyone is able to hydrate, get their electrolytes right, snack up at the Sedona aid station before continuing on their journey.
Yeah, our drone pilot Troy is telling us that it is in fact hot.
Yeah. And you can kind of tell from this drone shot too, those little scrubby trees down there aren't offering much of a reprieve in this section. These runners will get a little bit of a break from the heat and exposure as they go down into Oak Creek Canyon. They'll be under some dense cottonwoods in a very rare riparian habitat among the cottonwoods and flowing water of Oak Creek. In the summers, you can even find blackberries growing down there. Beautiful place to get a break from the demands of this race, if only for a moment, and recollect yourself before moving on. We saw some amazing photos of runners enjoying this kind of reprieve from Howie Stern earlier. Runners taking a dip in the Verde River and Oak Creek. Looks like some folks are eager to see check in on Matt coming down. For those of you guys wondering what's up with Matt, looking for some coverage on Matt, he is on kind of a hard to access section of Eldon Lookout Road. It's worth mentioning that the access to that area is pretty tricky because of locked gates for vehicles. We may have, a little bit of access just since we have an aid station up there, but by all means, it's pretty tricky trying to get somebody out there.
Yeah, and connectivity is a bit hit or miss, as we saw with the jam cam earlier. We do plan on picking him up at Buffalo Park and being able to catch him into the finish there. So we should be seeing him at Buffalo Park. Our volunteers, our incredible filming volunteers, should be getting in position and getting prepared to help capture that. So we should be able to get him from Buffalo Park to the finish, and then later today, Jamil will be going back up on Eldon to get some drone shots that everyone's been asking for, and some follow cam stuff up there. So.
And maybe some ribs when no one's looking.
And maybe some ribs when no one's looking, although I believe he is a vegetarian or vegan.
Sure.
So maybe they'll have a vegan option just for him.
We'll take a vegan pizza from Pizza Clutter right up to Eldon aid station for him.
Yeah, and you can go to either of their locations, but they do have a location in Dark Sky where I see Drew quite often when I am going to pick up a pie.
Yeah.
And Dark Sky, incredible partners, giving all our runners $5 off there.
Made a pizza for Carrie Henderson, a veganara, actually, that her pacer brought out to her earlier. So hoping that pizza hits you right, Carrie. Definitely cheering for you as you make your way into Flagstaff as well. For anybody wondering what is going on with Matt Smith, if you want a little bit of an insight into his journey right now, the best look I have on the tracker is showing Matt just about to leave the kind of double track, like a Jeep road, like the Forest Service road from Mount Eldon. That was about a 4-mile descent on pretty good surfaces. Matt can anticipate making a left turn off of that nice flowy downhill onto some single track trails. They're going to be pretty rocky with some ups and downs. Definitely, I would anticipate seeing Matt hit some slower splits, picking his way through that kind of single track. We watched Andy Hughes earlier just ripping through that stuff, but, that's some pretty demanding single track this late in the race. And after doing that for, maybe 2.5 or 3 miles, Matt will finally leave the demanding parts of this course behind him as he makes his way through Buffalo Park and onto the pavement in Flagstaff. So that's just a little window into Matt's journey as he makes his way into Flagstaff here. DJ Keen, I hear you with your comment there about having the audio on the follow cams. It is absolutely heartwarming hearing a runner running along, hearing them breathing and grunting through, and the people cheering them on and hearing the cowbells. That is a really fun part of the journey. I remember watching Andre Lee last year finishing and hearing everybody cheering him on, and it was so emotional. I almost cried watching that, watching him come in, and as the final finisher of the Cocodona 250 last year. So I feel ya. Let's see.
And it looks like we do also have some runners exiting Sedona here. Again, it's hot, so it is playing with our feeds a little bit. Will, if you can hear me, who do we have leaving the aid station here?
We got Chris Walt,
Chris Walt is continuing his journey. The Texan.
We just had Tim Kelly come in.
And we just had Jim Kelly. Is that who you said?
Yes. He just arrived.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And again, I hope you are staying as cool as you can out there and taking care of your phone there.
I'm trying.
Awesome. Thank you. And let's go ahead and go back. And we'll have to see if that, in fact, was Jim Kelly coming in, because the tracker is listing him as a DNF. So I'm not 100% sure there, but who knows? Weirder things have happened to our live tracker here.
What's that?
They were saying, he was saying that Jim Kelly had come in, but our live tracker is showing him as a DNF. So we'll have to see which is right, whether it's our live tracker or our amazing volunteer out at the Sedona aid station.
Yeah, hopefully we can get a little bit of clarification in the aid station there. And then, let's see, it looks like we're getting some more drone footage of, this is the view that runners are going to have as they leave the Sedona aid and make their way up to the high pines. Right now we're getting a view of the famous mitten formation that is in Sedona around the Hangover Trail area. And now we're looking down into Oak Creek Canyon, seeing all those bright green trees. Those are our cottonwoods that are thriving on all the water of Oak Creek. A little peek at Oak Creek there, where these runners will cross Oak Creek and dip through the shade of these cottonwoods and make their way out of Kasner Canyon Trail, which is going to be a steep, rocky, and exposed climb out of the Verde Valley and Red Rock Country. And just a beautiful overhead view right now of Oak Creek Canyon. You can see a couple different trails. Trails on the left and right of Oak Creek. There's just an amazing network of trails out in the Sedona area. And this year's course is deviating from the course we used last year in the Cocodona 250. So all of this stuff is new for the Cocodona 250 route. Last year, again, we used the same aid station in Sedona, but then runners kind of took a very exposed series of trails and jeep roads out of town in a slightly different direction, getting to Fort Tut Hill. These trails, which pass underneath that bridge right there, that's Midgley Bridge, these are new and unique to the course this year. So again, runners this year are getting to experience that crossing of Oak Creek, having a chance to cool off before heading out of the Verde Valley, which is unique to this year's course. Runners again are going to pass underneath that bridge, Midgley Bridge. They're going to be coming in from trail that is kind of butting right up next to that Red Rock feature you see in the left-hand side of the frame. Steamboat Rock. And now we're getting a look at the highest point in Sedona, again Mount Wilson, which fortunately runners do not have to go up or down.
Pete said he wished that the out and back section, instead of it being in Munns, went up and down Mount Wilson. Very Pete Mortimer thing to.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, that Mount Wilson trail. There's two trails that go up to Wilson. Are really excellent, challenging running, and just
looks
amazing.
like we do have a runner in at Sedona here, and who do we have here? Bib 175 here.
I see that they were like 3 miles out right now. Okay.
James
going there right
Johnson
now.
coming
Great work.
into the aid station here.
Our
for the crew.
Oh, can you put some ice in my hat?
I made you pancake tacos. Yeah, and bacon soup. No, bacon soup was something else. I made you chili and a pancake taco, egg and bacon. And it's going to be magic because it's a magic.
And we are getting a shot here. I hate to pull away, but I do want to get. Looks like Troy is going to be daring. He's going to go under the bridge for you.
Yeah, so runners are not going down the specific. They're not going, they are kind of going through this canyon here, not in the base of the canyon. They have to go skirt around it as they pass underneath that bridge that we just went beneath.
He just heard you say underneath the bridge, and he was like, oh, I want to fly my drone under there. It is beautiful.
Yeah, and our runners aren't going to go specifically into this canyon beneath the bridge in the bottom of the canyon, but they will pass underneath the bridge on the side. There's a little footpath, but they do have to skirt around this drainage that drains into Oak Creek. So on the Jim Thompson Trail there, they are going to skirt around this drainage, and you can kind of see at the end of that pour-off where runners will come around and ascend very briefly up to the bridge level before dropping back down to creek level. So we can see that is the, I believe that is still the Jim Thompson Trail right there. Any Sedona folks in the feed want to correct me if I forgot the name of that trail, by all means, let me know. And then they come in here, past the little porta potty that they probably smelled down canyon a bit, pass underneath that bridge, and they get to cross Oak Creek. Beautiful stuff. Love seeing these drone shots of Sedona. Hopefully the beauty of being able to hike and run on these single track Sedona trails is not lost on any of our runners going through right now, because it is truly an amazing trail system and beautiful place. Hopefully some of this natural beauty that we're seeing on the drone feed right now is able to sustain and inspire some of our Cocodona runners as they pick their way through across northern Arizona. I mean, look at that. That is some beautiful stuff there.
Yeah, DJ Keene saying Matt Smith has just over 3 miles left. We will have a feed up there. Our good friend Shad, who was one of our follow cams from the hospital. He's been a follow cam for a while now. He's gotten I think all our finishers. He is back up at Buffalo Park and prepared to follow into the finish when he does see Mr. Smith.
And I would imagine looking at the tracker right now, it looks like Matt Smith is about to cross Pipeline Trail, which whenever I'm out running these trails beneath Eldon, when I cross Pipeline, I feel like I can palpably touch Buffalo Park. Crossing Pipeline to me is just one of those things when I'm on a run where I know I'm almost at Buffalo no matter how tired I am.
I'll pull it up on the iPad here so you can show the people.
Here we go. So this is bib 53. This is Matt Smith. And we can see, we zoom out a little bit. The red line is, of course, the Cocodona 250 course. And when we zoom in a little bit, we can see Pipeline Trail that he's going to cross. This is on the AZT, the Arizona Trail. And that is going to feed him as he crosses Pipeline. He's going to have a nice little downhill. before doing these lines here. Just a very slight up through some more rocks into Buffalo Park, and hopefully we can catch up with some live coverage of him making his way through Buffalo and downtown and into that third place male finish, 4th overall. But Matt Smith almost out of the last hard part of this course. And it'll be very exciting to watch his finish with his pacer once we hopefully catch up with them at Buffalo Park and into downtown Flagstaff.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the finish line here as we are awaiting our next runner, our 3rd place male. Mr. Matt Smith. Let's see, we do have some more aerial shots over here in the Oak Creek Canyon area.
All right, and that is giving us a look kind of at the climb they're going to do as they are leaving Oak Creek and escaping the Verde Valley. They're going to have to ascend. We can see Schnebly Hill Road in the very top left, just about to leave our frame. And runners are going to have to get to that level of Schnebly Hill Road, and then kind of at that point, they will be about 1,000 feet higher up than where they started at Oak Creek. Hopefully starting to feel a little bit of a shade from the ponderosas as they make their way across Schnebly Hill and into Munns Park Aid.
Looks like that drone feed may have frozen, so let's go ahead and check in at the Sedona aid station. We are less than 2 hours away from the cutoff here. The cutoff at Sedona is 12:15, and we are hanging out in the aid station tent here, and it looks like we may have a runner here with Will. Maybe not. Will is heading out, and as soon as Will sees someone, we will unmute him and we will find out who we have. Mandy Arndt in the chat. What the temp, I don't know what the current temp is. I will pull it up right now. It looks like in Sedona, where we currently are, the temp is 75, and the forecast is a high of 84. It's going to be quite toasty this afternoon if you are still trying to make your way out of Sedona towards Oak Creek and then up the Kasner Canyon climb.
Yeah, especially for these runners that have been moving now for, over 72 hours. It can be so hard just to regulate heat as your body is trying to allocate, resources for your muscles, for your digestive system, to your very sleepy and exhausted brain, to your very tired lungs that have been sucking down hot air. That 84 is going to feel like a lot more than 84.
Yeah, I mean, you're just so exposed. And Matt might be going to try and cool down the phone, or maybe he's going to see who we have in the aid station. Either way, I think we have our drone back. So again, we will send it back to our drone and let Matt do what he needs to do to keep his phone nice and safe. It is getting toasty out there, so our drone batteries are also being chewed through here.
All right, and just to check in on Matt Smith, he has crossed the Pipeline Trail. He's making his way down Lower Oldham. Again, just these last little bit of single track stretches, feeding him into Buffalo Park. And it looks like he is just absolutely in the final throes of that single track, about to come into the outskirts of Buffalo Park, really leaving the forest behind and coming into Flagstaff proper.
You know, every time I see "Go Matt Go" in the chat, I think people are cheering for me as we continue forging forward on our broadcast, but then I realize, oh no, they're cheering for someone who actually did something this week, Mr. Matt Smith, who is looking to be our third male finisher, 4th overall. We're excited to get eyes on him as he gets up into Buffalo Park.
But don't worry, guys, even after Matt finishes, we're going to keep going, bringing you all these live stream updates, checking in on your race leaders as they come into Flagstaff, and also keeping an eye on folks in the back of the pack chasing these aid station cutoffs. Even after Matt finishes here in Heritage Square, which it looks like will be in the very near future, we will keep you in the mix.
Looks like our drone is coming down to charge up for a while. So let's go ahead and take it over to the finish as he is landing here.
Says, I see you in the chat saying, yes, we need a live video of Matt crossing the finish line, please. That is absolutely going to happen. We have a camera queued up at the finish line at Heritage Square. You will 100% be able to see that. You do not need to worry about it. We will very much bring you that.
I just want you to know that I appreciate everyone who is tuning in here. And again, we will have eyes on Matt starting in Buffalo Park, courtesy of our good friend Shad. I think we can call him a good friend at this point, as he's been out there following in all of our finishers so far. So we will have footage of Matt whenever he gets out to Buffalo Park, and we have the Shad cam just to prove it to everyone. And I
looks like he's on.
Need this one.
Aha!
Yep,
that is the outskirts of Buffalo.
Yep.
Look at that, and that is just about where I would anticipate seeing Matt Smith momentarily. All you Matt Smith fans out there,
we have you covered.
We have you covered. Stay tuned in to this feed because we're going to be bringing you Matt Smith coming in right now. That is Matt Smith's future. That is the outskirts of Buffalo Park. He's going to leave that last bit of single track behind. You can see Mount Eldon, where Matt has climbed and descended, picked his way through single track trails, and will be joining our friend Shad momentarily. And it looks like maybe we have a runner coming into the frame now. Matt Smith, 3rd place, men's 3rd place, 4th overall, coming into the frame, coming into the outskirts of Buffalo Park now.
And I do not see a pacer in tow.
So we either left the pacer or we have a random runner. We'll know momentarily.
Well, it looks like a Cocodona runner.
So let's see what we can figure out from the feed.
Looks like the Cocodona shuffle, and that is definitely Mr. Matt Smith.
Oh yeah, look at that pack.
Yep, and we're unmuting here. Yep, and we have got you covered. Oh, and it looks like they aren't going to get audio as of right now.
So ladies and gentlemen, what you're seeing on your feed right now is Matt Smith of California, who is making his way through the outskirts of Buffalo Park, only perhaps about 2 miles from the finish, maybe 2 and change, maybe even closer to 3. but no more than 3 from the finish, from being third place male, 4th overall at the Cocodona 250. Is Shad able to hear us, do we know?
Shad can hear us, yeah. The stream won't be able to hear his feed currently. We're not getting any audio levels.
Matt moving pretty good through this nice section of Buffalo Park here, looking super determined. You can tell he's got that finish in downtown at Heritage Square on his mind. Look at that look of determination as he's just chugging along through Buffalo Park. Looks like he's finding an excellent time to finish too. 10:36 in Flagstaff right now. Should be nice and relatively cool still.
Looks like our feed may be a little glitchy. Should clear up hopefully as we get more into proper Buffalo Park here.
All right, and some folks in the feed are able to confirm that that is in fact Matt. Thanks, guys. Looks like we have some questions about that pack. I'm not 100% positive, but that looks like an Ultimate Direction fast pack to me. Not 100% positive, but yeah, that is a thick pack loaded all the way up.
Oh, we got a thumbs up, so sounds like you may have been right, Drew.
Let's see. No doubt Matt probably would have had to have a good amount of clothes in there, keeping him warm through the cool temperatures in Flagstaff this morning, especially up and over Eldon. Looks like he was able to shed some of those layers and is moving really well. Matt, if you can hear me, you're moving so good, buddy. And we are so excited to watch you finish. Matt, if you can hear me, I really hope you enjoyed this section moving through Buffalo and just enjoying the last 2 miles of your race. You have absolutely earned this, man. Take a moment to take it in and think about all the hard work that has gotten you to this point. Amazing work. And gosh, that's such a treat seeing these runners come in after working for days. They all started out with this vision of tackling this course. Something sparked their imagination and their ambitions to get them out here on this course. And seeing a runner like Matt coming through right now, 2 miles from the finish, that is such an amazing journey, and it's such a privilege to watch him coming in and seeing this thing through.
And here you can see he is getting close to my favorite part of the entire stream. Is getting to wave goodbye to the buffalo as you then make your way to a downhill. You said it is the McPherson Trail?
The McPherson Trail, yeah. So Matt Smith is going to exit Buffalo Park here in the next 50 to 100 yards, and he's going to make his way down one of the Flagstaff urban trails. He's going to get pretty similar kind of surface to what he's on right now, but with a nice gentle downhill, not too steep, a good 4% grade for the next 3/4 of a mile. And that is going to take him to the base of Hospital Hill, where he's going to do a 2-block climb that is short on the sidewalk and make a left down Beaver Street and have just a nice long coast into downtown Flagstaff. So Matt running super strong, looking very determined. Passing the Buffalo Park. And he just gets to kind of cruise and enjoy this last 2-mile journey. One more hill, a couple turns.
Sarah in the chat says we may need to commission a positive affirmations playlist from Drew for participants next year. You know, when they start to hit dark stretches, they can get your voice in their ears on their phone. Participants only. So we would have to, we would send a downloadable file to each participant so that they could get their positive affirmations from Drew.
No, I love it. I certainly borrow mantras I use in races from runners I look up to, guys like Tommy Rivs, guys like Scott Fauble, Steph Rothstein, Bruce. These are, all Flagstaff road runners that do amazing things. Yeah, I gotta say, I just love the sport. I love watching moments like this, like Matt Smith coming down McPherson with 2 miles left in his 72-hour journey. And it is going to be such a joy and such a treat watching Matt cross that finish line where we have a camera set up.
And he is heading down the McPherson Trail now.
Down McPherson Trail. Last little bit of kind of a dirt footpath before he joins the pavement for the final push into Heritage Square. And it looks like he's keeping those legs turning over good, enjoying that nice 4% grade downhill. No doubt Matt is extremely tired from pushing so hard through this whole race. And I hope Matt is reflecting right now on the folks he's going to see at that finish line, the folks that are waiting there to greet him, whether he has friends or family or just seeing everybody at the finish line, Howie taking the pictures, Jubilee Page, our RD at the finish there. He is going to have quite a warm welcome when he rolls into Heritage Square here in just about a mile and change. And for anybody that's asking about the pack earlier, that is for sure an Ultimate Direction pack, and that definitely looks like a fast pack.
With the old school Gatorade squirt bottles.
Our power move, I agree with you.
I agree there as well. I mean, it makes sense if you think about it.
And again, if anybody is just joining us, we're watching Matt Smith come in through the McPherson Trail. He's left Buffalo Park, and he is right now making excellent progress on a downgrade, enjoying the last bit of just kind of connector urban trail through Flagstaff that is going to bring him to the pavement, where he's going to make a short climb up the Hospital Hill, a left turn down Beaver Street, and finish to Heritage Square, where he will be our third male finisher, rounding out the men's podium. And wow, what an amazing feeling that has got to be, putting in the work over these last couple of days, seeing this reward kind of unfold in front of you, knowing you're going to grab that third place podium at the Cocodona 250. I imagine after all the training you've done, all the research you've done on this course, I hope Matt is able to appreciate this moment.
Matt's Gatorade bottle.
That's a good one.
It's a mix of Gatorade and tequila in there.
And Matt right now is kind of run out of his last bit of downgrade. He just came down to 4% grade. He's been going up and down some pretty rolling stuff for a while, and he's got a pretty substantial lead on fourth place. I'm sure he's eager to make it to Heritage Square and take a seat, grab a rest, but by all means, if he wants to soak this thing up and walk it in, he is free to do that. think our audio might have gotten.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I just adjusted the audio volume, and when I talk over here, my levels are looking good.
Thanks for the folks in the live stream letting us know if our audio or other little things could be fine-tuned a little better for the listening experience. We're certainly doing our best on this end. Let's see, looks like some folks wondering what's going on with Jason Coop out there. Couldn't tell you, just looking at our live stream. We don't have any better idea than you guys, but hopefully we can bring you some updates of what's going on atop Eldon after Mr. Smith comes into downtown Flagstaff, and it looks like he is leaving the last bit of single track,
Yep.
or not single track, but urban trail.
Yep, so he's going to be on pavement from here on out.
And just got
Heads
some.
up to the hospital here soon.
Just gonna have to navigate a couple road crossings here as we're getting into Flagstaff. Gonna have to cross a couple pretty busy streets. But Matt Smith, our men's third place imminent finisher, is making his way. He's doing his last 2 blocks of climb. He's gonna head to this first traffic light and then to the next one and make a left on Beaver Street. So he is jogging his way up towards Hospital Hill right now. This is the last climb that Matt Smith is going to do in his Cocodona 250. Last 50 or 40 feet of elevation gain before enjoying a nice, smooth downhill down Beaver Street towards the finish.
Yeah, and I think once you get up there and you make that left onto Beaver Street, that that's kind of when you can really feel that you're on your way home, right? You've got that long stretch downhill from the hospital. You can kind of see, once you get to a certain point, you can kind of see Flagstaff proper, or like kind of the central part of the city down below you there. And it really starts to feel like everything is coming to a conclusion.
Yeah. And as we're watching Matt Smith, our men's third place finisher, coming in here, he is the traffic light we can see up ahead of him. That is going to be his last or second to last left turn. And that is going to mark his kind of downhill coast from the top of Hospital Hill into downtown Flagstaff to the finish line. And Matt looks like he's moving strong. He's got to know what's awaiting him in less than a mile now. Let's see, somebody in the chat wants to know, what kind of shoes have we seen the most? Speedgoat 5s, Olympus 4s, Caldera 6s. I gotta say, last year, I saw a lot of Speedgoat 4s out there on the Cocodona course. I don't know if that's quite as popular this year, but it was definitely a Hoka Speedgoat kind of scene going on from what I could see last year. I'm not sure what Matt Smith's wearing. Can't see a look at his shoes at the moment. I know our first place finisher, String Bean, would have had Brooks on.
Yeah, I believe the chat was saying he was in the Brooks Cascadias.
Okay.
AKA the Jurek Specials.
And then, let's see, who do we have in second? That would have been a Solomon shoe with Mike McKnight.
Yep.
I would guess the S-Lab Ultra 3, but not sure what Mike had on. Let's see, third place would have been Annie Hughes. She would have been in Hoka's, I'm assuming Speedgoats. And I am now very curious what Mr. Matt Smith is wearing on his feet.
Yeah, Shad, can we get a shot of his shoes whenever you get a chance? See if Shad can hear us. See if we can get a look at his shoes. Maybe, maybe not.
And those shoes are going to be coasting Mr. Smith up and over Hospital Hill. And man, he's just got to let gravity do the work now. Mere blocks away, less than a mile from the finish. Matt Smith, just under 73 hours into his journey.
We did get a shot of the shoes. I couldn't tell what they were.
And it looks like Matt's gonna could very well finish this in under 73 hours. Let's see, I can't tell. This look a little, well, looks like a wide toe box to me. I want to say those are ultras. I could not tell you. And Matt Smith now cruising over Hospital Hill past the Flagstaff Medical Center, making his way down Beaver Street, past a couple little aspens here. And this is just going to be a nice kind of a sidewalk cruise into the finish. Less than a mile away, he can look down Beaver Street here. Looks like he's being clapped on by somebody at Flagstaff Medical Center. We'd love to see it.
Amazing. And the cowbell. Looked like he had a cowbell in hand. We don't have any audio on Shad's feed. Unfortunately, it's just not pulling in on our end. Once Matt finishes, we will refresh to try and get that kind of reset.
Let's see. Somebody says, looks like Matt has worn a variety of Hokas. Let's see. You may be right. That toe box looks kind of wide to me. I can't tell. Sorry, guys. Trying to address your shoe questions, but just not positive. Somebody says he needs Don back out there stopping traffic like she did for Annie. Doesn't look like traffic's quite too bad in Flagstaff right now at 10:53, but
yeah, he just hit the stoplight up there, which I don't know if Don was going out there to stop all those cars.
But again, we're watching Matt Smith, our men's third place finisher, coming in fourth overall behind Andy Hughes. And looks like he's getting some love in the streets of Flagstaff there from some onlookers, which we'd love to see. Indeed, coming in from Eldon and these trails, it can feel like a lot with the cars and the people and the onlookers. But I can imagine for Matt, the vibe is kind of building as he knows now he's left, you know, the pine forest behind him, and the vibe is building in downtown Flagstaff to his finish. Matt should be able to look around and just kind of see, you know, where he's at. Like, he's definitely in Flagstaff now. That finish is super close.
The great people of Flagstaff giving him the courtesy to cross safely here as he passes by Beaver Street Liquors.
There you go. Good choice, Matt. Don't stop there yet. And coming into some of the downtown businesses now on Beaver Street. Directly ahead of Matt, he should be able to get his first views of actual downtown Flagstaff in a moment. Just the like the courthouse there and the downtown businesses that are just below the hill. See some of the chats that he was ringing at Cowboy Hospital Hill. Yeah.
Oh, we saw the employee with the cowbell in hand. We don't have any audio, which is why you can't hear any audio either.
All right, we love to see it. Matt, in the final moments of his Cocodona 250, just cruising down a sidewalk, coming into the finish at Heritage Square. Matt's going to have exactly one left turn and one right turn separating him from the finish line of the Cocodona 250. And he is quickly approaching that left turn Only one more turn to make from there.
He is looking really strong as he has about 1 or 2 more blocks, and then he will have like a good vantage point of kind of the central part of Flagstaff below him, as he'll have a little bit more of a downhill to Birch Street, where he will make a left-hand turn off of Beaver Street onto Birch, and eventually will make his way to the right into Heritage Square. But right up here, he will be able to start to see his turn. He'll start to be able to really feel the energy, as he'll only be a few blocks away at that point.
And I could see just a moment ago as he passes my street of Elm Avenue, just a couple blocks from the finish. It looks like we were getting a view of him, or just coming into the frame, we were able to see downtown Flagstaff coming into the frame, the last couple buildings kind of before that turn. And it seems as though we may have lost the feed.
Did for a second. We'll see if we can get that back up.
There it is. I see Matt.
And it looks like it is maybe frozen here. Oh, there we go.
And there we go.
Yeah, and see, that was what I was talking about. You start to get a little bit more of a downhill there, those last couple blocks, and you can see kind of exactly where you need to go from here.
Yeah, and that kind of big brick building that's a block up on the right, that is going to be Matt's left turn. Again, just 2 turns and a mere couple of blocks separating Matt from his finish at Cocodona. He is coming into downtown Flagstaff proper right now. If there's a train running, Matt could hear it through downtown Flagstaff. Coming up on Dark Sky Brewery in 1 block, which marks his left-hand turn away from the beer garden there and towards the Heritage Square finish. And less than 3 blocks away now, Matt Smith coming in. He's exhausted his downhill down Beaver Street. Coming into that final left-hand turn. Little fist pump there. Enjoy this one, Matt. You earned it. And I wonder what Matt's feeling right now. 73 hours into his journey, seeing that finish kind of come in, making his final left-hand turn here. And some folks letting him know, getting a big hug on the finish. Oh, we love to see that.
Oh, and they've got the Cocodonuts ready there.
And 1 turn. About 2.5 blocks separating Matt Smith, and it looks like he's gained an entourage of lookers on, helping him celebrate that last 2-block push into the finish line. A journey 73 hours in the making. Who knows how many days training, dreaming of this moment, getting to the finish, all coming together right here for Matt Smith of California. Getting some high fives, more high fives.
Oh, and they are giving him an alternate finish here. So we will need Shad to stay in front of him. If he can beat him to the finish, that would be...
And there it is. Matt Smith.
He's going to be coming in. There's a van parked at the finish here, so he's going to be coming in from the left, and we should have him coming, yeah, right there.
Matt Smith
Oh, and Andy gets the finish banner. Huge shout out to Matt Smith. What an incredible effort. And here he is. You can see the emotion, and we may have that on.
Somebody says, better have an ice cold beer or Topo Chico for him.
The Topo Chico shortage is real here in Arizona. I can tell you that. Let's see if we still have Ruth and if we have any audio from Ruth here. If Ruth could unmute on her end, we could get some audio maybe.
And Matt Smith, after 73 hours working to this point, he's crossed the finish line. He's got a finisher photo in his very near future. Looks like somebody brought him some
Cocodonuts. We got to get to the Shad Cam who is up there. So we don't have audio on either currently.
And we'd love to see that. Love to see Matt enjoying that Cocodona. The picture right there, courtesy of Mr. Howie Stern.
Oh, that is, yeah. That is Howie getting the Cocodona photos.
Could tell Howie by that orange band of that Coros watch there.
Yep. Oh, he's joining the club with the lava band of the Vertex 2.
And that looks like one very, very happy man. So Matt Smith fans, there you have it. We're able to watch Matt come in, finish his journey on the Cocodona 250 all the way from the outskirts of Buffalo Park, down McPherson footpath, kind of over Hospital Hill and in through the finish line. I hope you Matt Smith fans have enjoyed watching Matt finish his last 15 or 20 minutes here in a very, very strong Cocodona effort. Finishing as the third place male, and it looks like somebody brought us some champagne.
Let's go.
Oh, we love to see it.
What did you have at the finish line to celebrate your journey?
Let's see. So I finished between I think 9 and 10 at night, and I work about 2 blocks away from this finish line. So my coworkers came over with. I think I'd pre-bought some beers from Dark Sky Brewery that I was definitely drinking at least one of those as soon as I crossed the finish line. I think Howie was able to grab a photo of me enjoying that there. And then I think a couple pizzas made their way over from Pizzacletta, where I work as well. We had some finish line pizzas. We laid out a whole blanket and just had some pizza and beer and chillin' going on right there at Heritage Square for about an hour before it was finally time to make it home.
Surprised you didn't grab one of your beers as you made the left turn there on off of Beaver onto Birch right at Dark Sky.
Well, I think I watched. I think we saw Matt spike his Gatorade bottle. As he crossed the finish line, and I definitely did one of those last year and broke my trekking poles because I spiked them.
Amazing.
So you got to be careful about which gear you are spiking in the heat of the moment at Cocodona. Hopefully those Gatorade bottles of Matt's are replaceable.
And again, Matt Smith, your third place male, 4th place overall. And I will see if I can add him to our leaderboard. Our leaderboard is not going to be able to go too much further.
And it looks
as
like
we're going to run out of space soon, but there you have it. Matt Smith in 4th there. And what an amazing run by him. And for the time being, we are going to send it Back out to looks like Sedona. See if we can see if we have any runners coming in, or.
And Fran Smith, Matt's mom wants somebody to give Matt a hug for him. Miss Smith, it looks like your son definitely got some high fives and hugs, and even some champagne and donuts coming into the finish. No doubt there'll be some more hugs for him in the very near
and
future.
maybe our filmer Shad, because I know he can hear us, can go and give Matt a pat on the back and tell him that his mom was watching and is really proud of him.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Fran Smith, in the chat. I hope you enjoyed being able to watch your son finish the Cocodona 250 in an incredible performance. Again, that's Matt Smith of California, 3rd overall in the Cocodona 250.
And some liquid death to celebrate at
and
the finish there.
Mandatory Howie Stern finisher photo. Makes it more official than Strava. DJ Keen, you know it's true.
And he's going to sit. He's going to enjoy some liquid death and Cocodonuts.
Yeah, I got some Dunkin' for him. Well-deserved.
I think we should explore a collaboration with Dunkin' next year. You know, I'm sure they've done stuff with the Boston Marathon. Why not do a special Cocodonut for us?
Yeah, we need a good donut shop real bad in Flagstaff. I don't even know what that one is.
What one?
Pinky and the Poof.
Oh, this is a real one.
Oh, okay.
I'll pull it up. This person here, The Adventures of Pinky and the Poof.
Goldberg time.
He has a YouTube channel, a travel vlog channel, where he's documenting he and his children's travels over in, I believe, Asia. I can't remember the exact
very cool
country, but it's the first time I saw that in the chat on Monday. I was still very coherent, and I was like, that might get me kicked off the internet. I'm not going to pull that up on screen. But he did confirm it for me. So a huge shout out to Matt. And we do have a clean look at the shoes. These are definitely Hoka's.
Yeah, and Fran Smith, Matt's mom, in the chat saying thank you. Miss Smith, so glad you were able to join us on the live stream, watching your son come in and pull off this finish. Hope you enjoyed watching that as much as we did.
Philip in the chat, I slept 6 hours since McKnight finished, and we have the second place male now finishing. Yeah, McKnight's tracker, which has been a contentious debate in the chat about why it hasn't updated in these things. Well, we did see with our very own eyes at the wee hours of the morning, Mr. Michael McKnight finish with his pacer, the great Bronco Billy.
Yeah, who, let's see, Jeff Browning then was his pacer,
yep.
Known on Instagram as Go Bronco Billy. Just coming off a recent FKT at Grand Canyon, put in a phenomenal time on my old fastest known time, doing the rim to rim at Grand Canyon 4 times consecutively. So that would be rim to rim to rim twice. Effort that's about 82 to 84 miles, depending on who you believe, with about, 24,000 feet of climb and descent. And Jeff was able to take my time of about 19 hours and change, bring it down to 18. So great job, Jeff. Excellent video out there of him, too.
And I think we do have audio on our Ruth cam now. So I'm going to send it over to Ruth so that we can listen in here. And if anyone in the stands has some, well, first off, Matt, we wanted to say that your mother was watching and is super proud of you. She wanted us to have someone give you a hug. We said that we would give you a pat on the back at least. So, yeah, there we go.
Hugs from Matt Smith from your mom.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Sweet. Hi, Mom.
Hey, Mom.
Incredible effort. How? What was going through your head when you saw your, friends and family and supporters there, just a couple blocks from Heritage Square? We got to see you give them a hug. They showed you that they had some donuts ready for you, which I'm sure fueled the fire a little bit more. But what kind of emotion were you feeling knowing that, you'd at this point gotten all the way to where you were trying to get to here?
Yeah, it was. I mean, I couldn't have done it without them. They took care of me every step of the way, and they didn't let me ever get down on myself or anything. They just kept, telling me I was doing a great job and keep going, keep going, keep going. And it's awesome to see familiar faces when you're just running by yourself in the hot ass desert all day. So yeah, it was great. At the end when I saw them, I was just really happy that they were all here. Cool. It's fun to share. It's fun to share with friends for sure. Yeah.
And Matt, you definitely have a lot of friends that were cheering you on and supporting you in the live stream chat here. What would you say was your lowest experience out on the course? What was your hardest struggle out there?
I made a couple of early mistakes on section 3. I thought it was 4 miles instead of 14. Susie told me it was 4 miles instead of 14. That's the one and only. And so I ran out of water with at the top of that climb. I think I had 7 miles to go. And when I got to the next aid station, I gorged on everything I could, and then I threw it all up. So kind of recovering from that was pretty difficult. It took me a good day to get my stomach back to where I felt okay just eating food. And then I also, on the out and back from Munns Park, I caught up to Jason, and so instead of taking a nap, I just went out, and then a mile after I got out there, I was so tired, and I took 3 or 4 dirt naps on that section, just lay on the ground until the ants would start biting me and wake me up, and then I'd get up and start going again. But that was the rough section. That was a hard part. But then I took my 30-minute nap after that, and then it was good. After that, everything went good. So that's about it.
We love it. Congratulations on a 3rd place finish at Cocodona. That is truly amazing. I hope you can take a moment to enjoy it now. We loved watching you come in and just finish strong and earn that finish all the way from Buffalo. Kudos to you. Great work out there. Enjoy those donuts and that liquid death. And did we see you had some champagne you cracked there at the finish as well?
Yeah, you know it.
Awesome.
Party time now.
Well, don't gorge yourself too hard.
Thanks so much, and enjoy the celebration.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And we're going to send it back to Sedona now. We should be back up now. It may just take a second to get the feeds in.
Man, if there's only something we could do about Mike McKnight's tracker. Really giving the people in the live stream feed some grief there.
Yeah. They are not loving it right now.
That.
And let's see here. Got all of that fixed.
Let's see, Kevin Goldberg, Jay Scoop, Jeff Garmier. Wow, we're really seeing some commanding finishes by performances by Colorado and Washington athletes here at Cocodona.
What bib number do we have here, Will?
163 and 85.
163 and 85. I know there were folks in the chat who were waiting for us to show bib number 163, who was our final runner a little bit ago. She is no longer. That is Miss January Cummings. And what was the bib 80?
185.
And what was the other one?
163.
180.
So January is 163.
And Richard.
Richard, yes.
Richard Murphy, January Cummings. Uh,
I'll let them do their thing.
they are in, and I know someone in the chat was looking in, so we'll take the audio off here for the time being. And again, you'll have to bear with us as we are in the process of probably relocating this Sedona static cam here up to Fort Tuthill, so we will have some eyes in Fort Tuthill. So right now, we will be glued here, and you can see the great Jamil Curry there. And we've got the aid station. Here. And we will have runners back up, and we do have a shot from Mount Eldon that I am going to pull in here in just one moment. And here it is. We've got Jason Coop up here, it looks like. Looks like Coop massaging his patella there a little bit, maybe dealing with a little bit of knee soreness, maybe. I mean, we're 240 some odd miles in, so we will see what happens here. But Coop has had himself a really great run up to this point.
All right, looks like we're up on Eldon, huh?
We definitely are.
All right. All right, up at Eldon aid station. Let's see, do you think Coop's gnawing down some ribs there? All right, we got some Coop fans in the chat saying, hang in there, Coop. I don't know if Coop can hear us, but definitely his friends and fans, me among them, is hoping he can rally here for this last push into the finish. This again, Jason Coop, Colorado Springs, Colorado, I believe. Famously a coach to many of these athletes that have been in the Cocodona. Many more athletes. Eloquent speaker and writer on physiology and coaching.
Incredible writer.
Incredible. We're talking about not just a coach, but an athlete and a runner that has really done his homework out there. Great mind for physiology and race philosophy. I gotta say, it's a real treat seeing him tackle this Cocodona 250 course and seeing the amazing performance he's put into this run so far. Looks like he's some of that may have caught up with him a bit. Jason Coop here is at the highest point of the Cocodona 250, atop Mount Eldon, around 9,000 feet in elevation. And it looks like he is using this opportunity at the aid station to really recover and fuel up and get his mind and body right for this last push into Flagstaff. Someone in the chat says, can't wait to hear the Coop cast after this race, you and me both. I would love to hear Jason Coop's perspective on this race after he finishes, which looks like will be in the relatively near future. All right, we got another shoe question. Says, are those Nike Pegasus trails? Not sure what we got. Somebody in the feed says, Coop also has Hard Rock 100 this year. I was not aware of that. Hopefully you can get some good rest before Hard Rock, which is in not too much time. Let's see. So I know we got a request for Kevin Goldberg out in the mix too, and I'm sure we'll catch up with him a little further down the way there, as he's on a kind of remote part of Eldon Lookout Road, making his way down. But right now we're looking at Jason Coop.
Yeah, and we will likely get Kevin again back up near the hospital or Buff Park area.
And folks that have been tuning in the live stream for a while, following these leaders for a while, no doubt will know how strong of a race Coop was pulling together through the very beginning of Cocodona, running super strong through the front of this course. So it is a real treat to see him up on Eldon, nearing the end of his finish. Taking a little while to regroup before making that descent. Hopefully they cooked him up something real nice down there, or up there rather, on Eldon. And it looks like he's able to get down quite a bit of food and water, so hopefully the nausea hasn't caught up with him too bad. I know that can be a real struggle sometimes, pushing that hard for that long. Sometimes that nausea catches up with you, and it can just feel impossible to get food and sometimes even liquid down without immediately wanting to gag or puke it back up. But it looks like Jason's able to get some food and some liquids down, so that is reassuring to see.
A lot of Coop fans in the chat, which is always great to see.
See, and again, we're taking a look at Jason Coop, who is at the Eldon aid station. This is the last aid station separating Jason Coop from his finish in Heritage Square in Flagstaff. So Jason has made the climb up Eldon Lookout Trail, and is taking a moment to kind of rehydrate and refuel before descending Mount Eldon and joining the last bit of single track, feeding him into Buffalo Park and the finish in Flagstaff. And it's worth noting, ahead of Jason Coop, who we can't see right now, is going to be Kevin Goldberg, who is going to be our next finisher. Kevin Goldberg is making his way down Eldon Lookout Road, and will have to hop on a little bit of single track before he can feed into Buffalo Park and the pavement in Flagstaff. So although we can't see him yet, we can anticipate catching up with him sometime in the near future. And it looks like Jason Coop is getting back on the road, making his descent now, beginning his descent down Eldon Lookout Road. He's going to start by walking.
Glad to see him up and moving and making his way down towards the finish.
All right, so Coop fans, looks like you don't need to worry. Looks like Jason Coop is up and moving and has left his last aid station. So we can anticipate seeing him in Flagstaff later this afternoon. We did note some kind of consistent times with runners making their way down Eldon, where we're noticing it was taking them ballpark around 90 minutes to get down Eldon into a place we could catch up with them again. So if you're looking forward to seeing Coop later, I would imagine we'll catch up with him sometime around 1 o'clock. Thereabouts, give or take.
Yeah, he was moving a little gingerly over the last few sections. So, yeah, 1 o'clock, maybe between 1 and 2, which
That's
I know is
fair.
a wide,
Absolutely.
bit of a wide margin, but
yeah,
who knows? Hopefully sooner. Hopefully Coop is able to regroup and continue moving forward with a purpose, and hopefully we'll see him in downtown Flag in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I know I was trying to speak earlier on just how hard going down Eldon Lookout Road can be. But we had strong runners like Andy Hughes that were able to crush it and just, absolutely invalidate my idea that can be difficult. But it seems like as we get further through the pack now, we're seeing some folks, definitely kind of slowed up by their fatigue and by their efforts out on this course, and starting to struggle a little bit more with that downhill coming up Eldon. A lot of fans in the chat of Jason Coop's calf muscles. I'm right there with all you guys. Looks like a coach that does his own strength workouts, or the ones he's asking everybody else to do anyway. Maybe I should get a Coop's book and see what he's doing.
Yeah, you need the calf gains.
You need the calf gains.
Tune into Coop's book. And so again, we will be kind of tuning in here for a little bit as we await runners at Sedona, and as we await our next runner, Mr. Kevin Goldberg, to make his way down from Mount Eldon towards Heritage Square. We should be hopefully getting some additional feeds moved around and up.
And again, we're keeping an eye on the back of keeping an eye on the Sedona aid station, because in about 45 minutes, we're going to be looking at the cutoff for the Sedona aid station. So any runner that hasn't made it through the Sedona aid station by 12:15 will not be allowed to continue their journey in the Cocodona course. So obviously, we're keeping an eye on that aid station, looking at all the runners to get there in a timely way and continue on through Sedona. Just to bring everybody up to speed, the last finisher we were able to see come through the finish line was 4th place overall, 3rd male. That was Matt Smith out of California. Preceding Matt Smith, we watched Annie Hughes of Leadville, Colorado finish in 1st female, 3rd overall earlier this morning. Preceded by Michael McKnight of, I believe, Washington. Sorry, guys, in the live stream if we're incorrect there. But Mike McKnight finished 2nd last night. And of course, Joe McNaughty, aka String Bean, finished 1st place yesterday. So we've got 4 finishers that have come through. We just saw a look at Jason Coop up on Mount Eldon, currently in 6th place. And we know Kevin Goldberg is looking at being 5th overall and 4th male as he makes his way down Eldon Lookout Road and towards the finish in downtown Flagstaff. And in the feed here, we're taking a look at the finish line in Heritage Square, where we will be anticipating Kevin Goldberg coming in next. The last information I have on the tracker here, which hasn't been refreshed in a second, has them somewhere around mile, let's see, 246. So give or take 4 miles into the finish for Kevin Goldberg. We got some crew at Heritage Square of Jeff's. It's exciting.
So I believe we do have the Garmier crew because we have the great Bryce Brooks right there as well. We've got Bryce, the only one. If Ruth unmutes, then we can chat with Garmier's crew here. Bryce is the only one not wearing any sort of
Leopard
tiger print or
Yeah.
cat print.
There you go. We can hear
Yeah,
you.
put on the dress. Put on the dress, Bryce. See, this is how you know you're a true Jeff Garmier supporter. The great Bryce Brooks learning how to put on a dress and doing it just for Jeff.
And we got a lot of
It's been a while since you had to put on a dress.
we got a lot of
Love
Tiger
it.
Crew energy in the chat.
We love it.
Let's go.
We love it. Bryce, that looks good on you, my friend.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. It feels good. It feels right.
Bryce has had a very long week so far. He started out helping with the live stream, doing some follow cam stuff out near Skull Valley, amongst other places, and now he has been pacer extraordinaire. He's paced Sarah Ostaszewski coming down from Mingus Mountain. He paced Brianna Grigsby out of Sedona, and he then just paced Jeff Garmier, the great Tiger Man himself, from Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon, I believe. And so Bryce is racking up the miles, trying to see if he can surpass Jamil for weekly miles throughout the course of the event. We do have word that Jamil is at 66 miles for the week between his pacing of Sitzman and all his live stream stuff.
What's that? I've got him so far.
See, Bryce has got him. Now Bryce has the big kitty cat energy with the dress here.
Running back and forth.
Yeah. I'm not quite at 72
Awesome.
yet.
Well,
Yeah,
thank you all so much.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Matt.
I would have had 75, but this guy stole my last 15. But I.
Back here to our finish cam. Huge shout out to the Garmier squad.
And we're taking a look again at the finish line here in Heritage Square, where we anticipate seeing Kevin Goldberg come in next. Kevin will be our 4th male, 5th overall in the Cocodona 250. Last track I have for him has him at about mile 246 and change. Yep.
So Bryce actually sent me a text before we checked in there, and he said Jeff was looking really good when he left Walnut Canyon, and rumor has it that he's dropped his pacer going up Eldon. So the Tiger Man himself is on the prowl. Hopefully he doesn't run himself into the ground. Hopefully he can take this all the way to the finish and make it a little bit exciting here.
And just looking at Jeff Garmier and Jason Koop, if my leaderboard is correct, it looks like they're within 1/10 of a mile of each other, and that in fact Jeff Garmier has passed Jason Koop. So everybody that was gunning for a Garmier or Koop race to the finish, I hope you're keyed into what's going on in this race right now, because it looks like that's what we're seeing. Let's see if we can, by all means, let's see. And I wish we had a way to ascertain from our friends at the Eldon aid station if we just missed Jeff Garmier coming through. Let's see, when I pull it up here, it looks like Jeff is actually just ahead of Jason Koop. So not 100% sure, but it looks like we may be getting that Jeff Garmier, Jason Koop race down Eldon. Certainly an exciting event to keep an eye on. See some folks letting me know in the live feed that some of those tracker points may be a little bit in the past. So you guys know as much as I do. But either way, it's certainly an interesting idea or thing going on if that's happening. I look forward to getting some more details and sharing them with you guys as well. It's getting wild on Eldon.
It is. The party is starting a little bit early. Usually the party doesn't start until Pete walks in. But but it's starting a little early today.
Let's see. And checking in on Kevin Goldberg, it looks like the last point I have on him has him on the social trails, making his way towards Buffalo, making his way towards crossing Pipeline, that kind of last push away from the base of Mount Eldon and towards the outskirts of Buffalo. So that has got to feel super exciting for Kevin if he understands where he's at, his proximity to the end of this race. That has got to feel good.
Jeff said he's going to take 10 to 14 days off. I think he earned it.
Yeah. All right, so I know we got a lot of Goldberg fans in the chat. Anticipate seeing what's going on with Kevin Goldberg and
the show on the
future.
iPad here.
Yeah, why not? Let's take a look. All right, so.
Oh yeah, did Vogel fall off the mountain? I think he's taking the slabs route down, maybe.
Oh, Eldon Slabs. Nobody.
No, I think he's just got a. I think he's just got a tracker air.
Yeah, there are a couple. It's perhaps worth noting. Every time I run up on Eldon, it throws my watch for a fit. There are a bunch of towers up there, a bunch of satellite, or not satellite, like radio towers up there that could throw people's trackers off for a second. I know it always throws my watch for a loop right when I'm in the closest proximity to the fire lookout tower up there. So I'm sure Mr. Vogel is not taking the slabs route down Eldon. Stuff can just get a little wonky up there, perhaps in proximity to all those towers. But we're taking a look at the feed here, showing us where everybody is on course, and we're specifically taking a look at Mount Eldon. Let's see. So we're seeing 117 and 239. Those bibs are making their way towards the Eldon climb. That would be Josh Locke and Lauren Jones. Lauren Jones would be your F2, your second female, who is approaching Highway 89 in the base of the Eldon climb. She's preceded by Josh Locke, who would be our first Arizonan to come through the finish line. It doesn't look like we have anybody actively climbing Eldon except for perhaps Mark Vogel. We're going to have to assume that he is up there somewhere making his way to the Eldon aid station, as there are no side trails that you could be on that part of Mount Eldon. Taking a look further down course, we have, of course, Jason Coop and Jeff Garmier and Jason Coop we were just talking about, who are making their descent down Eldon Lookout Road. That's that kind of long 4-mile descent off of Mount Eldon. And of course, Kevin Goldberg, who we anticipate being our next finisher, making his way now down the social trails that are going to feed him in across the Pipeline Trail here on the Arizona Trail, and then into Buffalo Park, and into the outskirts of Flagstaff. So that's a little rundown of what we're seeing going on around Eldon. Our next couple finishers. And in the other direction, we're also keeping an eye on the Sedona aid station, where in about 30 minutes we will come into the cutoff for the Sedona aid.
Yeah, and so we can take a look here at that Sedona aid station. Looks like we were expecting our last runners, Lori Robinson, who as of 9 minutes ago was, I believe, about a mile out. And Trish Corbett, who is just almost to the aid station there. So as soon as we start to have anyone coming in, we will be, and that was 6 minutes ago, so Trish might be in the aid station. We might be able to check in here. Runners will have another 30 minutes to exit this aid station. So we do have a lot of runners down in the aid station here. We have bib 227, Kyung Lee. Looks like bib 163, January Coming, might be on the move, possibly, or she may just be right at the edge of the aid station. Richard Murphy, who came in a while ago. Josh Garza. Elizabeth Russ. Chuck Mills. I got Joshua already, sorry. Then it looks like we have two that are maybe sleeping here. That is Jim Kelly dropped. And Danny Westergaard. I'm not sure on Danny Westergaard, but I do know Jim Kelly had called it a day. So those are your folks who are in Sedona and need to leave within the next half hour. And then we do have two runners right here who are still out on the trail, have to get in and out in the next 30 minutes.
And one of them is that bib 169. It looks like we had somebody asking about Trish Corbett, bib 169, if she left. So as best as we can tell, it sounds like Trish is on her way or left.
As of 6 minutes ago, it looks like she was on her way in. However, we can see if we can refresh this real quick.
All right, so currently it looks like we would say that we've got two folks on their way in, but nobody that looks like they're in super high danger of missing this cutoff, huh?
Correct. So here we are back in Heritage Square. And again, we are working on getting some feeds moved around, getting some more cameras up, all of those things.
And as we're taking a look at Heritage Square here, we're anticipating Kevin Goldberg being our next finisher. Behind Kevin, Jason Koop and Jeff Garmier potentially battling it out on the descent off Eldon Mountain. Man, what I would give to see that if that was going down right now.
Do you think they're talking to each other? Or do you think they're just dead silent throwing down? Because apparently Garmier has dropped his pacer. And so he must mean business here.
Everybody in the
Matt
live
Smith
chat,
there.
Give me your 2 cents. What do you think the interactions between Jeff Garmier and Jason Koop are looking like as they descend Eldon Mountain? Do you think they're trash talking each other? Is there some pats on the back going on? Trying to psych each other out? Wrong answers only. See, somebody in the chat says the tracker actually has Trish as leaving the aid station, not going in. Again, we're keeping eyes on both parts of the course right now, both the finish and the tail end, where the Sedona aid station will be closing in about 25 minutes. pretty massive distance between those two locations, as we have a ton of other runners still out on the course, and we only have, let's see, 4 finishers so far. Again, we had roughly 240 start, perhaps around 60 or 70 dropped out at this point, which gives us, let's see, a good amount of people still out there in the mix, chasing their Cocodona 250 dreams, trying to see this thing through.
The great Shelby Farrell, who is sitting across from us here in the chat. I hope Garmier is growling at him like a badass tiger. Like the badass tiger he is. Roar.
Keep hunting, buddy.
I love it. That would definitely be something Jeff Garmier would do.
Jeff getting a live Coopcast. Here we go. This is the these are the live stream comments I'm here for right now. Breathing dialogue with occasional swear word, giving each other piggyback rides. I love you guys. Let's see. Jeff's crystals must be working.
Jeff just texted, sending it. Jeff would be the type of person to like stop and text and then just go into like a full sprint.
Yeah. Fast as no tiger. Shirts on sale now, LOL.
Love it.
So a lot of big stuff going on all over the Cocodona 250 course. We're keeping an eye, of course, on Heritage Square and the finish line. Waiting for Kevin Goldberg to make his way in, perhaps less than 3 miles now. Followed by the theoretical battle that we're all imagining between Jason Koop and Jeff Garmier right now. Of course, Mark Vogel somewhere in Eldon, hopefully not on the Eldon Slabs route coming down. Joshua Locke, I believe, is making his ascent up Eldon. Lauren Jones, second female, is making her approach towards Eldon.
The Atlanta native.
Let's see. So we still have our second and third females, the rest of our women's podium out there in the mix. And a whole lot of other runners shaking it up out there from Eldon all the way through Sedona. So lots of exciting stuff still to come here in the Cocodona 250. Anybody just joining us, hopefully was able to catch, or may not have been able to catch, but Annie Hughes we saw finish this morning, finishing first female, third overall. And just a little bit ago, we watched Matt Smith come in third male, fourth overall. Let's see, we got some Road to Smoker fans out there in the mix. Let's see, perhaps folks thinking, oh, good eye in the chat there. Road to Smoker, perhaps within 3 or 4 miles of Sarah Ostrozewski, vying for that third place women's podium. Let's see, Stephanie Simpson from Canada, also in the mix, not too far behind. Nor is Carrie Henderson, who looks to be within spitting distance, perhaps, of Eric Sensman. Behind them, I'm also seeing Brianna Grigsby, bib number 9, just under 200 miles. So a lot of interesting stuff still to come in as we see these other women coming in through second and third, fourth, fifth, and sixth place.
See somebody in the chat hoping Jeff Garmier Anamorphs and starts running on all four. That would be amazing. Love the imagination there. Somebody else in the chat wants to know how many Hoka bucket hats this year. Do you you care to wager a guess for how many bucket hats we've seen this year? It's kind of hard to differentiate between the bucket hat and some other cowboy hats.
Yeah.
Definitely floppy hats made a pretty big appearance at the beginning of
someone
this.
in Sedona. Will, who do you have here?
I have.
You have Lori here.
This does look like the Sedona aid station here.
Yep.
Great job.
Amazing.
All right, again, here we are at the Sedona aid station, which will be closing in about 20 minutes. So any runners that are currently posted up at this aid station are going to need to make a choice whether they want to end their race here, if they want to stay, or if they want to keep on keeping on and make their way down the trail out of the Verde Valley and crossing Oak Creek.
I can go through
runners in that aid station, so we will keep our eyes peeled as we just saw Miss Lori Robinson come in. We've got Joshua Garza, I believe.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I believe that was the last.
He's gearing up.
Yeah, Joshua Garza, bib 203 there. He's gearing out. And again, runners have about 20 minutes, just under 20 minutes to get into and out of this aid station.
How are you?
I would love to know the mantras and the rallying cries of all of these folks that are making their way out of Sedona right now, going through the heat, battling these cutoffs.
There we go.
Thank you.
Garza is out and Kuhn, right? How do you say? Kyung.
Young.
What's your? Yes, Kyung.
Young is out. Yep, Kyung is out. Love to see it getting out. Plenty of time to spare before the aid station cutoffs. And they're moving pretty well down the trail here as they're going to hit the road. Going to hang a left. They're looking good.
Again, these runners are heading out about 15 minutes before the aid station closed here in Sedona. Earlier we took a look at the forecast and we were able to figure out that the high in Sedona today is going to be about 84 degrees. As these runners right now are leaving the aid station, making their way back onto the single track after this little stretch of pavement. Within view there of Airport Mesa, the airport vortex perhaps. And they're going to rejoin their single track momentarily as they make their way over to Midgley Bridge and cross underneath the bridge, cross the cooling waters of Oak Creek, and make their last climb out of the Verde Valley. So for all of our runners, this should mark the last kind of portion of hot exposed weather for them in their Cocodona 250, as they will be leaving the Verde Valley and the Red Rocks of Sedona behind to join the cool pines up of Munns Park and Flagstaff.
And again, we are so appreciative of all the live stream viewers who are tuning in. Thank you all so much. As we have now, I want to point this out, Drew, we have not missed a finisher.
Oh, we love that.
We've seen all of our top runners come in. We've seen Joe McConaughey, Michael McKnight at the wee hours of the morning. We've seen Annie Hughes, and we've seen Matt Smith all come in here now to this beautiful finish line here at Heritage Square.
And of course, next at Heritage Square, we're waiting for Kevin Goldberg. Love that check-in from the Sedona aid station there. Love seeing these runners that are kind of battling cutoffs, moving in the back of the pack, continuing their journey, getting back out there, tackling the rest of this course, and look forward to checking in with them, seeing how the rest of their Cocodona 250 treats them as they make their way onwards, leaving the Verde Valley behind and jumping into this next section of the course.
Conrad in the chat, can I replay the Michael McKnight finish during a quiet moment? I cannot. It is in the prior stream, so this is stream. What stream is this actually?
We're in day 4, stream 1.
Is that what we're in?
I think we are.
Okay, so it's in the
I
stream.
wouldn't bet the farm on it.
It's in the stream that was before this.
I think that would have been day 3 stream. You'll have to figure it out.
Yeah, it's the stream that's before this. That is where we got McKnight's finish. And Chris, Julian has a link, so there's no need to send him a link. He's in the chat. He has a link whenever they have people coming in and have the bandwidth to film. They will film. Again, these are our aid station volunteers up there, so their top priority is to make sure runners are getting nurtured at that point. And so we will be, we will have eyes on Mr. Goldberg here.
Yeah, guys.
He comes into Buffalo Park.
Yeah, I'm trying to
We've
take a
got
look.
feed up here closer to Hospital Hill, I believe.
Let's see.
I can pull that up here. Oh, no, I can't because I broke the button. So we'll go here.
And folks, I'm trying to take a look and see where Kevin Goldberg is as well. The latest I can see on the tracker has him beyond Pipeline, but not quite in Buffalo Park yet. So I would imagine, if this is accurate and the most up-to-date thing that I can see, I would imagine he is about to approach or ascend the last little bit of single track up to Buffalo Park. which would put him in a zone that is less than 3 miles away. Conservatively splitting 10-minute splits, which is probably a little slower than they'd be moving. I would expect to see them cross the finish line in around 30 minutes, if I had to guess.
Looks like we have Shad here.
Look at that.
And if Shad can unmute, we can see if we have audio now. But we have the bucket hat wearing, the pole yielding, the beautiful print short wearing Kevin Goldberg here.
Goldberg fans, this is what you've been waiting for. Take a look at your screen. We got Goldberg at Buffalo Park. Buffalo Park again. Very outskirts of Flagstaff proper there. Just a short distance away from joining the pavement, funneling Kevin into downhill on Beaver Street, where we will await him crossing the finish line.
I'm not sure if Shad can unmute on his end, and we can see if we have audio. And the feed should clean up. We do have audio here.
Oh, there we go.
They can't catch me though. Look how strong I look.
Yeah, it looks unstoppable. After this, he's just going to do a cool down marathon.
All right, Chad, thanks for unmuting. Kevin Goldberg, we can hear you in the live stream. What do you got to say as you make your way down McPherson Trail there? Well, I'd love to hear what's going on with Kevin Goldberg right now, but it looks like we're getting just a slightly choppy.
We'll check back in when that cleans up a little.
But for the Kevin Goldberg fans in the house, we know he is moving beyond Buffalo Park now down the McPherson Trail in the Flagstaff Urban Trail system. So not very far to go until he makes his last climb up Hospital Hill and down Beaver Street into the finish.
Yeah, Chris Warden in the chat points out that Shad has filmed every runner, every finisher so far.
That's amazing.
It's been incredible, and a huge shout out to him, and it looks like that feed might have cleaned up just a little bit here. We'll see. Maybe Goldberg might be hopping in the chat here. That's all I want to know. Is he hopping in the chat? Is he sending text to... Yes.
Kevin Goldberg.
Here he is. We literally, I need a screenshot of this as we have Kevin Goldberg in the live chat texting as our feed has frozen up here again. So we will go down to the finish line as we await, but he will be here shortly.
Kevin Goldberg
finishing week, really happy
in the
with
chat.
it.
Yeah, you should be, Kevin. That's extraordinary stuff. And after all that hard work for 74 hours, when you are a mile and a half from the finish, why not just enjoy the journey that you've been on? Just prolong it a little more. There's nothing to do after you finish, then go home. So just enjoy that last mile and a half. It'll be a whole year before you even have the opportunity to be out here again, unless you hang out at the finish.
Which you're obviously welcome to do.
Which you're
Flagstaff is a
very
beautiful
welcome
place.
to do. So we are watching Kevin Goldberg come in on the McPherson Trail, last mile and a half, roughly, perhaps 2 miles of the Cocodona course. When Kevin Goldberg crosses the finish line, he will be our 4th male, just outside the men's podium there, and 5th overall finisher, I believe. Also, last we checked in at the Sedona aid station, it looks like a lot of folks were moving pretty good, making their way onto the back end of that course, getting out before the cutoff there at the Sedona aid station.
I'm so happy that I have a screenshot of Kevin Goldberg in the live chat while just a few miles from the finish of the Cocodona 250.
Letting everybody in the chat knowing what's going on, communicating to us. We love it.
We're trying to get that feed in here.
And it might be kind of choppy on the other end for you guys that are trying to tune in and watch Kevin finish here, but from my end I can kind of see a small video of Kevin. He's almost off the Flagstaff Urban Trail and making his way over to the base of, kind of to the pavement near the base of Hospital Hill. So in just a few moments here he's going to have a 2-block run up the pavement to Hospital Hill before making a left on Beaver Street, and hopefully you should be able to cruise into a nice chill finish here at Heritage Square. Just in time for lunch as we it's 12:09 Flagstaff time. Kevin back on the phone. We might have some more updates from him. There we go. Let's get some Gabe appreciation.
Let's go, Gabe. I love that Kevin is stopping to walk at times. Not that it matters because he's run such an incredible race that he is a good ways away of the next athlete in the race. But he
is participating in his own finish.
Yep. And just quickly, we are going to switch over to Will in Sedona just to get a very quick update of how many runners we still have left in the aid station here and who's leaving. So, Will, how are you doing, and who do we have leaving here?
We've got Danny Westergaard.
Okay. How many people do we have left to leave the aid station still? Great work, Danny.
We have 6, 7.
6.
It's tough to call. 6 or 7 left.
Okay, awesome. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. We got the crowd favorite, Kevin Goldberg, on his way to the finish, and then we'll head straight back to Sedona. And we're back with Kevin Goldberg, who is probably back in the chat.
Checking his watch there, seeing where we're at mileage-wise.
From here? What's that? You from here? No, I'm from Montana. Oh, cool. Where in Montana? Bozeman?
Shad, who has been pulling 8-time duty, isn't even from the area.
Shad, kudos for this amazing coverage, bud. Thanks.
This way, to the right.
Yeah, Shad has been the real MVP here.
It feels really good.
Shad really has been the MVP of bringing us this coverage.
You're not going to
all these
cross up
finishers
until
coming
Beaver
in.
Street.
He's volunteering his time
Yeah.
to bring us
2 more lights.
These folks making their way from Buffalo.
And Shad has taken every finisher that we've had so far in. He took Joe and Michael in, I believe, from the hospital. Then he's taken the last couple I know he's taken from Buffalo.
All right, so again, we've got Kevin Goldberg of Colorado. I got hopefully some encouraging honks from traffic there. And Kevin is making his way up this 2-block climb towards the top of Hospital Hill, we call it Flagstaff, where the Flagstaff Medical Center is. After he passes not this traffic light, but the next one, he will make a left onto Beaver Street and have a soothing downhill kind of sweep him into the finish, where he makes his last 2 turns at Heritage Square. Looks like his pacer's keeping an eye on traffic for him, giving him some smooth passage over there.
Oh, I love, well, they've been tuned into the live stream here, so they probably saw Don Greenwald running ahead to be traffic cop, so now his pacer is handling it.
What's your name? Shad. Chad? Shad with an S.
Shad
with an S. Shad's doing a
Yeah,
killer
Shad
job.
is the real MVP here. He's been incredible.
Alright, and I hope Kevin knows how many fans he has in the live stream right now.
And we're going to quickly, go to Sedona, and we have some runners. Are they coming in or coming out there, Will?
Looks like they're heading out.
Heading out.
We have Elizabeth Russ, and we have Lori Robinson up above. We had Richard Murphy and
amazing.
I forgot.
Getting out there just in time. Do we have anyone still in the aid station?
I think there might be one more left in the aid station. I'm going to head back up there right now and look.
Okay. We'll check back in with you in a little bit here.
What?
And here we are. So it sounds like we got maybe 1 or 2 more people at the aid station.
At least most in the teams. Maybe
got to be getting out of there.
Yep.
People we just saw all made it out.
Let's see, and here again on our stream right now, we're looking at Kevin Goldberg coming in men's 4th place, 5th overall, making his way through top of Hospital Hill. Left turn on Beaver Street here. And he has crested Hospital Hill, so now he gets to descend Beaver Street.
Let's go, dude. This guy crushed it.
And it's gotta feel good. Again, as we mentioned with the other finishers, these runners, as they're cresting Hospital Hill and beginning their descent, they're going to be able to look down the hill towards downtown Flagstaff, see the finish awaiting them, as they make, at this point, only 2 more turns to the finish line at Heritage Square. Looks like Kevin is taking advantage of this downhill that's greeting him here.
He's moving really strong still. Great to see the good folks at Flagstaff Medical out cheering it when they can be. Need more of that. We need the streets lined.
Yeah. We need to start leaving some cowbells there under the arch at Flag Medical.
Yep.
Tie them down. So they're fixed in place.
Here we go.
Some cowbells and some folks from Flagstaff Medical Center. Oh, we love that. And that vibe has got to be so good. I know we were talking a little bit earlier about runners that have been hopping over Eldon. They've been kind of just leaving through the pines, maybe only with their pacer for the last couple hours. Haven't seen many folks in a while. But now coming into Flagstaff, coming through Buffalo Park, seeing the runners there in Buffalo, seeing the folks at Flag Medical Center waving a cowbell at you, and that feeling, that energy is just building, carrying you downhill, down Beaver Street towards the finish. And I wonder what Kevin Goldberg is feeling right now.
I think we're briefly going to check in right now before we get too close to the finish with Will. If he can hear me, just an update since we're past the cutoff there. Will, do we have anyone who was timed out over at Sedona?
There's no more runners leaving this station.
Okay. Awesome. Are there folks? Okay. Are there folks who are calling it a day there, or are forced to call it a day there?
We have a DNF.
Okay.
But I'm not sure the number.
Okay. No problem. Thanks so much for the update. Really appreciate all your hard work over there.
Thanks, Will.
You got it.
And we are back.
Watching Kevin Goldberg's finish, courtesy of our friend Chad, who has brought us the finishing miles of all of our finishers so far in the Cocodona 250. Shout out again to Shad. Thank you, Shad, for providing this awesome coverage. Showing
Columbus Avenue is a non-suggestion. One of my biggest fans. I had it installed.
I didn't catch that one.
He was saying something about Columbus Avenue. I just know it as the corner where Beaver Street Liquors is. As runners pass, the iconic landmark that is the Beaver Street Liquor sign.
And there we go.
And he is back off.
Cruising down Beaver Street. Alright, so friends and fans of Kevin Goldberg, you're watching Kevin come in now less than a mile away. We're getting to the point on Beaver Street where we can start to look down Beaver Street and see downtown Flagstaff. Again, only 2 turns separating Kevin from his finish. I would love to know what he's feeling right now, what kind of plans he has for after he finishes that, crosses that finish line. Looks like his pacer is helping him out with some traffic crossings there as he makes his way through town. Zip. I can't tell if those are some Rabbit Cali Vibe shorts. That's my guess. Not positive. Does look like it might be from the Run and Rabbit Cali Vibes collection. Let's see.
What was that? Must have been an out-of-towner.
No, we have
good
plenty
folks
of
at
that.
Flagstaff.
We have a lot of good old boys and pickups. Looks like they didn't spook our buddy Kevin though, so.
Oh, you think Kevin is going to be spooked by a good old boy and pickup?
And here to counterbalance some of that weird truck energy, we got some nice folks cheering Kevin on. Some high fives. Oh, that is Jeff Garmier's crew giving high fives to Kevin Goldberg on his way. Jeff Garmier's cheetah crew spreading the good vibes as Kevin makes his way down Beaver Street. And Jeff is crossing, or Jeff, I'm sorry, Kevin Goldberg is crossing Elm Street, or Elm Avenue, my home street. And giving us a little psych out about taking a seat there.
You know where the turn is, right? Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Definitely gets bonus points for entertainment and live stream participation.
Yeah, right up. The street with the flagpole.
All right, and watching Kevin come in here, I can see his left turn within sight. So Kevin Goldberg mere blocks away from crossing the finish line at Cocodona 250. That'll put him in 74 hours, 22 minutes into his Cocodona 250 journey. Mere blocks away and only 2 turns from crossing that finish line into Heritage Square.
Making sure he stopped, looked both
Straight.
ways.
A little unsure of which way to cross the street, but it looks like we got it straightened out.
The next block. Yeah, I'll raise the light.
He knows there's a left and a right. And indeed, he's coming up on that left. All right, friends and fans of Kevin Goldberg should note that he's making his final left turn right now in downtown Flagstaff. Only 2 blocks separating him from the finish line.
Left.
And we're going to see him cross that finish line here momentarily within the minute.
Excuse us. Dude, man. Look at that ass. That's some grit.
And Kevin Goldberg is just a mere block, less than a block away.
Looks like it.
From Heritage Square.
Straight across.
We will cut you guys to that finish line camera in a
We're gonna
moment,
turn right in the
so
alley,
you can
right
watch
here.
him come in and cross that line with us, which he'll be doing momentarily. Kevin Goldberg fans, this is your moment. Celebrate it with your boy.
Incredible, incredible run.
And I can hear the finish line energy now, watching Kevin come in and cross that finish line.
And here he comes. Mr. Kevin Goldberg, ladies and gentlemen. Big Goldberg energy, big finish. There it is, Kevin Goldberg. He has done it. Finishing the Cocodona 250. Your 4th place male and 5th overall.
Big Goldberg energy. There you have it, folks. Your boy, Kevin Goldberg, just finished the Cocodona 250.
I'll head up there for the next one.
Where you're 4th male and 5th overall.
I'll head up there.
We got a seat for him. He can relax now. And Howie Stern is there to capture all his finish line feels the way he does so well.
We're going to have to mute the audio there. We are trying to keep this feed up on YouTube, so we don't want to get any of the background audio there.
Looks like it's starting to be a little bit of a windy day, breezy day there in Flagstaff.
Incredible.
Got some handshakes going around. And there Kevin is. He has his finisher's buckle, I believe made of Arizona copper.
Yep, from down in Tucson.
All right.
Huge shout out to Kevin Goldberg.
And to our friend Chad for bringing us that Kevin's final moments coming in on the course there. Certainly I know Kevin's friends and fans appreciated being able to watch him come in.
Give that guy a Rice Krispie treat. That is right. He deserves it.
Okay, what have we got? Looking back out on the course, it appears that Jeff Garmier has put some distance on Jason Koop, perhaps, if this is accurate, heading down Eldon. And if that is the case, we would anticipate Jeff Garmier being potentially our next finisher.
And we know that Kevin Goldberg brought so much energy that we have the adult spam bots in the chat once again. And I can't get to them because there we go.
And on the feed, we're seeing Kevin Goldberg get his finisher photo taken by the great Howie Stern. Howie posts up at the finish line, and he's taken before pictures of all these runners, and now he's taking an after. So the runners from the Cocodona 50, they're going to have an excellent portrait.
And we should be back here. So thank you all so much for bearing with us. We will be on the lookout for our other feeds to be popping back up here shortly as well. And again, like I said, we appreciate all of you for continuing to bear with us here.
Some folks saying, much better, thank you. Thanks, well done. Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for bearing with us there. Hopefully this is a little cleaner for you guys. Some folks wanting to know, is that Jeff that just crossed? That was not Jeff that just crossed. Jeff is still out on course. That was Kevin Goldberg of Colorado that just came in. We are anticipating Jeff Garmier being the next finisher, although he is still making his way on the social trails from Eldon Lookout Road towards Buffalo Park.
And so we are just currently holding it down. Big announcer energy. Yeah, my big announcer energy is slowly draining. It's been a long, I don't even know how many hours. What time did we start yesterday? Like 5:30-ish? So what am I at? What's that? 24 plus 7 is 31 hours.
Woof.
And I've slept for a little over 90 minutes. So we're going great.
We got an alternative ultra marathon over here to bring you guys this coverage, and we appreciate you joining us in keeping an eye on all these runners and trying to share that with you all.
And I am just working on getting all our stuff back up and running here. So please bear with me.
So we now have, again, for anybody just joining us or who is a little bit out of the mix, we have, let's see, our top 5 finishers all the way through. That would have been Joe McNutty, aka String Bean, finished yesterday in first, followed by Michael McKnight in second. Third overall and first female was Annie Hughes, followed this morning by Matt Smith and Kevin Goldberg. We are awaiting Jeff Garmier and Jason Koop, who will be our, I anticipate those being our next finishers. Mark Vogel, it looks like he is off of the kind of no man's land point we had for him on Eldon. It looks like he is in fact climbing up Eldon. Perhaps the only person climbing Eldon at the moment. Behind him, Joshua Locke of Arizona and Lauren Jones, our F2, our second female. Also appears to be ascending Eldon, having made it beyond the Fat Man's Loop approach trail, and now at the base of Mount Eldon. So anybody eager to see how the women's podium is shaking out would be very interested in keeping an eye on Lauren Jones here in the coming hours. Behind Lauren Jones, it looks like there's going to be a battle for the women's third place podium spot between Sarah Ostrozewski, Rhoda Smoker, and perhaps Stephanie Simpson, and maybe even Carrie Henderson. Hard to say here. No more than 8 miles separating the third place race for the women's podium at the moment. Let's see, somebody wants to know a little more about what's going on in the race between Jeff Garmier and Jason Koop.
Yeah, let's throw it to the iPad here for you.
Yeah, let's see what we can do.
There we go.
All right, so taking a look here, that bouncing line down at the bottom, that is bib 130. That would have been, let's see, that would have been Kevin Goldberg that came through. So that bouncing number 130 there is going to be our finish line in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. And as we look up the trail here, we see bib number 21, which should be Jeff Garmier. Jeff Garmier has made his way around and down Eldon and should be near the base of Eldon right now on these social trails, these kind of rocky single track trails, feeding his way over to Buffalo Park. And so that's kind of here. This straight line is going through Buffalo Park, and then he'll take a turn and go down the McPherson kind of Flagstaff Urban Trail and over to Hospital Hill. So by the look of things, it looks like Jeff Garmier has in fact passed Jason Koop. And again, I'm not totally sure. Let's see, somebody's asking me to refresh. And we do have this on an auto refresh every 60 seconds, but I apologize if
every time we manually refresh, we gotta.
If
there
that's
we go.
Not working out for you. There we go. Now we've got a better view. Thanks to the live stream.
Pretty close.
Pretty close race between bib 21, Jeff Garmier, and Jason Koop, bib 15. Let's see, we've got them. And their race between the two of them has made its way onto the social trails. So they're off Eldon Lookout Road. And they are on to, looks like Rocky Ridge and Oldham right now. And I'd say anything could happen here. Those guys look like they're pretty close to each other on this coming into the AZT, the Arizona Trail. And they'll be crossing Pipeline next. It could really go either way, guys. If Jason Koop has a rallying cry and can muster up some strength to really push on this section, there's ups and downs, there's lots of rocks. It really just favors the person who is able to dig deep right now and really just rally through this last 2 miles, 3 miles of Cocodona 250.
Looks like we do have Goldberg at the finish line. If Ruth can unmute, we would love to bring it to the People's Champ over there, Mr. Goldberg. We'll see if we can get some audio from Ruth here, if she can unmute. But otherwise, we're just taking a look at Goldberg. The toe socks. We've seen a lot of toe socks.
Hopefully that's a strategy that works. Keeping him from a...
Oh, and a liquid death. Speaking of which, I should have a sip. chat. There is no control button on Jeff Garmier's computer. Jeff Garmier is always in control. Love it. And hopefully we will get some eyes on Jeff up near the hospital.
I know some folks are wondering, so there's some speculation on Jason Coop, if maybe his knee was giving him some trouble. I couldn't see any evidence of that when we last checked in on him at atop Eldon, at the Eldon aid station. So unless he's letting you guys know something that we can't see, not too sure there. I can personally say that dropping down Eldon Lookout Road and making your way across these social trails is incredibly demanding after giving it your all for the amount of time that these guys have been in the mix. So another possible explanation as to why a runner you're looking at might not be splitting as hard as you think they might be.
Again, we're here at the finish.
But just like everybody else in the live stream, we're eagerly anticipating getting a solid idea of what is going on with Jeff Garmier and Jason Coop as they make their way towards the finish, perhaps battling out a little bit on that single track on Rocky Ridge, making their way across Pipeline on the AZT towards Buffalo Park.
Yeah, and we'll see if Ruth can unmute. We would definitely like to listen in. It's muted on her end, I believe. Let's see, Jem Rooney in the chat, Australia Zone. Wanted to give some love to Hector, who was forced to drop out earlier in the day. Huge shout out to H-Rod. Huge shout out in the background there in the blue shirt with the black long sleeve under it, Mama Curry, the queen of the Aravaipa aid stations. So she puts in a lot of work to make those happen. So huge shout out to Mama Curry there.
And always brings the best aid station energy.
Big aid station energy.
Big aid station energy. It's always a nice boost to see her out at the aid stations, holding it down, a familiar, cheerful face, cheering for you as you make your way through your race. Let's see, we have some more shoe speculation. People wanting to know if he had some Ultra Timp 4s in that shot. Love all the shoe speculation. Wanted to know what everybody was wearing. All the gear speculation. Wanted to know what kind of packs and shoes, etc. people are using out there.
Looks like what time people are showing up to Diablo Burger.
Oh yeah, I don't know what time they open. Hopefully
hopefully before 1. Never know if some places are dinner only or...
Yeah. Maybe Kevin's fixing to have himself a Diablo Burger. He certainly
I
earned
would
one.
recommend.
I would recommend. If I were Kevin, I would be lining up in front of Diablo Burger in a moment. I believe they were closed when I finished last year, so didn't have that novelty. But the good folks at Pizza Clutter were kind enough to bring me some dinner.
Very nice of them. You must have a connection there.
A little
bit. The question is, was the pizza as good as it would have been if you had made it?
Ooh, I can't remember.
It probably tasted way better at that point.
Yeah. I don't know what was going on with my stomach at that point. I think nausea was, and palate fatigue. Palate fatigue is definitely real for these folks down there. are out there, you know, for days and days, just sucking down hot, dry air. You know, maybe eating the same kind of like sugary things or dry things over and over and over. It can be so hard to find something palatable and satiating. You know, you have to keep putting down calories so that you can keep moving, but you know, at certain points, things just no longer are enjoyable to eat, and it becomes a real chore trying to get food down. Somebody in the chat letting us know Diablo Burger's hours, that they are open now and close at 9. Thank you.
Yeah, huge shout out to Run Adam Run in the chat.
Hopefully these finishers have some Diablo Burger in their future. Certainly.
Or hopefully they make their way down to Dark Sky later on. Use their $5 off coupon.
There you go.
For Ride Open Spaces with the Cocodona insignia on it. And we do have a Tiger Man sighting, the king himself. Are you able to unmute for us, Shad?
How is Shad's battery still working?
Yeah, okay. And yeah, we do have audio. Yeah, there we go. Jeff Garmier, ladies and gentlemen, the Tiger King. Jeff, how are you feeling, buddy?
Oh, I'm ready to yo-yo this thing. I'm gonna head back after we finish.
Are you gonna go back up to the top of Eldon?
Up in Prescott, so I'm gonna do it backwards.
You guys heard it here first in the chat. Jeff Garmier, upon finishing, going to turn around and go back 250 miles and finish in Prescott, Arizona for the Cocodona 500. Love to hear it, Jeff.
Yeah, you go straight across.
All right, for all of our fastest known Tiger crew fans, we got Jeff Garmier on the feed, and it looks like he is making his way. He's made it through all the way through Buffalo Park, down McPherson Trail, and is now doing the 2-block climb up to Hospital Hill before he makes his turn down Beaver Street. Jeff, of course, finished this last year. He should know this part of the course well, and he should know what is awaiting him there in Heritage Square. And it looks like Jeff's moving pretty smooth going up to Hospital Hill. Again, this is a 2-block climb on the sidewalk there as they make their way across the pavement towards that downhill heading into downtown Flagstaff. And Jeff is moving smooth. He's moving good. And hopefully after he crosses the finish, he can tell us something about making that big pass on Jason Coop heading down Eldon Lookout Road. I'd love to hear some details of how that worked out. And shout out to Shad again for bringing us, I think, our 6th finisher now in a row. Showing us all of these Cocodona finishers making their way from Buffalo across town to the finish line in Flagstaff there.
The fastest known Tiger himself here is coming in.
And in the chat we have a reminder. Let's see that Jeff did, of course, do the calendar Triple Crown. That means in one calendar year, Jeff through hiked the Pacific Crest Trail, Appalachian Trail, and Continental Divide Trail, all in one calendar year, as well as finishing the Cocodona 250 last year, inaugural year, and finished first at the last person standing at last year's Across the Years. So heck of a resume on this guy, definitely a big fan club in the chat. Luke in the chat said Jeff also did the Great Western Loop. And Sounds like he is passing some of his fans, bringing him in. Bringing that Tiger energy to the finish line there in downtown Flagstaff, and we'd love to see that. And it looks like some of his support crew is joining him there, bringing him home.
So I like had some stupid DQ.
Let's see. Oh, do we have two different?
Yep, and we just saw.
All right, so we're seeing Jeff Garmier now making his way down Hospital Hill, getting a little downhill assist as he makes his way down Beaver Street. And
According
looks
to
like
John in the chat, Jeff watches British TV shows with John's mom. Sounds kind of interesting.
And it looks like Jeff is passing Flagstaff Medical Center there in Flagstaff. We're trying to look and see if we have some more folks from the Flagstaff Medical Center with cowbells like we did earlier, perhaps cheering them on.
There are some onlookers at least who gave him a little glance as he passed.
There we go. Yes, sir. I think I do see a gentleman with a cowbell there in scrubs, and I can hear the cowbell. It sounds like there's a lot of Jeff energy going through Beaver Street right now. His crew definitely hyping him up. I think if there's an award for biggest and loudest vibes on the Cocodona 250 course, it would go to Jeff Garmier and his crew. Costumes and lots of positive vibes out there. I think I hear some meowing out there, some cat energy.
The biggest cat energy, I believe. Incredible.
Alright, so again, anybody just joining us, we're watching Jeff Garmier come in, heading down Beaver Street into downtown Flagstaff. And let's see, Jeff is going to be our, let's see, what are we looking at now? Our
fifth male, sixth overall.
Sounds right, fifth male, sixth overall.
Yep.
Jeff is making his way down Beaver Street, taking advantage of a nice little downhill.
He's got to dodge the trash bin there.
Let's see. And it looks like Jeff's in excellent hands with his crew bringing him in. Got the whole clique directing traffic and keeping the energy right and the vibes right as he comes in to the finish.
I want to know, does he have like 20 of these tiger print sleeveless hoodies, or does he wear the same one? I believe it's the same one because it was washed in a creek and hung out to dry earlier while he had a different, his crew was doing his laundry.
Well, maybe we can catch up with Jeff and ask about his wardrobe and laundry routine after he crosses the finish, and we get a chance to chat with him in a chair.
Luke in the chat is just having a day. Jeff once heard that nothing can kill him, so he tracked down nothing and killed it. That was pretty good.
Yeah, there's some bangers in there.
There are some really good ones.
I hope Jeff pulls the screenshot later with that quote. And it sounds like I couldn't tell what we were singing in there. Anybody in the stream catch what they were singing?
They're making it up as they go.
They're just making it up as they go. I love it.
Okay, somebody asked, what place is Jeff in? I think we're looking at 5th male, 6 overall for Jeff coming in.
I love it. And we are on our way back out to see if we can get eyes on Jason Coop as well.
And folks, if your feed is looking choppy on your end of Jeff, I can see a pretty good picture of him running on this side, and it looks like he's moving pretty good, turning those legs over, keeping a good cadence, making his way down Beaver Street. And again, as a veteran of this race, Jeff has got to know exactly how close he is to the finish. No doubt passing Jason Coop must have given him some energy, put a little pep in his step, and he knows he has got it made now. All he has to do is coast on in with his friends. After 75 hours and change tackling this course.
No. Just playing with it.
All right, so 75 hours in, and we are watching Jeff Garmier make his way down Beaver Street, just blocks away from his finish at Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff, ending his second Cocodona 250 journey. And he has got a clique of pacers and crew and friends with him, bringing him in.
So good, Jay.
And he also wants to know how far from the finish. We're looking at perhaps 7 blocks, if that.
It was very precise, Drew. that was good.
See the light.
Yeah, and we can see the light that is going to mark their left-hand turn, the last left Jeff is going to make, before he makes a right and heads across that finish line. And we will try and stick with him here as he crosses that finish line and bring you a shot of him crossing it.
Just 1 block from the light. 1 block to the light. Tick.
Hopefully Jeff remembers his part from last year. Alright, and it looks like they're still coming up on that left turn in front of Dark Sky Brewery. And I imagine Jeff Garmier's about to start hearing some cowbells. Garmier now making, looks like he's making that left turn momentarily, bringing him even closer towards his last steps, going across that finish line in Heritage Square at the finish of the Cocodona 250. And here they are in front of Chase Bank, making that left-hand turn. Seems as though the wind's picked up a little bit in Flagstaff. And here we are, only one turn separating Jeff Garmier away from that finish line. 2 blocks.
What an incredible run here by Jeff as he approaches the finish
of his second Cocodona 250. Him and Mike McKnight, both veterans of the course.
You got a young cheering squad here.
Got a cheering squad here for Jeff.
High five on the kids.
Amazing. Look at that. Incredible. And we are going to switch it over here to our finish cam in just a second, as we await Jeff Garmier and we try to get a clean feed here.
And there we are. He should be making that turn any second. We'll watch Jeff coming in now. Jeff Garmier finishing the Cocodona 250.
And there he is. The Tiger King himself, Jeff Garmier, his crew, his pacers, his friends.
There you have it, folks.
And a beer at the finish straight away. Amazing. And Andy's down. Hopefully no beer was spilled in the making of this. Amazing.
There you have it, folks. Jeff Garmier, our latest finisher of the Cocodona 250. He is the second veteran to finish this course this year, behind Mike McKnight, who finished. Oh no, Mike McKnight DNF last year, did he not?
Correct.
So that is going to make Jeff Garmier our first veteran to cross the finish line.
An amazing run from Jeff.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Jeff.
Mr. Jeff Garmier. Incredible, and we're out of the back out at Buffalo Park here. Can't tell if we have Jason Coop or if that is a recreational runner, but let's send it to that feed here. And it looks like it was someone else.
Let's see. Can't quite tell on my end.
Yeah. And actually, what I'm going to do, Shad, if you can hear me, are you able to refresh your stream and pop back in, and we'll see if that cleans up the feed at all here since we restarted. And so if Shad can hear me, if he can just refresh his browser and pop back in, that would be great.
All right, so again, just to recenter everybody, we just watched Jeff Garmier come in and cross the finish line at Cocodona. I believe that makes him the 5th male and 6th overall to cross that finish line. Also our first veteran.
We do have a camera feed out at Fort Tudhill now. And here we are, checking out the Fort Tuthill aid station. And it looks like we do have Shad back up here. And would you look at that? That's a pretty crispy feed.
It's a pretty crispy video here at Buffalo Park, where we anticipate Jason Coop making his way through the stretch of Buffalo Park next. Right now we're taking a look actually in the direction that Jason Coop will be coming from and all of the other Cocodona runners. In the right hand side of this frame we can see Mount Eldon, some of the towers up there. So that is the climb that they are doing up and over Eldon, and then they make their way down about a 4-mile road descent. It is a dirt road coming down Eldon there. Straight through the back of the frame we see the Dry Lake Hills, an area that has many beautiful trails that these runners are going to leave behind as they make their way over to Buffalo. And towards the left of this frame we see the Kachina Peaks there, highest peak in the state of Arizona, Humphreys Peak, an extinct stratovolcano, which gives it that unique shape there where it kind of looks like a hollowed out bowl with peaks. Should be just a tiny bit of snow left up there, but otherwise looking like a beautiful day at Buffalo Park in Flagstaff. Local time 1:10 in the afternoon. So thanks again, Chad, for bringing us coverage of all these finishers. We are anticipating Jason Coop coming in next as he makes his way towards the outskirts of Buffalo Park, taking him off the rocky single track and into the smoother running in the back of this course. And it sounds as though it's gotten a tiny bit breezy in Flagstaff. Looks like the local temperature in Flag. Take us a moment to pull up here. Currently 72 degrees in Flagstaff. Looks like a sunny bluebird day in Buffalo Park. Looks like an excellent time to be coming through Buffalo Park, as the low tonight is going to be hovering around the low 40s. Definitely will be chillier up there on Mount Eldon as well. Again, quite a contrast from our folks in the back of the pack making their way out of Sedona, where earlier we figured out the high temperature was somewhere around 84 degrees today. And let's see what we got.
Looks like we may have Jason Coop here.
Perhaps. Or perhaps a pacer. Or perhaps just a random runner. That looks like a Mr. Jason Coop making his way through Buffalo Park on the outskirts of Flagstaff, Arizona. Jason has been battling super hard this whole race, putting on an amazing performance in the front of this race. We last saw him up atop Eldon, getting refreshed and refueled for that journey down Eldon Lookout Road. And he has now made his way down Eldon, through the social trails, the rocky social trails at the base of Eldon. And he's greeted now by this smooth track at the base of Buffalo Park. So Jason Coop now looking to be the next finisher of the Cocodona 250, making his way through Buffalo Park, where he will be greeted by some very smooth surfaces and trail for a bit before he rejoins the pavement, bringing him into the finish. So Coop, if you can hear us, amazing work. We're cheering you on as you make your way towards the finish. So for all of our Jason Coop fans in the house joining us in the live feed, we've got Jason Coop making his way through Buffalo here. Jason really embodying that spirit of relentless forward momentum right now as he makes his way towards the end of Buffalo Park. An amazing performance out here at the Cocodona 250. Coop, of course, has been out on this course now for over 75 hours at mile roughly 248. And the last 2 to 3 miles of his journey across northern Arizona to Heritage Square. And he looks very determined to make his way to that finish. Again, Jason Coop making his way through Buffalo Park, having a pretty commanding lead on the next person behind him, who appears to be still somewhere on Eldon Lookout Road. That would be Mark Vogel, also of Washington there, bib 91. And I believe this would place Jason at our sixth, seventh mile.
Seventh male.
Seventh
overall, sixth male. Right?
Something like that.
I think so. Again, Coop has just been having such a great, I always want to say day, but it's been a number of days. He's been out there really putting forth a great effort, grinding when he needs to grind, and getting it done.
Coop now over the last 75 hours has really been putting in that work, really been grinding away, chipping away at this course mile by mile, aid station by aid station. Like everybody here, he had a vision of tackling this course. Something was inspiring him to come out here and give a shot at this course, and it's amazing to see him now in Buffalo Park, so close to the finish, at the tail end of that vision, at the tail end of all that training. It's all coming together now for Jason Coop as he makes his way through the back end of Buffalo Park and onto the McPherson Trail and Hospital Hill in Flagstaff.
Love seeing the Flagstaff locals out at Buff Park. Hopefully in coming years there will be more people out at Buff Park and down Beaver Street with a purpose. But it's only year 2,
Maybe we can get a Pete's Meats out there, grilling it up, bringing the spectator vibes.
I mean, he's still looking looking really good right now, moving again very purposefully.
Yeah, and even though he's got some poles with him, he's moving without the poles, making good progress. Jason Coop again, looks like he's just about to pop out of the back of Buffalo Park. Can give that buffalo a high five if he wants to. And he should start to join the pavement of Flagstaff momentarily. There's the famous buffalo right there. And hopefully he catches this right-hand turn he's going to make momentarily. It doesn't head out on Gemini Road.
Could be the very long way.
And Jason's really going to need to make this turn right here, a hard right. To get onto that
here,
trail.
Jason. Inspection.
There we go. Thanks, Chad. Good looking.
With all the cars in the parking lot right now, it can be really tough to see where your next kind of flag marking is.
Yeah, and we have seen people miss turn coming down up Eldon Lookout Road last year. By all means, the cumulative decision fatigue, the fatigue of running, the exhaustion, the sleep deprivation really starting to catch up with you. Alright, so Jason has left Buffalo Park behind him, and he's making his way down McPherson Trail, one of the Flagstaff Urban Trail links that is going to take him from Buffalo to the bottom of Hospital Hill, where he will link up with some pavement that will shuttle him down towards the finish at Heritage Square. Jason now is going to be moving down this 4% grade. Looks like he's got his poles out, helping him along. Even with all the training and the best moderation, the climbs and descents of this Cocodona course really do catch up with you. And even a grade like this can be really taxing on your what you have left of your quads. And it looks like Coop is bringing a bit of a run down into that 4% grade.
Again, he will be making his way to the roads, Flagstaff, as he continues to get closer and closer to the finish line here, downtown Flagstaff at Heritage Square.
And Coop, if you can hear us, you've got a lot of friends and fans in the chat that are watching you finish and sending you their thoughts, and excited to watch you bring this thing home. Looks like Jason Coop's got some pep in his step, moving down towards the pavement now. He picks that cadence up. It looks like he's moving down the trail at a good clip. Finishing strong. You can almost see the struggle playing out between finding the energy to jog or hike. It's so hard when you're this exhausted and all you want to do is cross that finish line. Trying to find the will to keep pushing even in the last 2 miles. Jason Coop, no doubt, digging extremely deep, finishing strong here as he comes into mile 249 of the Cocodona 250. No doubt Jason Coop is going to have some friends and fans waiting for him as he crosses that finish line in about a mile and change here. And it looks like he is carrying himself extremely well now as his trail flattens out a bit. Perhaps he can tell just how close he is to the finish now as he makes his way through the last flat section of dirt towards the pavement. Jason Coop looks like a new man right now moving through this section of trail, leaving the last dirt behind him.
Looks like our stream is just a bit choppy here. We'll see. Hopefully it will clean up as we get onto the roads.
Again, anybody who's been paying attention to the live stream or feed over the last couple days through the course of this event would know what an incredible performance Jason Coop put on in the beginning of this race. And he has been carrying that now for, let's see, what is today, Thursday? For, 4 days, 3.5 days. Just a phenomenal effort from Jason Coop here. That is some clean video of Jason Coop making his way through. We can see some cars now beginning to enter the frame, letting us know that we're leaving the very last of the trail behind for the pavement of Flagstaff. And Jason now will make a turn and begin a 2-block climb up to Hospital Hill. The very last climb, as it were, of the Cocodona 250 for him. Hopefully that uphill can give his sore muscles a little break if he's been using the same ones for some time. There we go, Jason Coop now leaving the last bit of trail behind him. Coming now to the base of Hospital Hill. It's just some quality video we're getting courtesy of our friend Shad, who has brought us the last finishing miles of all of our finishers so far. Thank you so much, Shad.
Yeah, Shad has done an excellent job here. It looks like after this we are going to have a little bit of breathing space before our next runner ultimately makes it down from Mount Eldon.
A lot of Jason Coop fans in the house, a lot of Jason Coop fans in the live stream watching Jason finish his last mile and change at the Cocodona 250. He is making his way up the 2-block long hospital hill right now before he makes that left-hand turn onto Beaver Street and gets a little bit of a break on that downhill, making his way to downtown Flag. And just an outstanding performance we've seen by Jason Coop on this course. Running strong and bold from the very start. And it is such a joy and a treat to see him now on the streets of Flagstaff, Arizona, bringing it home. You know, and I'm not sure, did we see Coop running with any pacers earlier?
I don't know.
You know, I can't recall seeing Coop run with any pacers earlier. I gotta say, if he's done this thing totally solo, that is even more impressive than the already impressive performance we've been seeing from him in this race.
Will there be a singing group of pacers for Coop too? I don't think so. But Coop is just 1 block away from his left-hand turn on Beaver Street, which will take him down Hospital Hill into the heart of Flagstaff, where he'll make a left-hand turn on Birch before turning right into Heritage Square, where he will be greeted at the finish line of the Cocodona 250 after an absolutely incredible performance, a brave and gutsy performance.
And Cliff Pittman in the chat says no pacers, 1-person crew, and wow, what an incredible push. No pacers from Jason Coop, and it is all coming together for him now. The fortitude of doing this event with no pacer at this level is really something else. And in this frame, we can see the traffic light that is going to be Jason Coop's left turn, where he heads down Hospital Hill.
He's just got a really good, strong rhythm going right now.
Jason's using his pulls to kind of help him keep a good flow, keep that cadence up. Moving strong and tall. And this is going to be it. This is going to be his turn down Hospital Hill, heading down Beaver Street. And hopefully we have some friendly faces there at the Flagstaff Medical Center that are able to ring a cowbell and help bring Jason Coop in here. And here we go. Jason Coop is beginning his descent down Hospital Hill.
Looks Looks like Shad is going to stick with him as well. So we're going to have a couple angles here on Coop. This one is nice and clean, so for the time being, we're going to stick with that one. Shout out to Shad, who has done a lot for us. He started helping around. Shad, I think, helped get Joe in. He came in early. He got some rest, helped get Mike McKnight in, got some rest, and then he's been at it the entire time now.
Shad, make sure you grab yourself a nice liquid death or something at the if you find yourself at the finish. Take care of yourself, hydrate a bit too. Putting in that good work for us.
And then we've got Ted, who is helping out here as well. So we've got him on another camera angle. Again, this one is so crispy and clean that I don't want to touch anything and risk not having a good, beautiful shot, as Jason Coop earned every inch of this 250-mile journey, and he's going to make it downtown to Heritage Square.
Yeah, he sure did. What incredible stuff by Jason Coop. Keep going, Jason. We are all rooting for you and love watching you bring this thing in.
And of course, it's right about now that the adult site bots come into the chat.
Also fan of Coops. Maybe
We
those
talk
ripped
about
calves.
the clean feed of Jason Coop. We got the adult bots in the chat we got to get rid of. It's a family-friendly program here.
And there we go. We got our Flagstaff Medical
I love
Center
it.
staff shaking that cowbell. We'd love to see that. Jason Coop again making his way down Beaver Street now. Down Hospital Hill. And you can see him taking advantage, moving just incredibly smooth down that hill, down Hospital Hill. Way to go, Jason, digging super deep. And you can really watch that battle kind of play out mentally, trying to find the strength to run when all your body wants to do is hike and walk it in. Jason obviously digging super deep, getting himself to the finish here. Again, noticeably different. Jason doesn't have a pacer with him. He's doing all of this through his own willpower, his own resolve and fortitude. And just incredibly strong and inspiring stuff we're seeing from Jason Coop here as he makes his way to the finish. And I would love to know what's in Jason Coop's mind right now as he makes his way through the, final 10 or so blocks of the Cocodona 250 course. Like everybody else who signed up for this race, he had a vision, something from this course that inspired him to get out here and tackle this race and give it a shot. And now that he is in his last mile, mere blocks away from finishing, I would love to know what kind of thoughts are going through his mind as he gets step by step ever closer to this finish line. 75 hours and change into his journey. And again, it's about at this point that Jason Coop should be able to look down Beaver Street in front of him and see downtown Flagstaff beginning to reveal itself a bit. And from the audio we picked up, we learned that Jason has perhaps less than half a mile left in his Cocodona 250. So at mile 249.5 of 250 perhaps. And that sounds about right. Then I can see Howie Stern on standby at the finish line in Heritage Square, awaiting Coop to cross that line. And wow, he is so close, I can almost taste it just looking at this live stream right now. All right, Jason Coop now crossing Fine Street and Beaver. Only a couple more blocks to go until he makes that left-hand turn. Only 2 turns away from his finish.
Another thing to note about Jason Coop while we have a minute, not only is he an esteemed coach, not only is he an incredible athlete, he is an esteemed author as well, training essentials for ultra running. So if you want to support Coop and show Coop some love, go on over and pick up a hard copy or an e-Kindle version of the book, Training Essentials for Ultra Running. I think Coop deserves some of that support after such an incredible and amazing effort these past few days here.
Absolutely. It's amazing to see somebody with such a love for this sport, such a love for physiology and athleticism and ultra running out here, putting the effort in, running this course. It's amazing to see. And here we go in the shot down Beaver Street now. We can see downtown Flagstaff coming into the frame. And Jason Coop now is mere blocks away from Heritage Square. Again, digging deep, finding the energy to just push a little more, a little bit harder as he comes in to his last few blocks. I wonder if perhaps Jason can hear the sound of some cowbells on the wind there. And he is now in downtown Flagstaff. There is no mistaking it. just moments, we will watch Jason Koop cross that finish line at the Cocodona 250. Just an absolutely outstanding effort by Koop, grinding his way with no pacer from the start of this race. And all that hard work we're watching unfold right now as that left-hand turn onto Birch comes into view. Jason Koop now looks like he's got a clear shot across and making his last left-hand turn. Only one turn now separating Jason Koop away from that finish line. 3 blocks away.
What an amazing effort here by Koop.
Jason Koop now only a block and a half away from crossing that finish line. We can see the very, very outskirts of Heritage Square. One last street to cross. He's making his way across.
Really neat little souvenir shop here on the left. If you're
Hopefully
ever visiting
picks
downtown
up a Flagstaff t-shirt, postcard maybe.
Yep.
And here we go, and we'll be cutting momentarily to Jason Koop crossing that finish line in Heritage Square, as he is just seconds away from heading down that right-hand turn, that last alley, bringing him to his finish.
He gave every ounce of effort he had out there to get through it. And here we have Jason Koop as he approaches the finish line here at Heritage Square. A much deserved 7th place overall finish. 6th place male. An incredible effort here.
And there we have it, Jason Koop coming into the frame there as he makes his last couple steps, the last few feet of the Cocodona 250 mile. And there we have it.
Amazing effort there from Koop. Love to see it, and we are going to need, let's see, to mute here right now, but we will go to the Shad Cam.
Oh, there we go. Jason Koop is greeted by the one, the only Howie Stern. And Koop's done it.
What an incredible run. Don't want to have that background audio picked up too much, so we're going to keep it here for just a couple of minutes.
And Jason Koop, just a tour de force in ultra running as an athlete and a coach.
There you
writer,
see
speaker.
Joe McConaughey.
And what a joy that is to see Jason Koop finish this thing and see it through from start to finish.
Shout out to Jam Jam back there. may have had some sort of a little bit of a knee issue. And he's gonna, looks like, is he gonna down a cold one for us?
Famous.
That's something.
Is that, what do we think? That's Milwaukee's best? Or Miller Lite, maybe?
We got a white can. It's hard to say. He's doing a good job of keeping it secret from us. I was thinking maybe that was a Mountain Death, but perhaps he's got something.
Yeah, it could be a Liquid Death as
Liquid
well.
Death?
They do have Mountain Water.
Hard to say.
It does look like Liquid Death.
Yeah, yeah.
I believe he's having, this is some very refreshing mountain water. So
there we go.
There's Liquid Death.
He's making a hydrating choice maybe before he takes the opportunity to imbibe. And Jason Coop is joined by overall winner, Joe McNaughty.
The string bean himself.
All right, so we now have, I believe, 7 finishers at the Cocodona 250. And
That
looking
is correct.
back towards Eldon Mountain, we can anticipate our second female coming up and over Eldon in the coming hours, as well as Mark Vogel of Washington and Joshua Locke of Arizona will be the first Arizonan in this year's finish. And taking a look at Mount Eldon right now, it looks like we'll anticipate Mark Vogel coming in, as he is currently descending Mount Eldon. Behind Mark Vogel, we're looking at Joshua Locke, and our second place female, which is currently Lauren Jones, who has a commanding lead over third female. That race still shaken out, but it appears to be Sarah Ostrozewski vying for that spot, third female.
Incredible run by Jason Coop here. And so we are due to start a new stream here. So we are going to shut this down. We're going to close this stream that you're seeing here. And there is a new stream scheduled over on our channel. So you will be able to go over there and join us on that new stream. It's already scheduled to go live at 2. And I believe we're going to have a commentary switch here. We're going to let the great Drew Fraze go on about his day after he's exhausted his voice carrying me most of the day here. And now for the rest of the day, I'm going to be carried by the great Nick Hilton. So Nick will be joining us again, everyone's favorite voice of the live stream until Drew started today. Now Drew is going to be commissioned for some. I'm
gonna get it on the Shad Cam back in Flagstaff.
Yep.
Bring
so
some folks in.
Awesome. So thank you all so much for tuning in again. We will hop on another stream shortly. We are just gonna shut this down, restart, and get the next stream up. So you all are amazing. Thank you for tuning in. And again, huge shout out to everyone who's finished today. Our most recent finisher, Jason Coop, incredibly gutsy and brave performance to continue pushing forward when, as the shot we have right now, his knee a little bit beat up. So huge shout out to Coop, who laid it all out there, and to all of our finishers so far. And we will join you on the next stream before our next person finishes here.